Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Woo.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how
Two-step, then I bring it right back. Step and I bring it right back. One step now, take it right back. One step now, take it right back. Two-step, then I bring it right back.
Welcome to CRL Spring Championship Sunday. I'm your host, Vaudable, and joining me is Chixa, Navanta, and Seb for all of the action today. We're finally finishing things off for the semester and couldn't have asked for a better crew to close things out. We got Bass waiting in the wing. Daco was here yesterday. Seb, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great, but I need to point to Navanta's fit right now. Dude is dappering out. Look at that.
Yeah,
fit.
it's Champ Sunday. What are we doing?
It is Champ Sunday. Maybe
I like
Let's
it.
go.
I like it.
put my thought to it. Yeah.
Respectable.
Outshining all of us, but I'm feeling fantastic. Listen, we went into this bracket essentially with no expectations. There was no favorite kind of winner. We had some ideas of where things might go, but all of our predictions has kind of fallen by the wayside. It's anyone's game at this point, Vaughn.
It seems like it's Novanta's world here too today. And Novanta, I mean, you got to be on the sidelines yesterday. How you feeling about the teams and how they're looking so far?
Well, that's the thing, right? Everyone can, any given Sunday, every good weekend, really come out and show out. But to Seb's point, we do predictions every single week. We do power rankings every single week, and we're basically at 50-50. That should probably tell you what the level of parity in this league, and it's going to roll on today. There's some teams that kind of stumbled in here. There's some that went on a late run. All of them deserving their own way, so I can't wait to see how it all unfolds.
It's going to be a great time. Chixa, how you doing? We got to see some insane results yesterday. I'm sure we're ready for more.
Yeah, I think yesterday always gives some teams a false sense of security because no one gets eliminated, but that's not the case today. Today is the final day. This is where we start eliminating teams. We only have 6 remaining, and one ultimately can only be the winner.
Let's take a look at the replays from yesterday, go over the results as they came through and some of the highlights from each of the matches as well. I mean, Chixa, the first 2 series were pretty contested, but one more than the other.
Yeah, I want to say just the series scoreline doesn't say it all. West Virginia won in 4-1 fashion over Fisher College, and they showed us really why they are on the tear. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that they are in an 8-game win streak coming in to Champ Saturday, and they showed us exactly why they are cooking. They just had an absolutely phenomenal day. I think shout-outs in particular to Gyro and Matt in this first series of the day, where they just continue to show us how good they are as a team and dynamic they are as a roster. Then we transferred over into Baylor and Winthrop, where we mentioned Baylor had yet to take a game off of Winthrop all season long, and then this dramatically changed when Baylor 4-0'd Winthrop in that other upper quarterfinal.
And Northwood, West Virginia, Seb, looked very contested for the most part, and West Virginia actually proved to be a tougher opponent than Northwood might have expected.
Yeah, it's just a case of power scaling right now for West Virginia, where every single time they get on the pitch, they look better and better. And the moment that they go up against an opponent that feels like they're at their level, feels like, okay, we're going to have a back and forth series, West Virginia just carries it away. It's what happened with their first series. It's what happened with the Northwood series. And in all fairness, like, Northwood played well. They are absolutely going to be a demon in the lower bracket, but West Virginia is on a realistically potentially championship winning run here. But Maryville and Baylor as well was a phenomenal match. I think Baylor has continued to impress many, but Maryville is also in that just next level tier at the moment, that it doesn't matter what you throw up against them. They are a brick wall. They will break you down. And with Maryville and West Virginia, to me, that is what all eyes should be on right now.
Oh yeah, but we gotta wait some time till those matchups. Of course, we're going Northwood Winthrop first, Fisher Baylor after that, then the West Virginia Maryville matchup, then continuing on through the lower bracket for the rest of the day. Novanta, I mean, in terms of stakes, in terms of, you know, what we saw yesterday, what do these teams need to really like focus up on to make sure that they can make it all the way to that grand final?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially those in the lower bracket are going to go through the lower bracket path. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
Talking about making sure you're locked in, it's really about having that balance. You want to be focused for too long because fatigue can set in. Got to find a way to really pace yourself, to understand team chem, keep yourself loose, keep yourself warm between those matches. We're starting off with a banger though with Winthrop and Winthrop and Northwood, but that's only a tip of the iceberg. If you're anyone here today still in competition, you should be watching for any kind of day of mistakes, because frankly, that's going to be your key to get yourselves ahead, because everyone here is pretty much at peak.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, you know, even with the sweep that Baylor had over Winthrop, still a very hotly contested series, as you were saying, Chicksa. And going into this matchup here, Northwood just got a chip themselves from CECC, crowned the new champions there. Hockey gets at least one more before the end of his collegiate journey. And, well, they don't want to end it here, because if they do fall in this matchup, Chicksa, this would be the lowest placement Northwood have ever had in a championship bracket. I
want to say it's something like 2023 they placed 4th, or fairly recently,
Last
but
semester,
otherwise,
yeah.
Otherwise, Northwood's just been 1st and 2nd, or 1st and 1st and 1st for as long as we can really recently remember. They even had 2 rosters for quite some time that consistently placed at the higher end of CRL. So the fact that here they are in our first round of lowers feels quite shocking to me. It doesn't feel like regular Northwood. And we could talk a little bit about, of course, the entrance of Drewy, the exit of Zanil, and that sort of impact on this roster and their placement. But at the end of the day, that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. And the sort of talent that we've seen now in the competitive atmosphere is unlike any other we've ever seen before. So Northwood, just like everyone else, need to rise to the occasion today.
Well, that's our first matchup of the day. It is Northwood facing off against Winthrop for this best of 7 stunner. And last time, Novanta, we had these two teams play against each other in the fall. It was in the first matchup in that upper bracket, and it went the distance to 7. And after that, you know, we did see Concord take down Northwood in the lowest performance that they've had, but they seem to be on another level today.
Yeah, absolutely. Northwoods is kind of an interesting story, you know, for a long time being synonymous with excellence, having a bit of a rough patch, if I'm going to, you know, underestimate that, right? But now in another run of form, and frankly, they're a strong team, a different composed team than we were used to seeing, but one that's effective nonetheless. Winthrop will have a challenge in front of them today, especially how they got into the playoffs. How about stumbling in? I think Winthrop is a candidate. I think 3 or 4 months ago, we were thinking they're going to pretty much run the board. They made it, but it really wasn't the easy path for them. So this one here may go the distance another time here, Vod.
Well, Winthrop, we got to talk about this team, Seb. I mean, they've had their woes throughout the past semester into this one. They look strong towards the end, getting that top 4, making it into the playoffs without having to go through the LCQ. What is like the big thing that's been missing for them, though?
Honestly, I wouldn't even say it's so much the playtime that they've put together, because we know that they've been scrimming a lot lately. I think the main thing is that other teams are elevating themselves so much at this point. We see WVU elevating, we see Maryville upgrading. We saw that even though Winthrop, they made a grand final, they looked fantastic in previous semesters. The moment that other teams decided to catch up, bring in new pieces, it was just clear that, yeah, the super team that Winthrop built may not be good enough right now. That but they are falling behind. They're a little bit slower. The chemistry just isn't as quite as tight as it used to be. And now teams like Maryville, teams like WVU, teams like Baylor are starting to catch up. And I believe that Winthrop are firmly feeling that pressure.
Well, maybe not as much pressure today. They were kind of in the back rooms yesterday, and now they're in the pit itself at the arena. So I kind of like this change of scenery for them. Maybe that'll be enough for them to, keep things going in this fashion, and a change of pace for them compared to yesterday, Chicks, because I don't know if it's just them being out of their element because they are not in that comfort zone. That's what we talked about, a lot during the matches. It seemed the teams that were at LAN were struggling compared to those who were not. But, this time we got to see good things. And actually, instead of going to you, Chicks, I'll go to you a little bit later. We got predictions underway. We don't want to make these teams wait too much longer. Seb, who do you got?
Listen, I said it before and I'll say it again, even though I was wrong yesterday. Northwood have aura. They continue to have aura. I refuse to believe that hockey is going to go down in this lower bracket at this point. I think Creams wants it. I think Northwood and Winthrop are a fantastic matchup against each other. I'm going Northwood all the way on this one.
Okay, one for Northwood. I respect it. What about you, Novanta? You change the pace here, or are you keeping it the same?
I gotta be honest with you. I understand the reasoning behind picking Northwood. And a normal day I would have. I'm going with Winthrop here. Look, this is a long tournament. I don't think Winthrop is gonna make it easy, but I do think there is something about having the raw skill on paper to really power yourself through, especially the early rounds today. Winthrop is my choice.
Bro, you're even wearing the Northwood blue, man. Like, come on.
I'm just, hey.
Come on.
My sponsor check's still in the mail. I didn't catch it.
Yeah. Send him a jersey.
Okay.
Right.
So we've split the desk so far here, Chicks, which seems to be par for the course up to this point, especially yesterday. But how are you leaning on this one?
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards Northwood. They do already have a chip today, so the momentum's there, the hype's there surrounding them. I think they did still look super strong in their series yesterday, and they lost in a very close series to WVU, which are definitely title contenders at this point for this year. So I'm not counting them out. I don't think they'll have their worst placement ever. I just don't think that's in the cards for Northwood.
Okay. I have to agree on that one. I'm going Northwood as well. They have that momentum in their favor, and both these teams at the same facility, so an even playing field in terms of out of their comfort zone and where they're used to playing from. So Northwood trying to continue that trajectory forward, make up for the mistakes of that fall semester. What are you feeling on this one, Seth?
Real quick, I want to make sure if they are playing in the same facility, whoever is at that facility, I want you to film the pop-off if there is one. I want you to film any trash talk. I want you to post it on Twitter. We need some of that.
Yeah, I saw DJ TJ in the background of at least Winthrop, so I'm sure he's recording in some capacity. And, the social media members from both sides. I think Kev Dog's also there for Northwood. Shout out to him. But either way, we do have our first best of 7 of the day. Last semester, Winthrop overthrew the Northwood dynasty, and it went the distance to Game 7, forcing them into the lower bracket in their lowest placement in playoff history. This time, Northwood are the newly crowned CECC champions and looking for revenge, while Winthrop are still searching for their first game win this spring championship. It's a best of 7 that went the distance before between two titans of Collegiate Rocket League, so let's see how far we go once again.
Only 18 collegiate students remain, and only 3 today will be crowned champion. Novanta, we are starting in our lower bracket this championship Sunday, and starting now, we will be eliminating the hopes of some of these rosters. It's Northwood, it's Winthrop, it's 2 very storied teams, and they have one final chance to move on forward.
Yeah, what better way to solve it than the best of 7? Teams that go the distance are the ones that win championships, and it starts right now.
So good. I anticipate so much from each of these players today. Creams had an amazing pop-off moment sort of day yesterday. Definitely provides most of that pressure upfield. As for Hockey and Drury, they provide that extra support when it comes down to it. But we'll see Northwood starting off with that momentum, with that pressure up on Winthrop. And it's something that Winthrop will have to manage. Percy on the final moments, but Drury on the follow-up. Northwood does strike first.
Yeah, a little bit of a defensive lap there. It was kind of a heavy touch, or even a light touch, from Percy. It was a loose ball being slotted in and making sure the ball goes in net early. Making sure you understand that opening your scoring early and often is how way to win games. Northwood gets out in front 1-0.
And not any surprising, I'm not surprised here that they would start on the board first. I did see a lot as well of kickoff shenanigans, and that's something to watch out for as we go throughout the day. But do not underestimate the likes of Percy, Garrett G, and T. Corral. We mentioned in our game yesterday with them that they have sort of that UNC status, that they've been around for quite some time in not even just collegiate Rocket League, but in the likes of professional play. So sometimes using those tricks, using that experience to your advantage is going to prove them, hopefully, in the right today. They need to rely on everything to go against the likes of Northwood.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because again, I mentioned at the top of the show that a couple months ago, it seemed like Winthrop was unfair on paper, right? It looked like they had all the things, all the tools they needed, they had the rotations they needed, they had the personnel they needed, and it really was an up and down season by their own estimation. And so they're in the finals now, and they found a way to put themselves in a position, because they're not quite hitting that third or fourth gear. Now would be the time to do it, quite obviously, but it has to be something that really puts Northwood on the back foot, because they are on a run of form that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, we mentioned as well, Creams, almost cherry picking that one, that this is hockey's last opportunity in collegiate play. He is graduating. That feeling could be so overwhelming. And in this case, Creams still showing off that ability, coming from odd angles and off the backboard to boot.
Yeah, the shot itself was impressive, but to really gave me a bit of pause is how many opportunities I had to set up and re-rotate right in front of that net. If you're Winthrop right now, the first goal you call a fluke. The second goal is a problem, a red flag that he's turned green really quick.
Yeah, just 2 minutes down in game number 1 and already 6 shots for Northwood. They have not let up in any regard, and Winthrop has struggled to get offensively upfield. Hockey's there, manages a nice save. Creams a miss, maybe an opportunity for T. Corral or the west of Winthrop. They crashed the board, but unfortunately can't do much more than that. That net's pretty open for Drewy. Tried to get the flip to propel that ball forward, but unfortunately wasn't able to execute.
That's unfortunate to say the least, because that third goal would have been the punishment that could have really put the tide on this series, if not the game already. But it was kind of squandered away, an opportunity lost. But I got to say this, the defense of Winthrop has been surprisingly porous in the opening outset here.
You gotta love, though, the transitional capability of Northwood. Creams puts the pass center. Hockey's shot isn't on, but he stays on it, and Drewy follows up. That's every player making an impact upfield, and that started from the defensive end of Northwood.
Yeah, a bit of a reminder here. It's best of sevens championship Sunday, and teams have a timeout they can use at their disposal. Now, it's very rare a timeout would happen after game 1, but I do think this may be a candidate for something like that.
I actually agree with you, only due to the amount that Northwood has an advantage. They are up 3-0. They have 10 shots on the board. They are living in Winthrop's half. It is something that Winthrop should probably reflect upon before they give Northwood that much more momentum. Such an important word in terms of Rocket League, and it seems like at this point in time, Drewy gets a hat trick and Northwood can't be stopped.
Yeah, this one here exactly. There's so much space being used. Drewy had really no obstructions to launch and put themselves in position for that fourth goal, and yet there's still 2 minutes to go. At this pace, I don't think there's going to be a stop with this offensive onslaught.
Yeah, and it's so impressive, again, by Northwood. They have continued to show up, and it seems like Winthrop hasn't figured out just yet how to really defend against Northwood, how to stop the offense before it becomes a problem. Continual contests, Boost is in control for Northwood, and they just can't clear it out. That's a difficult touch for Percy that leaves it still in front of his net. Where's the clear? Where's the challenge? Where's a positive challenge at that as well? It finally comes a little late by Garrett G. He does get an extra touch, but no boost for anything further.
It's interesting here because you can understand that you don't want to do a booming clear with a team that's technically sound as Northwood, right? Because you're pretty much just giving up possession. But to your point, the clears are almost too soft. It's like a touching of feathers at the ball, and hopefully it's get out of the space for somebody else. Hasn't quite worked for them. So maybe a little bit more of a heavier touch when you have a chance for your defensive strikes to put yourself in the position to do something on the run.
Yeah, they just need to collect themselves in the remaining minute of time. I think a goal would certainly go a long way in terms of hype, in terms of feeling much better. This one passed down in midfield, but Drewy is there to extend. Creams an extra touch to just make things that much more difficult for Winthrop. Demo, Garrett G has no boost in the tank, so quickly Drewy's up. Does get a flip, but no more boost. Hockey on the follow-up. And for now, this will stay in Winthrop's half. The shot does come through, but easily saved away.
Last moments here, it'd be kind of cool to get one for the Rover if you're Winthrop, because you want to go a whole game without putting something on the board. Can't win matches if you score 0 goals, but it really has been all blue in this one.
Yeah. Time has run out for Winthrop in game number 1. Northwood, an impressive performance of dominance to show for it. They end up the game with, I think, some of the most lopsided stat lines we have seen yet on championship weekend. They managed 14 shots against the likes of 4. They win in 4-0 fashion, which I think is the largest discrepancy we have seen so far as well in terms of goal differential. It's just hard to deny how well Northwood's playing at this point.
It's funny because on one level you could look at the score line and say, oh man, we lost by 4, oops. But I think the way the goals were conceded is the real problem here. Just giving so much time for Northwood to go basically at half speed by their own classic performance to score these goals pretty much unobstructed should really give you pause. And I'm looking at a match itself, and you know how to say, hey, Casterman, in the booth, you're judging because you're looking from the sky. But there was too many times I saw both T. Carell and Garrett G really occupying the same quadrant the pitch. You give a team like Northwood space, and a team that operates in small quarters, that is basically giving them the game, and that's what happened here in game 1.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Spacing is important, especially getting to challenge that shot before it becomes a shot on the stat line. I think those are the biggest issues for Winthrop right now. They do need to find an opportunity to challenge, to clear that ball out, and to give themselves time to come back to the ball, to gather boost, and then make the impact that they need. And for now, they just don't have time to play their game, and it's been Northwood with possession and with opportunity time and time again.
Yeah, it's the lower bracket, which means you're out of lives. If you lose a series, you pretty much go home at this point. So hopefully some urgency happens over here in the Baylor Valley.
Well, urgency will always come through when it is your last life remaining in the lower bracket. Cream's a miss there, and that might give Garrett G an opportunity. T. Carell on the demo leaves that net open, and that is easily secured by Garrett G of Winthrop.
It's interesting because they're all cars on the pitch, but I felt the release of the pressure here, being able to get that scoring drop monkey off of their shoulders to really refocus. They need the timeout, but definitely that 60 seconds between games to really fix themselves out right now.
Strategy will always be different, and T. Carell, if he's going to provide some demos and some pressure, they'll certainly put it on to Northwood. Creams here did get a flip reset, but lost control of that ball a little bit farther. Hockey shot won't come through. Drewy, though, has a turn and an opportunity. Percy comes back just in time to deny. Can they get the clear out now? Hockey, unfortunately, misses the shot. This one goes straight into Garrett G, and Northwood's still upfield, but unfortunately will not find any more shots.
That's a very interesting display there. Yeah, you got the clears, you got the defense, but doing that broke both of your offensive rotations. You couldn't really capitalize on those clears, basically setting yourself up for a shot after shot after shot. It's a frustrating position to be in. You got to take note of that. When you have an opportunity to stay back in net, you may have to do that sometimes, not all, but sometimes there, especially with a team like Northwood that's so good at getting rebounds.
This one unfortunately missed by Hockey, and that net was open, but Percy I don't think was expecting that. So for now, Creams to just pinch it upfield. Drewy will be up to clear it ahead. Still some boost as well, but Garrett G in control. Dribbling, looking for that 50, and does win it handily. Second 50 as well, still won by Garrett G, and Drewy's back as third man, safely putting it into the corner. Northwood slowed down the pace of gameplay, and for now, Winthrop has been able to work things upfield a lot more proficiently.
Yeah, I understand the slower pacer can really be an advantage of both teams at this juncture. Kind of like a reset of a game 1 sussing out period. And that one almost Bardowski on the run, and that's knocked away as well. But you see now the speed is picking up, almost like the squeezing of an anaconda. Both teams want to be able to strike hard and fast, and you can tell the tactics are changing at the same time.
Hockey boost on the backboard. His third man will be demoed, so needs to clear this upfield. T. Carell's touch dangerous. Hockey on the demo. Percy last back. Drury on the demo, and T. Carell. So now Winthrop will be respawning, but no shot will come through. Now a transition. T. Carell looking for the read. A couple of misses catch people off guard. Could have been another opportunity for Winthrop. But for now, they'll just keep going off this back wall. No double touch by Percy and Drury now. Time, space, and a little bit of boost, but cannot get over the likes of T. Carell.
That's such a smart play. Didn't quite catch that. Rebounds itself in the corner. Sometimes it could be a mixed bag when you shoot the ball in there, but being able to be that efficient to move the ball down without a lot of boost is how you really make opportunities for yourself. Didn't work out for them, but I love the creativity now in game 2.
Garrett G bumped away. Drewy chasing this one will go off the backboard and looking for a 50 in front of his net. Preems just to clear it out. Not much boost in the tank for anybody on Northwood except for Hockey. Garrett G looking for that flip, doesn't find it and is challenged, but does steal that boost again. Ever so vital in going upfield. 51, Percy on the turn, sends it back over to Garrett G, who doesn't have boost though to follow up on the play, and Drury able to send it away with the support of Hockey.
I wonder if you're a team that can score multiple goals, 2, 3, 4 in a game, and the next game happens and you do not score. Do you think of it as just being ball, or are you having a sense of frustration? Don't quite see it on Northwood. They have the composure here still, but I'm pretty sure now more than ever they want an equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about the leadership and the experience on Winthrop, and this is how adjustments get made. This is how you've seen players win championships before. They're able to adjust in that time period between game 1 and game 2 and show up and show out how they can now match their opponent. For Northwood in game 1, it was so lopsided in their favor, and now they're struggling to get upfield, struggling to get as good quality of shots as they did in the last game. 7 shots for Northwood still to the likes of Winthrop's singular one, but we haven't seen that same quality that was so undeniable in the last one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how the score line says one thing and definitely the stat line says another. If there was technical points in Rocket League, it would have gone to Northwood in game 2 as well, but in fact, the score is everlasting. Still 1-0, 30 seconds to go. I can't believe only 1 goal has been scored thus far in this one.
And this is more cognizant of what we saw in yesterday's series, and that one unfortunately just does not go Drury's way on the touch. A rushed one off that side back wall, and then managing to, in fact, hit it into his net instead of away. Winthrop now has a buffer going into the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of, I can't believe I nailed in the coffin from a second goal in the game, especially after the first one we had. But Northwood didn't really have an answer for strategy number 2 from Winthrop. I'm not sure they have a chance to replicate that moving forward. But even the series is a smart call and really a good sense of adjustment and understanding the stakes for Winthrop here.
Well, if anything, I'm just more excited that we don't get a sweep in our first game of the day. I was very nervous for Winthrop going into game number 2 with how dominant Northwood truly was. But in this time, they did make the adjustments. They were able to save nearly every shot that Northwood threw at them. They put up some pressure of their own, were efficient with that pressure, 2 for 3 total on goals across shots. Great, really redeeming performance for Winthrop.
I think it was kind of interesting for me that the issue I had in game 1 of the bunching of players wasn't really that much of an issue. And you could still say, you could argue that Winthrop is a better team than what they displayed in the field, especially in the second game we've seen all season. But they found a way to really occupy as much pitch as they can, make themselves big in the face of the bear, and really made Northwood have to make decisions when it came down for ball control. And when you have to force your opponent to make decisions, mistakes are usually made, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, and this is a big victory for Winthrop in terms of games won on championship weekend. Because they went out in a sweep against Baylor yesterday, they haven't won a single game until now. So that sort of confidence that makes you feel like your first win of the weekend should hopefully give them momentum and a lot of motivation moving into this next one.
Do you think they believe in motivation? Or are they kind of like, oh, finally? Let's just chill out for a minute. You know?
I think it's a lot of
100%.
everything. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people watching them. You could just tell from like T. Carell's cam and Garrett G's cam and Percy's cam, there's just people literally lurking behind them. And that can feel overwhelming when you go down so early in game 1 and then finally come back. You know, it feels good to the supporters around you and people watching when you could show up as well as you did.
Well, 100%. So with this now series equalized, I wonder what's going to be the tactic for Northwood more especially, because they had that push forward, they had their ways of scoring kind of snuffed out in game 2. Let's see if they decide to take to the skies just a little bit more to get themselves above Winthrop and have that ball cross past the net.
Another demo comes through for Winthrop. Percy up on the 50, and Hockey wins it. T. Carell looking for the double tap read, can't fit it in the corner, and Drewy up in time. Percy shot denied by Creams on the goal line, and Hockey just trying to dodge some bumps and demos himself. Turn by T. Carell, double jump on the clear, but to open space gives Northwood some time to readjust, and for now it'll be 0-0 in our first minute.
I think both of these teams love that bit of respite over there in the mid-pitch, almost like when two boxers are just like locking up and the referee separates them. I think both of them want to be aggressive. They want to be the first ones to score, and what happened was kind of a sloppy display, but that was a goal right on the button. It was cleared away at the last second by Hockey. What a fantastic save. It was critical for Northwood.
A lot of really good looks at the beginning of this one. Percy double tap read here will execute, and Winthrop on the board again, first in game 3.
A bit of an unfortunate pop-up by Creams, but it was definitely graciously collected by Percy, and Percy made sure to score first. Once again, Winthrop opens the scoreline 1-0.
Such a good shot and such a good showing by both teams early on. Winthrop with 6 shots already. This is the most they've had in a game, let alone the first minute and 30. They have definitely amped up their offensive pressure, and for now, they will have to defend. Percy easily saves this one off to the corner, and will have time to follow it up. Hockey to continue, but just steals some boost and leaves. Creams lurking, waiting. Garrett G does get past him, but Drewy sends it right back to T. Carell.
Oh man, I can imagine how that last goal must have felt for Winthrop, because not only did they score, obviously, but they found a way to capitalize and punish a mistake Northwood did. Not to say Northwood didn't make mistakes, but they had to have a chance to do that. But forget that. Chicksa, we have a brand new game.
Yeah, a demo-heavy game at that. It has been demo after demo after demo, and this one, once the third man's gone, there's nobody else left to save that one. Great opportunity, and look for Drewy, and Creams comes through to finish it off.
Wow, that's how it's done, right? Really much going right down the middle with the battering ram. Sometimes the brute force gets you a little bit of an advantage, and what better advantage is equalizing the game for Northwood.
First opportunity for Drewy, shot just too close to the defender, and Hockey shot as well to an open net too wide. So now T. Carell has space to now extend upfield. Drewy from the back wall. The pinch unfortunately doesn't end up being a better pass for Creams, and now Northwood will have to retreat again.
This one here is a little bit interesting, right? Sometimes you have teams that press a little bit. Northwood could get a little bit bloodthirsty. He said, hey, look, we found a way to crash the net and get one. Let's do another one. But again, that composure Northwood is something to write home about, to understand it's okay to drop back and use the time to your advantage to really lie in wait for that second strike.
Up on this one. Selects of Garrett G. Another demo comes through. T. Carell shot saved away by Creams. And Drewy with limited boost will follow up just to get a flip reset and extend it forward. Creams with boost in the running with Garrett G. This will go straight to Percy on the 50, who's waiting. A musty flick off backboard, and that one won't be a follow-up either.
It was interesting. I mean, I'm not sure why there wasn't anyone on the other side of the net to be there in case it was a case of a slotted pass or rebounds, but it kind of is another story about Winthrop too. Being able to have solo plays and solo skill and dexterity is super important, but sometimes if you're having trouble against a strong defense, you must play a little bit of that tiki-taka and pass the ball around. Ball movement is key, especially at championship level.
Yep. This is why this game is so close in 1-1 fashion. Both teams trying to break the defense, use a little of mechanics to do it themselves. Percy's shot will be high here. Garrett G can't get through the 50. Hockey to pick it up. They go straight to T. Carell, who's now off the corner. Demo as well. This one lands in front, and Drewy unfortunately panics on the own goal.
Oh man, I understand trying to be a Superman, but end up being the Bizarro, coming all the way here to clear it out, but did the opposite. That's unfortunate to say the least. To your point there, Chicksa, but the goal counts the same. 2-1 Winthrop, go ahead, go in locked.
Now Winthrop with the lead, a minute remaining, a kickoff shenanigan here. Hockey in control, waiting for that 50. It'll go straight down, but T. Carell still has enough boost, and Percy has follow-up. Creams towards the other wall. Hockey is there to just send it forward, but doesn't send it across the field. Hockey off the ceiling. Contest here. Drop down for Drewy. And still can't get past T. Carell, who pinches it safely away.
Wow, Here's a witching hour, last 30 seconds here in game 3, and I can tell you one thing, I did not predict this the way it was going to turn out the way it is. We saw a different flavor from both teams, a bit more aggressive in this go around, but loving the fact that we're able to keep it close, to keep it more competitive here between these two sides.
Creams on control, not the flick that I think he wanted, but did get a 50 in a demo. Drury tries to get past Percy, can't do so. Hockey on the follow-up off the corner. Drury tries to sneak it in, still can't do so. Tough touch, I think a little bit too far for Creams, who has Percy in his way. Dribble here for Creams, just sends it high. T. Carell keeping it close, and Hockey can only 50 it down. Winthrop win game 3 in 2-1 fashion.
This may surprise some, but not to me. Winthrop is good at adjusting. Northwood still had the composure. Didn't think it was a dominant win for Winthrop, but a technically sound one for them. Can they use that and build to the next game is their mission. And if you're Northwood, how about a little bit more aggression here when you move into game 4?
I really am impressed with Winthrop's ability to adjust in that last game in particular. They became so aggressive out of nowhere. Yes, they were providing demos in the last series, in the last game, but now they provided demos themselves. Were also able to get shots to boot with it. Their offense became so much more productive upfield that the opportunities really just outweighed that of Northwood, and they were able to win because of it. We've seen 3 different styles of Northwood in a matter of 3 different games, and they are successful because of the way they've been able to adjust.
I do think the one adjustment, if I was to give a suggestion here, is kind of invert the offensive tack. I understand how important Creams is up, but if you had Drury play that striker role, have them move up a little bit more, not have that third man responsibility just for one game to really put a bit of Winthrop off on balance. You may give yourself a little bit more opportunities. Maybe not be the cleanest goals, but it may be goals and opportunities to score. So if Northwood does what they're doing best right now, the rotations and aggressions, but really have a different cast of characters up top, it could be a different result for them.
Yeah, I think for Drury in particular, a little bit of his inexperience is showing in collegiate play. He does need to relax. He doesn't need to panic as much as he has, because his touches haven't been of a higher quality due to the rush and the panic. I say rush and panic as if I could do better. I couldn't, because at the matter at this point of the level of play we're seeing, every decision is made in mere seconds. In fact, you're making decisions before you even can kind of see what's happening. You're just having to predict constantly. So everyone needs to take a deep breath, settle in, and make those better quality touches.
I'm freaking out, Chixa. No, you're absolutely right. I think you can talk about what you need to do technically all day, but you have to be in it and for a long time. And you only get that done with reps. And really, the more you do it, the more it becomes a flow state, more it becomes second nature, and that has something to do with it as well. But I do think it would behoove everyone at this time to really just trust each other and just say, hey, look, we'll shoot first and ask questions later. Don't get in your own head, especially on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Drury now needs to lean on the likes of both Creams and Hockey, who have been doing this for quite some time for Northwood. They have been here through it all in multiple CRL seasons, and that experience themselves in Collegiate Rocket League needs to show up if they want to tie up this series. If they don't tie up this series, then Winthrop becomes on match point quite quickly, and that's Northwood's hopes for the rest of Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I gotta reiterate, this is the lower bracket, which means both these teams have used their life in a double elimination tournament, and T. Carell understands the assignment, making sure they're not the one who's going to be eliminated. First one to score again is Winthrop.
They've just continuously done so well at being efficient upfield. This is not like Winthrop that we saw yesterday. Winthrop got swept yesterday. They could not get things together. They weren't clicking. And now all of a sudden they've had opportunity after opportunity, and they're just playing better pure Rocket League.
The second goal here by Percy is definitely a goal we saw go the other way in game 1. That was just a defensive lapse and an open net on the other side. Here, I can tell you one thing about Northwood. I talked about our composure. If I'm Northwood now, I would probably hovering my finger over the panic button the way they're giving up control in this series.
The frustration certainly there for Northwood, palpable across the field. For now, Winthrop just taking their time. Hockey over to Drury. Drury off that sidewall. Sealing as well. 50 on the touchdown, and Creams will need to retreat. Does get a nice 50, but Garrett G is back in full of boost to keep in control. Flip reset here over Hockey. Drewy last back to send it away.
That was a boom and clear. Probably would have wanted a little bit half speed on that to have himself a setup for a proper counter attack, but it eliminates the threat right now to make sure they don't concede 3 goals early.
Drury another opportunity as he extends upfield. Hockey shot just too wide. Creams trying to thread the needle, but again, the shot's too high and won't sneak its way on in. Hockey up the sidewall, sending this down to Creams. Another backboard touch, and Percy is there to collect it. Drury's 50 only goes straight to Garrett G for the clear, and Hockey's difficult touch leaves an opportunity for Percy on the board.
Oh man, this here was a goal that was a result of creativity meets creativity. You try to do something kind of funny to make sure you confuse your opponent, but your opponent reads that before you even do it. That pass, that touch, that clear was cut off at the pass, and now it's 3-0 Winthrop.
More kickoff shenanigans. Cream's quick shot. Garrett G ready for it. Saves it away. Hockey trying to crash the board here, and Drury does get a touch pass, but can't do much more than that. Garrett G low on boost. Still a nice touch, and Creams works the sidewall. Flip reset in control. Uses that flip far side shot. Solo play executed.
This is critical, Creams. As much as I've been lamenting about the lack of passing plays in this one, sometimes you got to put everything on your back to stop the bleeding. Creams gets Northwood on the board and does it at a critical time in this series.
Yeah, you talk about Northwood players who have had just solo games in the past. I immediately think of Lion Blaze and Cream's similar sort of aspect on the impact that he can have in games just by himself. Shot here off the bar, rings across, Cream back to back, 1 goal difference now for Northwood.
Wow, the good old-fashioned bar down ski, bro. Look at this one here. If we got ourselves a brand new game, we're running right to eulogy for Northwood. They find a way to call themselves back. Mascot pun not intended. And this right here is a whole new complexion there, Chicksa.
Someone always needs to step up. You cannot rely on them to win games all the time, every series long, but you can tell they can just impact the storyline of how a game is going. Another quick contest here, in speed is back in the favor for Northwood. Contest here, Creams will pick it up. Takes his time off the sidewall, does have Drury in the middle, looking for the bump. Drury underneath, T. Corral there, and Hockey unfortunately can't get the shot quick enough. Long turn here for Northwood. They'll gather boost. This one for Garrett G goes past Drury, but can't get past Creams. The 50 in favor of Winthrop, and the clear will go out past midfield.
Yeah, even though it's a game of battle cars, you're seeing a bit of the human nature here. You saw the fact that it was a different kind of pace, different kind of flavor when Winthrop was up 3-0, but having those 2 goals, immediately the speed went up. Northwood sees blood in the water. Winthrop is panicking quite a bit, and now we're hitting Rocket League at 1.5 speed.
Drury's touch fortunately doesn't go much farther than that. Off the ceiling, Hockey sends one down, Creams to pick it up, looking for that double tap off the wall. He does get it. Corner touch weak, so it doesn't go farther towards the center of the field. Drury just has a flip sending it forward. The pinch will get it through, and this one by the wayside, back pass for Creams to Hockey, over to Drury, back to Hockey, now off the backboard, but saved by T. Corral and Winthrop.
Had that drive gone in, I would have called the air hockey goal. I mean, it was kind of on the ground going back and forth, but it looks like Winthrop saw it coming and snuffed it out at a critical time and point for them.
Creams looking for that double tap, doesn't find it. Hockey just trying to be in the way, enough of it to still be on the top of the backboard. And there's still a minute remaining. Northwood still needs 1 more to tie up this one. Creams over to Hockey. Hockey in control, flick here over to Drew, who doesn't have boost, and Hockey gets demoed for his efforts. Creams now by his lonesome, just defends against the likes of Percy, does get the touch away, and Garrett G is there to send it to the corner. Drury pre-jump, pinch not where he wanted, but this one's still possible for the taking for Northwood.
Garrett G being very cavalier with the concept of rotations right about now, just being everywhere, getting in everyone's face, being an absolute nuisance in the closing moments of this one.
Creams has boost, takes time. A little bit tough of a touch as it hangs high in the air. Hockey off the corner, flip reset over one, tries to send it down for the pass and doesn't get it. Creams now off the corner, falling from the ceiling, just trying to get in the way of Percy. This one stays up. Drury on it, but can't get enough of an angle, and Winthrop barely hold on to their lead in game 4.
Look, I don't want to jinx anything, but if Winthrop goes on to win this series, I think this game will be the one you want to pull out and really analyze, right? You had a team that found a way to make the pace their own. It slowed up, and it was about to be slipped away, and we saw that increase of speed from Northwood, and Winthrop responded in kind, not by trying to out-rotate Northwood, but just to be a tank in the middle of that pitch, just getting everyone's way, just becoming an absolute bother, and they held on to the win. It wasn't pretty, but things that, to be honest with you, Chicksa, nothing that Winthrop has done over the past 6 weeks have been pretty, but it's effective, and now they're at series point.
Yeah, they've managed to sneak on through, sneak on by on a very heavily contested top 4 during our league play standings. Winthrop snuck in at that 4th seed placement just due to a single game differential. Snuck past St. Clair, Fisher, and Baylor. Of course, Fisher and Baylor still here, St. Clair not. And this is just the battling that we've seen all season long. A single game differential decided where 1 and 2 and 3 would be, and the same thing for 4, 5, 6, and 7 during league play. And now game differential here in this series will decide who's our first team eliminated.
It looks like we're not going to get that timeout, which is interesting if you're Northwood. I mean, I would probably use it now to get yourself some time, but we're heading right into it, so let's get after it.
Could be Northwood's final game of the spring season, or they can mount a comeback here and decide to take this series the distance. They will have to in order to win it. So for now, they will figure out if they can get their offense cooking again, because it had been just Creams who was able to start some fire in the last one.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% there. Creams really put the team on their back to really put that engine and say, we still have our shooting boots about us. Now it's just about opportunity. So Winthrop knows if you really close down the space and really put themselves in front of a team like Northwood, they really do make mistakes, and some of the shooting accuracy goes into the toilet. But doing that for too long really puts you out of sorts rotation-wise. So it's a risky proposition, but if it's just a door against someone who is technically the stronger team, I say why not go for it?
For now, we will see who will strike first. It's been Winthrop the last couple games that they have won. Now it's Northwood who definitely wants to get on that board first, and they will not pass over from Garrett G to T. Carell, and T. Carell strikes again.
Yeah, it was kind of a bumble. It was cut off at the pass, and Carell doubled back right on time, and it looked clean as a whistle. And those are the kind of goals, yeah, as you take those, when you can see those goals, you go, oh, guys, what are we doing in the comms? But really, you should really tip your cap to the opponent that saw it coming about a second and a half before anyone else did. It's 1-0 Winthrop once again.
Drury in the air flip reset here and just tries to move forward. Creams behind Hockey. Hockey misses his initial first touch. Creams far side touch saved by Garrett G on the goal line. Drury now second opportunity, tries to fit it in. That ball was part of the way through the goal line, and Garrett G strikes twice to save it on the mere last seconds.
Gotta give the Garrett G there, because after the first clear, could have came out the box and tried to have the offensive run, but stayed in the box to get that second clear in rebound. That double shot Northwood strategy has now been neutralized, and we saw that right in front of our eyes here in Game 5.
Creams pass out center. This one bounces off the ceiling and down, but no one would boost for Northwood to come in immediately. Creams down off the corner, no second touch, and it goes down to T. Carell, who gets 50. Hockey off the ceiling, T. Carell comes back on it, and Garrett G gets it over, but Drury past center just too far and cleared away by Winthrop.
Winthrop, understanding that their destiny is in their hands, is pretty much spreading out now. We talked about how before they close out some of the space, when they're on offense, it really wants to go wide to really put Northwood on the back foot. And we're seeing that kind of frantic pace that Winthrop was guilty of in Game 1 being transferred for Northwood. Just in that last exchange 2 seconds ago, you saw 3 blue cars in the corner hanging out at a car show. What are we doing, guys?
The urgency needs to be there, the execution has to be there, and the panic needs to be absent, which is really difficult to do in this scenario. Shot here saved by Hockey. He'll go back up and send it back center field, but Drury has no boost to follow it up, and Percy will be there instead. Since it's center, T. Carell shot fast, can't be saved, and 2 for T. Carell now.
This one here is on the run, using the right flank to their advantage. Off the wall, a bit too much to handle in front of net. The guy was a hand on it or a fender on it, just wasn't enough. And that scoreline is now doubled. And this could be a critical blow here for Winthrop.
Back at it again. Kickoff shenanigans do not go the way of Northwood, and T. Carell gets his 3rd for a hat trick.
I was writing my notes. I didn't see what happened. Kickoff shenanigans? Kickoff shenanigans! Oh my goodness, chicks. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, Northwood has been trying to do some things when it comes to their kickoffs, and it doesn't go the way that they hoped it would. So with 2 minutes left, they're down 3 again, and I just don't know if they have the time or the headspace at this point to come back 3 goals.
They got the time, definitely. The question is that headspace? And Hockey right there on the button says, I'm not here for a cast or curse. I'm here to make history. Pulls one back. It's now 3-1.
This is his final opportunity and does a very nice 50 in front of net against Percy. Gives Northwood 1 back, but still 2 away, just under 2 minutes remaining. Northwood needs to claw their way back. Another kickoff doesn't go their way, and Garrett G brings back another.
I'm sorry. I'd rather take a triple tap, double flip reset than have someone walk in a goal like that so late in the game. But kickoff, you know the word, is happening left and right. And as soon as they concede one, that Winthrop side, they get one back. It's still 3 goals to daylight for Northwood.
This one does end up being kickoff shenanigans, and the ball will go to Creams, but well read by T. Carell. Still on Winthrop's half. Percy looking to clear it, and he does get through that 50. Creams on it first, knows Garrett G is lurking there, and Hockey to get it past everybody. On the dribble, gets past one, off the board and out. Unfortunately, Percy does get enough of it, and Northwood denied again, and a clear makes them go back to square one.
I have to double down and tell you how cool that save was from Percy. Ice in the veins to go right behind the defensive line, right up on the net and says, not today. That right there is steely. I love it.
Drury on the quick turn. Northwood now definitely desperate upfield to get things going. Often committing all 3 members upfield. It's like an open net situation for a goalie at this point. That's all Northwood has left in the bag with the time. What a shot by T. Carell on the read, and Winthrop can't be stopped.
What is happening off the wall? Oh my goodness me. That's what I'm talking about, being in the right place at the right time, and the right time is now if you're Winthrop.
You talk about the right times to peak, to pop off. It is Championship Sunday for those opportunities. Winthrop did not let their Saturday performance define their Sunday performance so far, and they now have rebounded immensely following game number 1 and have locked in. They've become undeniable in these last 4 games, and now they just need to blow 20 more seconds to easily secure this one. Time has run out for Northwood. This will be their worst CRL performance in quite some time in history for Northwood, as Winthrop has just eliminated our very first collegiate team this spring championship, and it is the likes of Winthrop who will move forward.
Yeah, chin up to that Northwood side. Again, they were the talk of the town the past couple of weeks. And I'll be honest with you, even though I predicted Winthrop to win, which means I'm right again, I wasn't digging it with my chest. I was like, I think they can do it. I kind of believe in them, but they found a way to take a loss. I don't know if you want to use the G word, but gentlemen sweeping Northwood is a good way to put everyone on notice. They're not going to go away as quietly as they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, when I predicted Northwood for this one, it really was due to yesterday's performance. Northwood looked quite strong even against their loss against WVU, and Winthrop just did not get things going against Baylor, a Baylor team that they had beat all season long as well. And now today they lock in, they take a deep breath after looking, I'm not gonna say abysmal, but they didn't look strong in game one at all. You know, you see game one and you're like, oh, Winthrop, come on, we know you're better than this. You know, give us a little more fight. And then they come back to win 4 more, and that last one be just that much better than even the rest following. It's such an impressive performance for Winthrop.
It does show that when we love Rocket League Series, best of sevens are a different category, because it did feel like at times Winthrop got beat, then they were holding on for a bit, and that last game was a dominant display to ever say the least. And so this is why I always say that mental, chem, all that stuff matters when you go these distance in these longer series.
Yeah, it's so many factors at the end of the day, and Winthrop was able to take all that they mustered from inside and put it out on the field, and they deserve moving on forward in this lower bracket, which will be difficult to do the remainder of the day. And speaking of the remainder of the day, that was game 1, series 1, potential of 7, definitely 6 moving on forward, but we have way more of Spring Championship Sunday following, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the undefined. Welcome to the undefined. to the undefined.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with our winners in Winthrop, and of course we have T-Girl. It looks like the whole team is behind you, but well, not really. But either way, T-Girl, how you doing, man? It's been not too long. You guys have been on a run for yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty rough land, I'm not gonna lie. We're at CECC right now, and it went pretty bad, but we're able to do it in CRL, so hopefully we can just keep doing that.
Well, you guys have just taken down Northwood and given them one of their, I guess, most lowest placements we've seen in a CRL championship. But then also they ended up winning the actual land that you're at. I wanted to ask specifically with relation to that land, kind of what's it feel to play the CRL championship in an actual sort of land environment, or one that's not your home anyway?
It's definitely different. We talked after the first game of that series, and we decided that we've all been kind of like trying to play too much for each other, and we needed to I don't know, we were like thinking way too much about things. We just need to be confident, and after that we just completely it felt so much different. So
did you guys see the WVU interviews or something? It's like, yeah guys, we just had a talk and then everything worked out. It just feels like that worked out for you.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out. Percy was talking to us after the first game, and he was like, we just need to be confident, and instead of we were just thinking too much. I think we just need to play how we know we can play, and we'll be good.
Well, I mean, It's safe to say that throughout the course of your time in CRL, you've had your ups and downs, right? You peaked really high, you almost won a championship, but since then, it feels like a lot of people have been doubting you. Even though you did phenomenal in league play, you went down into the lower bracket. What do you have to say to those who are still doubting you now when everyone seems to be so focused on WVU and Maryville?
I mean, champs is what matters, so we're here to play.
Okay, perfect. Your next opponent is going to be one of Fisher or Baylor. Do you have any preference in which one you want to face?
I'd probably like to get the rematch with Baylor.
Okay, and any last words you have? Any to the rest of the bracket? Any friends? Any of the like?
Shout out Skippy. He got up to come and watch me today. Trying to support us, make us have a little bit of a crowd. So,
oh,
shout
dude,
out Skippy.
I do hope that, like, for those who are still on land, like, more crowds actually get behind you and start hyping you up. That would be great for Twitter. Just saying, you know, I'm trying to get that out there. So
there's not a lot of people here left because I think it's only the finals and stuff.
Okay.
So there isn't that many people here anymore.
Okay, well, either way, good luck in your next match, TKRL. We're all looking forward to see how you make this lower bracket run.
Thank you.
Well, professional as ever. It seems like these team talks and communication just works out. Crazy how that works, guys.
Yeah, talking to your team, you know, that actual communication is the way to go, and not getting rage baited by the bracket or, you know, performances from other competitions, even while you're at that same LAN. I think so many, you know, lesser teams would have seen that, hey, they just won a national championship. This is a scary matchup, and it just felt like Chixa, that they just went into this one and had no fear.
Game 2, they had no fear. Yes, let's not forget that their Game 1 performance left a lot to be desired. And I mean, off call, I barely had much time to talk to T, and I was like, what happened? What changed? Because it did feel kind of like a light switch, that the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 was a very wide margin, and they quickly figured out how to. And maybe they said they overthought it. Maybe they said, you know, they had to get back to playing their game. I think the word he was really looking for is they needed to start getting selfish in terms of their own play style instead of trying to account for everyone else. I think it's a little bit, honestly, what Creams did himself at the end of that series as well, when he started to solo play a little bit more himself. Yes, you are playing as a team of 3, but sometimes you do need to play in terms selfish in order to be successful.
Well, that success is definitely carrying them forward, and unfortunately on the other end of the foot here, Bass, this is the worst performance, the lowest placement we have seen from Northwood so far in a championship bracket for CRL specifically. Of course, you know, there's been other tournaments out there that they've had similar you know, results that are out there. I feel like teams are just cursed. If they win on land, they lose in CRL. If they lose in CRL, they win on land. It just can't have one or the other, like, together. You can only have one or the other.
I think the problem is that, like, normally I would be like, yeah, that's 100% what's going on, is, you know, you're playing well at one event, the energy's going there, da-da-da-da. This is on track for everything we've seen with Northwood, though, unfortunately. Northwood has at times looked like the best team in all of Collegiate Rocket League this season. It has also at times looked abysmal. There's not really another way to put it at this point. And I think that's the problem I'm seeing with Northwood right now, is a lack of consistency. And I think we've called a lot about that this season, considering that the level of competition is elevated. So theoretically, you'd like teams to start showing that level of competition every event. I don't think we've seen that from Northwood. I think at their best moments, they really have looked phenomenal, but I do not think this is one of their best moments. And whether you want to say that's because they put their energy into another competition prior to this one, because they're on land, whatever the excuse is, this isn't still, you know, this is par for the course. This is not deviating from the usual issues we have had with Northwood throughout the season.
This is just how things go sometimes, how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, for that. But, you know, even after having some tough matchups before, it's a spot that Northwood unfortunately didn't want to find themselves in, and it was Winthrop who sent them down to the lower bracket yet last semester. So not too surprised at the result that we got here. It seems Winthrop's maybe just their kryptonite. But, you know, Seb, talking to TKRL there and looking ahead for them, they have a long break until their next series, right? We have this upcoming one, and then we have the upper final before it. How do they stay locked in from now till then?
Well, it's kind of hard, and we've seen this before where teams sort of get iced out the longer that you have to wait for certain matches. I think for Winthrop, they're really focused on obviously good comms. They're probably going to get some scrims. Must help that they are currently on LAN with a bunch of other collegiate teams that they're able to easily load up some scrims for. I think the main thing is just to not lose focus and not also watch the game, but also keep playing to the style that you have been. It's clear that they're playing at a pace that's outpacing the likes of Northwood, and you're going to be going up against some incredibly quick teams too in Baylor and Fisher. It's just about locking in, finding those scrims on a LAN environment, and just not deviating from what works.
Well, let's talk about that Baylor and Fisher matchup. They played against each other at the LAN yesterday, and it was a sweep in favor of Fisher. Maybe some fatigue from Baylor after playing so many matches earlier on, especially after we saw a stellar performance from them against the #1 seed in Maryville, taking a couple games against them. But we'll also have to see if they can hold out here. Chicks, looking at this Fisher roster, they played it close to Northwood during their final, but they only got a single game against them. It seems like they're also another team that's hot and cold so far.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think too much about the LAN environment right now that these teams are going through, because as we obviously can tell, their performance on LAN and their performance in CRL can match sometimes, but clearly didn't match in our last series. I really think CRL is a whole nother ball game, and the importance for this bracket and this championship Sunday varies with each roster as well. So when it comes down to it, I think Fisher's in a different area than where like Winthrop was playing just now, and that means, of course, Baylor gets to go home because they're nearby. So you're going to just see teams today have slightly different environments and different things that they're used to. And for now, they're locking in on this series and this tournament in particular.
Stolen just being a menace is all I gotta say. Those are hand warmers, by the way, everyone. In case you're wondering what's going on, it's cold in LAN environments sometime. But speaking of LAN environments, Baylor back in their dorms again. We talked to Andy, Zanil, and Hoxer before, and they said they're only like 10 minutes away from the facility itself, so not too much of a distance for them to get back into their comfort zone, have their own home setups, and that seemed to be a big difference maker for them, and maybe why they lost that series to Fisher last time. But for locking in sake here, Bass, we've seen the highs and lows of this team. This is their first time in the spring championship. We didn't see them in the fall, so how do they lock in here on a championship Sunday?
I think they just need to keep playing the way that they have. Honestly, this is the best we have seen Baylor look by far throughout this entire season, throughout this entire school year. And I think this has been the case of them just kind of finding their footing. All three of the players have spoken about the fact that this has obviously been a very important thing to them. CRL as a whole is very important, but they do have other things that are going on. For example, I found this out talking to Adam, the head of the Baylor program there. Hoxer is an engineering student who has decided just to go for he's a mechanical engineering student who went in for his first year of college and was like, I'm just going to full send all of my classes. Shockingly, he became a little bit overwhelmed by that. So as a result, he has had a little bit less time to be able to scrim with the team, to practice with them. End of the semester is here. He's got a little bit of extra time outside of his studying, obviously, for finals and stuff like that. But the team has been able to play more together. As a result of them playing more together, whether it's in scrims and in practice or even on LAN, as this is, I think, their third LAN in like a month, this team has finally figured themselves out. And if they can play to that level, I have expectations that they will do well here today. The problem is they're also facing a team that A, they just lost to, and B, a team that just made it to grand finals on LAN. So it's not like they're facing nobodies. This is another very quality team.
It's a similar story to what we saw before. One team didn't do well in the LAN, the other team did, and the team who did well in LAN lost. So maybe it'll be a similar story. Who knows? But for this matchup, I need your prediction, Bass, going right back to you. Who do you got?
Look, I'm not really, I'm going to say this is one of my least confident predictions throughout the season here. I'm going with Fisher on this one, and I think I'm splitting hairs on this because I think it could really go either way. But the main reason I'm doing this, I put in predictions before this, and I had this exact matchup predicted. I had this exact matchup of Baylor being able to make it to the uppers and then dropping to the lowers after Fisher loses in round one. My expectation was in that matchup, Fisher takes this 4-3. I think with the circumstances of how the teams are playing in the form right now, that could be incorrect, but I got to back Fisher until proven otherwise.
Okay, backing Fisher. What about you, Seb? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm actually in the same boat. I don't know why Fisher kind of always, makes my brain go weird. But I think part of it is one, Royales is such an endearing figure within Collegiate Rocket League that I want to see him do well. And part of me thinks it's like I've just seen a bit more consistency out of Fisher, the highs and the lows, whereas Baylor are going on an incredibly hot run. I don't know how much they can keep it up. I don't know. We've seen them get incredible wins, but I don't know if this streakiness is going to stop now. But I'm willing to think that if anyone can do it at the moment, it would be Fisher.
Okay, I respect it. So we got half the desk for Fisher. How are you leaning on this one as well, Chicks? Are we just going one-sided for Fisher?
No, I'm not going one-sided for Fisher. I did go for Baylor on this one, mostly due to some of their performance yesterday. I really started to enjoy watching Baylor, and a lot of us on the desk even voted for them over Maryville, which may have been a little over-enthusiastic at the time yesterday. But at the end of the day, Baylor does look really good, and although yes, we were taking into account some of LAN environment, some of not LAN environment. I think against CRL is a totally different ball game, and Baylor has looked better when it comes to CRL performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of going off of the last time these two teams faced, right? It went to 5. Baylor did get that victory there during league play, so I'm also going for Baylor, and specifically because we have seen Baylor get a win in this bracket so far. Fisher only got a single map against West Virginia, but West Virginia did look really good. But Baylor took down Winthrop, who we just saw dominate Northwood aside from game 1, right? So I'm like, okay, I kind of have to lean towards them a little bit more. They also got a couple of maps, could have easily gone to 7 against Maryville in that upper bracket, and we would have seen Maryville down here instead of Baylor just as easily. So I got to go with my gut on this one, but the desk is split for a reason. It's kind of a 50-50 coin toss between these two teams. So only one of them will be the one to rise to the challenge this time. It's a grudge match that spans multiple collegiate competitions where Fisher took the win last night. It's Royales, it's Justice, it's Ivan, the international superstar roster fighting for survival. Andy, Hoxer, and Zanil on the other end for Baylor are battling back from the brink in their first spring championship appearance. Last time in league play, it went to 5, and Baylor took the initiative, so with an even record between these teams, it's time to find out who will stay alive in this lower bracket matchup.
Our two LCQ teams are finally ready to prove to each other who belongs at the top echelon of CRL. It's been incredibly hyped because it is Baylor and Fisher, two incredible programs with star-studded rosters. It's going to be a best of 7 in our lower bracket starting now.
It has been incredible watching these teams play. Fisher, yes, you're correct. Same thing with Baylor, both going through LCQ in order to get here. Now both in the lower bracket, again fighting for survival. Zanil, stellar performance in particular yesterday. Royales, Justice, and Ivan, you know, we're looking again at who will be that difference maker, the main one to start things off. It's often Royales, but let's not count out Justice and Ivan and how well they can also impact the pace of play.
So we are now firmly into the game, and we've seen Baylor get an incredible warm-up through the win from Winthrop the other day, but Royales wants to punish, and he will go low. Royales puts Fisher on the board early.
Yeah, a great touch here from Justice, and a difficult shot to read, or touch to read, coming from the ceiling off the backboard. Perfectly in rotation is Royales, and Fisher starts on the board.
I want to point out, I mean, when in the series that we saw against WVU the other day, where, you know, we saw different members of Fisher get involved, but one of the big missing links was we didn't see that real individual brilliance from Royales that we saw in previous series through the course of CRL. The one where it really felt as though Royales came into his own as a player and was taking charge as that leader of Fisher, but this will be the series where we get to see a change in that. Justice tries to put a shot on, but Baylor are going to prove a whole different kind of challenge next to W.
Yeah, Baylor right now looks a little bit of discombobulated. They haven't had the most clean rotation, a couple of misreads, which isn't normal, of course, for this rank of players. So they've had difficulties figuring out exactly how to predict Fisher to start off this series, but still plenty of time remaining and only a 1 goal difference, which we've seen 0-second heroics already this weekend.
Oh yeah, literally the first game, if I remember correctly. That was insane. Ivan gonna try and go for the shot. Realis gonna try and take Hawkster out. Hawkster will take out Justice in return. As a trade, shot on from Ivan, but it's way too wide. So Baylor will have some time to go in transition, but perfectly blocked away. Hawkster with a full tank is gonna go for the solo. Needs to get around Ivan. Realis doesn't have much boost to take care of. Hawkster does get the bump, but it goes the other way. Zanil looks to keep it in play as Baylor tries to establish a decent perimeter here in the offensive end.
This one over to Zanil, able to pick it up. Toxer looks for a demo, goes past one, can't get past Justice, who is last. The 50 sends center, but Realis is there to pick it up. Solo play potential, but Zanil does get in the way. Andy now as well committing off the corner, just down and on target, but another save for the likes of Fisher.
Realis carries. Zanil doesn't get a touch on it. Get around Andy. This actually might be disastrous. Gets around Hawkster too. Steals the boost as well. Again, it's just that individual penetration, to be able to get through that defensive rotation can be so huge for Fisher in starting these transitions. As half a game has gone by, Baylor kind of looked a little bit deflated. It's just we haven't seen too much from them.
Yeah, they haven't gotten cooking offensively, but still time, still an entire series as well. We've already seen adjustments mid-series. Now Andy has some boost to work with, just sends it far side by himself. Gives his teammates time. Zanil is demoed, and for now, Hawks are also demoed. So Fisher will retain control in the offensive zone.
Trading demos, making sure that there is some disruption. Andy playing a super deep one-man, looking for the redirect straight to Hawkster. Hawkster has nothing to play with. Realis just baiting him out. As Fisher will look to buy time. They can recover as well and get ready for this transition. Hawkster looks to be ready. Justice will cut him off, prevent any sort of passing, but Hawkster needs to play that midfield carefully as Baylor look primed and ready to go, but the moment that they set up, it's just immediately stopped.
The control, the challenges, all have looked really good for Fisher, and the rotations out, they've provided a lot of demo pressure that prevents Baylor from getting things going. A couple of nice touches in front of net there for Fisher, but no shot will come out of it. We're under a minute left in game one with still just a 1-goal difference. We haven't seen many shots, many opportunities. Single shot for Baylor on the board total and 3 for Fisher in this one.
I do worry about Fisher in some of these transitions though, because they're going at it with really low boost, and at the moment they're having a harder time securing some of these midfields. Trading demos too, as Baylor tries to get a bit more rough to force the issue to create these chances by force rather than by creativity. The Realis might get the solo. Yes, he will. Gets around 2. Wraps this one up for Fisher.
Yeah, as time ticks on, you get panic, you get rush decisions, and Realis with very little boost, just momentum behind him, is able to slowly weave his way through the defense and get a nice roller up across a net. Now Fisher get that buffer goal, 20 seconds left on the clock. Baylor will maybe go this game scoreless. Denies the shot there. Justice gets one himself, and Fisher definitely securing this victory.
Well, I gotta look at how did Justice with this, because he put the shot on. Oh, he just kept going and actually got a second touch on it after Zanil got the save. So this one is over. Fisher will be taking game one. So Baylor, this is definitely, I think, the most that, at least in a game one, I've seen them looked outclassed. But you know, we've talked about transitive properties and how much, or how little I should say, one team beating another kind of means when it comes to talking about a current matchup. But in this case, Fisher looked to be well warmed. The mood is good, and Fisher will take game one.
Yeah, definitely not the way I expected to see things going in game one, at least to the side being so heavily favored. I thought these matches to start off today would be much more even, but they haven't been even in any retrospect. We've seen one team often just out-dominating another, and in this game it was all Fisher all game long, but may remind you of the last series we just saw where Northwood looked dominant in game one and then fell off. So a lot still left to go in the series, but overall Fisher is starting on the right foot.
I think the thing that I saw about Fisher that I really enjoyed was the fact that you see Royale smiling. Like the guys, even though they're playing probably the hardest bracket they've ever played in as a collegiate team, they are still in good spirits, which is what you want to see out of a team that's going to be playing one of the top seeds of CRL and going in and starting what is going to be a long day in a lower bracket. I mean, it's the same reason, in my opinion, why you see Maryville doing so well as their positive mood is it's tangible. You can feel that in the server, Chicks.
Yeah, I think, again, when you look at these players, I mean, how many times, like us growing up, did we ever anticipate to be in a scenario where you could scholarship and play a game, you know, for school? Like the scenario as a whole, like being with your best friends, being in a LAN environment, playing a video game, like that all, if you really think about it and it dawns on you, can make you really proud. Like being in this competitive environment can be overwhelming, but at the same time, nothing could be more exhilarating than this moment.
We are on to game 2, and already Fisher putting up the wall to any sort of passing attempt from Baylor. As we'll see, like you mentioned, it's just a couple of lads playing a video game. A pass from Realis will be blocked away as Anil will take possession.
Boxer up on this one, sends it over to Andy. Doesn't have much boost in the tank, and we'll just place it into the corner. Realis picking this one up, sends it over to Justice, looking for the double tap read, and does secure!
The moment you see him go up with this, Realis straight to Justice, plus the bump. You knew that was clean. Hawkser had no chance.
Oh, you just love when you could see a play is happening and it does get executed. Really great work by Fisher to keep up that momentum that they earned in game number 1, rightfully so. And as time keeps going on, this is the drought right now for Baylor scoring. They are now continuously 6 minutes without scoring a single goal. And until they figure out how to do so efficiently, they are going to struggle in this series.
I'll put on the scoreless time of Realis. That's kind of rough. he had the chance for the open net, but I think he messed up his recovery, which unfortunately allowed the possession to be lost. So Fisher, we're going to maintain this back line. Justice have to make a bit of a reach to go off the back wall for this one, as both Baylor players, Oxer and Sneal, are prepared for it. Sneal trying to stick with it to at least be annoying. You get a demo on Ivan, or at least extend the pressure as much as possible.
On this one, Hawkser actually leaves it for Zaniel. Off the corner, this one down, almost finding itself its way in. Yeah, very difficult to defend against, but unfortunately on the way out, Hawkser falling on this one, able to pinch it with the ground, and Baylor, after nearly 7 minutes of gameplay, finds their first.
I swear, I thought this was red, but Hawkser stuck with it, saw that there was no chance Fisher could save that. Realis was stuck in net. Ivan was a mile away. So Baylor finally secure their first goal, as you mentioned, and now we have ourselves a proper game.
Yeah, this is where things start to get going for both teams. They lock in, they get warm.
Okay.
Shot here for Justice from Ivan, and this is what I mean by warm.
Look at this pass from Ivan. He waited as much as possible for that flip reset, and then Justice perfectly calmed between the two. Fisher is cooking.
Nice to see the offense getting tricky. Always a more versatile one. Will do so much better upfield. Justice pinching off the ceiling, but Zaniel is there, sends it away over to Andy, who picks up this offense. It is contested initially, but Zaniel down on the ground 50s it, and a great 50 by Justice to lose pressure for the likes of Baylor. And now Fisher has opportunities upfield.
Morales tries to get the angle himself, but he was a bit too high for it. Ivan looking to extend it. Half time here for game 2. Neil chasing down these teammates. Excuse me, Fisher. Morales has a lot of space. Ivan as well, somehow saved at the goal line, but it will get finished up. Why is Baylor letting Fisher roll all over them?
I'm so glad you said exactly that, because I kept asking myself, where's the challenge?
I know.
Where's the challenge? Who is challenging him? This is something that I would be yelling at my players. Where is the urgency? The threat level is there. You have to attack. You can't give Royales time. We know how phenomenal he is as an individual player. And now Baylor is down yet another goal as Hoxer tries to do things himself, and he does with a 50 to boot.
And sometimes you need the captain to take matters into his own hands. Muscling through the 50 and then perfectly netting it on through. Baylor still within reach. 2 minutes left. Hopefully that was the goal that gives Baylor the confidence to push on through, to play more reactive, to understand, as you mentioned, the urgency of this game.
Yeah, Hoxer often, we really equate him to being one of the best defenders in CRL. I think he always does well reading a play and defensively being there when needed, but he has such great offensive strengths as well. And right now you're seeing him out of their regular comfort zone, applying more offensive pressure, giving his teammates more opportunities. So I think adjustments like that today will have to be made. You do need to get selfish. I'll take one out of T. Carell's book. You do have to play selfish when this is your last life remaining.
I'm seeing a lot of passivity, though, from Baylor on the offensive end. I saw Andy pull off for a shot attempt as well, or it wouldn't have worked, but even if you're there to be annoying and extend the play so it forces Fisher to spend a bit more boost to make these saves, to actually go for those challenges, that does a lot over time. So Baylor will have to reset. Pluck not on their side at the moment. I've been playing an aggressive midfield. Justice is just getting chased down, but there's no boost to speak of, so Hoxer will have to dive to look to keep Baylor alive right now.
Royales just sends one upfield. Ivan is there, but misses the touch. So it'll go straight to Zanil on this 50. Andy and Royales. Royales there first off the sidewall, puts it off the back wall, and Andy on the air dribble, sends it out upfield, still in control. Quick cut midfield, Hoxer there, places it left side, and a hat trick for Hoxer.
And a 1-2 punch from Baylor. Andy spots his teammate, perfectly executed, outpacing Fisher in transition, allows for that shot. 30 seconds left. Baylor have finally worked this one back, have worked in the confidence to make these plays, and now it comes down to these last few pivotal seconds. The follow-ups there, Zanil can't get the shot on.
Zanil still, though, has control. Royales is backwards, having to recover. This one comes off his car a little too far, but Hoxer doesn't have boost, is there late. 50 goes to Baylor's half. Andy off the ceiling takes this one down, flick over one, sends it across. Zanil is there towards the back wall. Hoxer, can he find an angle? Justice comes through in time. 3 seconds remaining towards the back wall again. Ivan's touch keeps it close, is looking for a 50 to touch this to the ground, and he does. Overtime in game 2.
What a work back from Baylor, too. This was such a fight of a game for them. And like you mentioned, game 1, yes, it was a blowout, but game 2, inches closer and closer. Royales gets bumped out of the way. Hoxer will save this one. Justice needed to get a touch, but that is a completely free midfield. No one even there to challenge from Baylor. We know that overtime comes with resets. Now it's a pass over to Hoxer, who's following, but Justice has to make the dive for it early. Royales to take care of it, gets the bump over one. Ivan looks to continue the pace, but nothing is coming up as all members fighting over boost. Royales leaves it to Ivan, but it's knocked away.
Justice is there to pick it up, but has no help right now. He's just working by himself after being bumped. Now Hoxer down on the ground bumps Andy, his own teammate. All 3 players of Baylor in the same space and net, and somehow they come out of it. Andy has boost to work with, will extend upfield and gets a nice clear for Baylor.
Royales has no boost, but he's trying to make the challenge on Zanil. Justice, full tank, needs to get over one. Doesn't. Hoxer with a good challenge again. Talk about defensive prowess, and Hoxer is among the best. Justice is also trying to be a nuisance, giving so much room to Royales. No boost on the Baylor side, so someone has to dive in to knock it out past the goal line. And 90 seconds in, both teams having decent chances, but Fisher looks primed and ready to go the moment that Baylor makes a mistake.
Justice now trying to work his way through. Royales wins this 50, has boost, but a great challenge by Hoxer. This one almost dangerously on target off the 50. Royales low on boost, same with Hoxer. This one floats out. Zanil tries to send it away, and Ivan brings it right back, and Fisher secures game 2.
And the moment that we saw Andy being awkward front post, and he had to awkwardly find a way to get involved in the play and challenge, the defensive rotation just fell apart. No one could cover, and so Fisher will take advantage and take game 2. Fisher, kind of on a roll right now.
I would have to say so. I mean, I enjoyed watching Baylor make adjustments in this last game. Hoxer in particular had a phenomenal game, applied a lot more offensive pressure, but you're still not seeing that efficiency out of Zanil and Andy, and Zanil in particular made such an impact for Baylor yesterday. As for Fisher, you're seeing this multi-headed approach. Justice has 2 goals this game. Royales had goals previously in the last game. I believe he had 2 himself. Now Ivan has 2. All goals are assisted. You're seeing everyone on Fisher make such an impact upfield.
I think it's really enjoyable to watch Fisher play too, because you're seeing Baylor, they're going for infield passes like this, right? And they're trying to set up some of these demo plays to, attempt to knock Fisher off of their game. But Fisher, it is very casual. Like, we're just going to smother you with midfield challenges, with goal line challenges. We'll carry it up the wall and go for aerial bumps and force you into positions where you are going to make a defensive mistake. And we're seeing just more and more Baylor players a bit out of position and having to recover quickly to the point where just they can't manage with the pace that Fisher's playing at.
Yeah. Right now, just control is favoring Fisher, and Baylor needs to get back in control if they hope to come back in this series. Granted, a much better look than game number 1, but still coming close in a game and winning a game are 2 very different scenarios.
We'll see game 3. Can Fisher put themselves on series points in this best of 7, or will Baylor finally get the confidence and execution that they need to be able to take it to Fisher?
Andy demoed for his efforts upfield, and Hoxer does come through to at least send it to the far side wall. Ivan up on this one, pinching with the ceiling to get quite a clear out. Justice back on it first, even though Andy had boost to work with, and Hoxer sends it midfield where Royales read it the entire time. Zanil boost over a couple. Hoxer trying to get a bump through, stealing the boost here, but unfortunately facing the wrong way. Back pass, well read by Royales, and that one poked away into midfield.
Fisher got to be careful to not let their first man extend too far deep, or else it will come back to bite them. Baylor knocks it back early and punishes Fisher.
Yes, Zanil got a little bit lucky there. He was sandwiched between another car and the ground and somehow maintained control to just push that one a little forward, and Andy came through just in time to secure it. Baylor on the board first and now having opportunities. It's the first time we really see them with a lead. And now they hope to continue that. Hoxer just lurking. A bump here will do enough, and Hoxer gets in the way.
I mean, I don't blame Fisher for making this mistake. I mean, you had 2 men at the goal line, and Zanil immediately was going in for the bump, so Royales had to avoid, but a little strange how that came about. There was just, again, too much space given to the Baylor side, which Fisher really can't afford to make against a team like Baylor, who will, like, they're not chumps. They will take advantage. If you give them the space, they will take it.
Oh, a couple more bumps in front of the goal line, and luckily Andy comes through. Today we've talked a lot about space, about time, important qualities at this level of gameplay. You can't give the other team opportunity to control the field by retaining space and making plays. It gives you too much time to think and then to formulate really well executed plays upfield. And bump here, Royales comes through, and I think can't bump Zanil in time, but we're seeing a lot of bump plays at least attempted in this one already.
And I think what I love about Fisher too, in terms of how they execute those, is the follow-ups are just so quick. They're so ready to send second and third so deep and so aggressively. But I think they know they can do it. But here, Hoxer just goes up high and just takes down Fisher a notch, says, hold on, we are a top team too.
I really enjoy and appreciate this out of Hoxer right now. I truly believe they made an adjustment to push Hoxer forward, and it's exactly this. You feed the hot hand. And right now, Hoxer does have the hot hand. He has been the most efficient upfield for Baylor in this series, and he is doing well scoring. And if he's the one that's scoring, then keep giving him the ball. Keep giving him these opportunities. Blocked here is Zanil. Fisher now struggling to get upfield and have that productivity that we saw to them. And again, cleared upfield, we see Baylor manage themselves defensively.
I just feel like Fisher a little bit off this game, not getting the exact touches they want. Baylor as well, like I am saying, the execution is there, so incredibly clean with the double demo. Forces Fisher to completely reset their approach. Daniil, Andy, Realis trying to go aggressively for the challenge to change the pace a little bit up for Fisher. Fisher straight down. Zanil just puts it away. Realis will look for Ivan. That one goes off the post. No one can be there in time.
Realis, a difficult touch. The 50 will stay on the side of Baylor. Hoxer, though, does get past a couple and still retains control. Gets past a third to boot. Gets a bump as well, and this one won't be on in. But the impact of one player certainly feeling the bump here. Shot made. Hoxer there in time again.
Fisher was ready to. Ivan was ahead. He was looking for demos, but how quickly Baylor was able to recover. They knew that they were in a dangerous spot and immediately reset everyone. Realis is going to chase this one down. Hoxer, again, playing that forward man, trying to be proactive, leading that Baylor offense.
Hoxer here, difficult scenario again, manages with low boost, gets his boost stolen. Realis on the turns, and you're waiting, just in time to defend against this, and Fisher will not stop trying. They keep pushing a lot of these offensive opportunities. A far side demo, though, may give Baylor enough space. Can they finally clear this one? Not just yet, as another shot rings wide.
Still, we see Fisher trying to hold down that midfield line. They see that as their win condition. If they can hold Baylor down at the midfield, they'll be given opportunity after opportunity. But here now, the clock is not their friend. Like you mentioned, Baylor have made an adjustment in putting Hoxer in a more proactive role, letting him take the early challenges. His challenge game is incredibly strong, and Fisher just haven't been able to measure up.
Couple seconds left in this one. Certainly not enough time for Fisher to come back, but adjustments made, executed for Baylor. And now as this one touches the ground, it's a scoreless game again today. This is, I'm not used to so many scoreless games. It's been very lopsided often if a team wins compared to yesterday where we saw 1-goal games instead.
I'm just happy that we're seeing Baylor actually show up, right? Like, it would have been really bad if we started off this with a sweep, but Baylor showing up and in a big way. Hawks are taking the MVP for this game, and I have no doubt about it that when coming into this, Hawks are wanted to assert himself a bit more. Like you mentioned, he is the hot hand. He's playing more aggressively. He's playing more proactively in terms of where he needs to be. And also just like we see there, just straight up winning 50s. His challenge game is on point right now.
I always said he's one of the most, again, defensively minded, wins most of his challenges. There are players like that. You know, there's certain prototype players that just do better offensively, mechanically. You know, that's what you think of. The flip resets, the double tap reads, the crazy angles. And then when you think of Hoxer, you generally think of him in a more defensive, you know, vision sort of stance. So the fact that he has adjusted, is still using his 50s and his vision to his advantage. You're seeing those adjustments still work out. I would say Zanil had more of a hot hand yesterday, but you haven't seen his impact today in the form of goals, but he has assisted almost every goal today himself.
So we will be getting into game 4, and with it, a lot on the line. Fisher still fighting for that potential series point. And Baylor just looking to regain their form, come back from the brink, from the form that we saw the other day and to what they've built throughout the course of their latter half of the CRL season. Fisher will need to come out early, and hopefully for them, I mean, they just came off a pretty rough loss too, so a bit of a regain period for them too.
Lots to think about. This weekend has been jam-packed with Rocket League action, so finally coming to a close for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. So we'll just truly see how everyone's feeling in these final moments. Andy, the read upfield, Hoxer also there, but no one to follow up in midfield. Zanil will lurk. He'll manage to find a 50 here, but unfortunately doesn't have boost, so give it up to Hoxer, who does get 50'd on the challenge.
Does get this 50 as well. Andy supports it through Zanil. No boost, but Hoxer is coming in as third man. And Ivan wants exactly. Zanil's just going to punt this downfield. Realis is not there. It's completely out of rotation, and Fisher not expecting this one.
Yeah, I think the trust there in Ivan was so heavily for Fisher that they overextended on the play, that Ivan had at least a challenge. Instead, he completely lost control of the ball, and that touch out by Hoxer was enough to give Zanil the open net opportunity. Easy save here for Zanil after kickoff. This one will float in midfield where Realis is there first off the ceiling. A quick recovery out to Justice, and Hoxer there again puts this one upfield.
Brilliantly played by Ivan for the 1v2. How quickly a Baylor were able to set that one up. No, that's a whiff completely, and Zanil takes advantage. Baylor are up 2-0.
Yeah, not what I expected there, but a great beat by Zanil on the speed, and unfortunately the read was just not made on the back line. So open opportunity for Baylor, and now they're up by 2.
And already we've seen Baylor continue that run from the previous. Will look to do so again. Zanil, the solo, Justice is there. I think it's what I love is Baylor are taking turns over who is going to be the spearhead for this team. Justice, though, tries to go for the individual mechs, almost works out and forces Baylor to scramble. Realis is going for every single 50 possible. Same with Justice. Fisher, they won't stop coming. Realis tries to force it through, but gets the demo instead.
Justice, quick turn off the ceiling, but Andy's there to pick it up, send it away into midfield. Ivan recovery, but has 2 to work with, and Hoxer pokes it away. Quick shot here, just too wide. Zanil, though, steals boost, is on the wrong side of the ball, and will leave Andy to challenge. This one in midfield, but Ivan doesn't have the read. Justice comes through, backboard here, and it'll be saved away by Zanil to Andy. Hoxer bumped away, so solo opportunity here for Andy. And this again, I'm gonna mention the drought now for Fisher. They didn't score at all in game 3. They have yet to score 2.5 minutes into this one. Now you're seeing a nearly 7-8 minute drought again for a team to score at all.
It's fine. Both these teams taking turns having their own respective droughts. It's okay. Surely they'll bounce back, right? But Realis is going to take the pass, needs to get over 2. Double commit, though, from the Baylor side will actually work out in their favor. Ivan's in a tough spot, especially if Zanil tries to go for a bump on him. Hawks with a great 50 will keep it there. At the moment, you just see Baylor trying to go for these individual plays, and Andy will do it himself, lobbing it over. Thank you, please. I'll take that one to go.
He kept that ball so close to him perfectly at the apex of his car and was able to just put it far side across the net where no one was anticipating it on Fisher, and there's the third. And for last game, Hoxer, who had nearly every goal, same prior, now Zanil and Andy have both been productive upfield in different ways and are impacting it. It's making it that much more difficult for Fisher to defend against. Another shot rings here, and Fisher still scoreless and unable to now get out of their own half.
And this is going to be another one here for Hoxer 2. Fisher have some serious thinking to do. This is disastrous compared to the first 2 games we saw in the series.
We never count anything out at this point in CRL just because game 1 doesn't go your way, or even game 2 at this point. There's been way too many reverse sweeps this season. gentlemen sweeps, different sort of scenarios that you just cannot feel confident. You truly cannot
What is
feel
going on?
confident, because at this point, one team can get ahead of you at the end of the day.
And I really do wonder if you are on the Fisher side, are you just laughing this one off and say, GG, go next? Okay, we're going to play essentially a best of 3. Is that the mentality they're going with? But Fisher look lost. A completely different team. Baylor have broken down the Falcons, have clipped their wings, made sure that there's no chance in this game, and have firmly taken the lead or the momentum in this series.
Borealis here has an opportunity to get on the board, but the pass just too far in front of him. Andy up the wall, Borealis off the ceiling, and Hoxer there wins that 50 in the challenge. Justice to pick up here, past one, pass to Ivan, but the shot won't come on through, and another missed opportunity for Fisher. They try again, and even Andy saves this one at the top shelf.
And look at the position here. Every single Fisher member is ahead, and that's just a free one for Andy. Fisher, they're trying to knock, and the knock is indeed hitting back. What do you even do if you're Fisher at this point? I feel you just have to write this off. There's no chance to even consider and take this time to communicate, figure out exactly what's going wrong. No doubt, coach is in the booth right now, helping them out, probably even take a timeout.
I would most certainly take a timeout, even just for a mental reset. I mean, things as a coach that I tell my players is no matter if you lose by 1 or you lose by 6, it's a loss. It gets counted the same way. So that's how you have to look at it in a mental reflection sort of way. But, you know, it's still a lot to think about. You are up 2-0 in this series. You are now at a 10-minute plus drought when it comes to scoring. You have yet to score 2 games in a row, and now your opponent has scored a total of 9 goals in a matter of 10 minutes.
Fisher will get shut out, and yes, there is the timeout call. We'll see Fisher just take a second, regroup, breathe a little bit. Let's look at that shot total. That is 14 shots on the board for Baylor in regulation, with about, well, you know what, 8 shots for the Fisher side. What a stark contrast, Chicksa, to the beginning of the series.
Yeah, it just shows how different momentum can change within a series, how strategy and adjustments can be made. I mean, if you look at Baylor's progression in this one, they lost 0-3. You know, then they lost by 1 in overtime, then they won by 3, and now they won by 6. They just have progressively been closing the gap and then opening their own gap between the two in this series as the adjustments continue to be made. And as for Fisher, you know, they started with the dominant win, just barely squeaked by, and now have severely fallen and have been unable to score anything at all. You just haven't seen any productivity out of them offensively upfield.
And every single time it just feels like it's due to Baylor punishing overcommits, punishing defensive mistakes, where Fisher, they like to really play that goal line offense that we've seen from other teams like your Maryvilles. But the problem is that Baylor, they have a wall. They have fantastic, very high, like Rocket League IQ players in Hoxer and Andy who know exactly what they're going to be doing. Zanil, of course, just being a bit of a demon on the demo end of things. He's just been getting so many bumps in the goal line and offensive zone. So we will see. We are now a tied series between the two, as pressure is mounting for both Hoxer and company, trying to live up to the early expectations of what we saw when this roster was built, and they're trying to get and live up to those expectations, to that potential, while Fisher are trying to, I mean, we talked about this before, Chicksa, where they've really revitalized the face of Fisher as an institution to make them much more beloved.
Yeah, I mean, Royales, I've had many of interviews with him at this point, and he's just such a gem, you know, to interview, to interact with on Twitter. He loves interaction. Like, please, you know, message him on Twitter. Do, you know, shout him out. Don't shut him out. Do the trash. He appreciates it all. He thrives off of it, and he's a leader for his team. So now he needs to lead his team back in this series for their hopes to stay alive. And then Baylor, on the same aspect, needs to keep adjusting. They need to keep feeding the hot hand and being versatile in order to finish out this series themselves.
So we are now underway with Game 5. Both have their storylines, both have their expectations and hopes coming into this game and this bracket on Championship Sunday. Andy needs to get this challenge on to Fisher, as Baylor will look to try and solidify this back end once again, whereas before the problem was they gave Fisher too much room, and now it's just they're letting Fisher come to them, and Andy wants to punish, but it will be knocked away.
Yeah, almost a beautifully well done solo play for the likes of the team, but for now, it'll again go to the defensive end of things for Baylor. Across the wall, Zanil out to Andy. Andy working that side wall. The 50 does trickle out in front of net, but Ivan puts it back in the corner. Hawks are now working that same corner. Does get the touch out, but a little too late on the follow-up. Baylor feels like they're just testing the waters right now upfield, seeing what they can get away with ultimately.
I think also Fisher too. I mean, they had to completely reset and are figuring out limit testing at the moment. See what they can get away with, as what was working clearly is no longer working. They were giving too many space and they were getting punished in transition 1,000 times over. Baylor as well. Deep first man. Hawkshaw with the shot on, forces Ivan to have to make a dive. Andy is going to back off, leave it for Neil to keep that in play while Baylor reset. Look at Justice. Look at Justice all the way headhunting, trying to make sure that something can happen in transition, but nothing does.
Andy places this one high, but well read by Justice, and Zanil a little late. Royales their first one-on-one with Hoxer. Shot may come through, but Ivan does get it top shelf. And finally, the drought ends for Fisher. 12 minutes and 14 seconds.
Despite 3 defenders around, Ivan slots it perfectly with the sauce. So now Fisher, after, like you mentioned, a mega drought, finally get themselves on the board. The coaching has worked. Now it's whether or not Baylor can respond.
Back on it is Zanil, the 50. He's out to Ivan. Andy up on this one, just pokes it away. Zanil sends it back up, and Hoxer. Ooh, in fact, Andy actually gets an extra touch, and Hoxer with the shot saved by Royales. Another 50. This one works out. Zanil able to win the 50, get the shot through, and now it's tied.
It's just a bit of a misread here. No boost to speak of from Royales, but Ivan just had no shot. Zanil immediately comes in super quick too. So we are back to a tie game, and with Baylor, can they continue what they've been rocking for the past 2? This does feel like a bit of a series reset, Chicksa.
It truly does, and I expected nothing less after the timeout. Both teams had a lot to really think about, and I think Baylor ultimately knew they couldn't get overconfident. They had to readjust again, give a different look. A demo here may open it up, but Royales comes back in time. Andy off the ceiling, seeing if he can send it down, but Justice clears it away. Hoxer now taking his time. In center field, flip reset here has Andy far side, but Ivan again managed to get this one away.
The boost starving from Baylor, suffocating right now, even though when Fisher end up collecting a quarter pad, it's just there's not much they can do. Justice backflip, it's still dangerous. Hoxer, can he put it on? He fakes, doesn't go for the shot, lets Fisher get the punt downfield. Hoxer sends it down again, forces Baylor to have to switch. Fisher, they're just having such a hard time at mitigating everything Baylor is throwing at them, as there's not really much breathing room that Baylor's allowing.
Yeah, back pass here was all that Zaniel could provide. Hoxer doesn't find the challenge. Royale stealing boost, turn here, back forward, has an opportunity, keeps us high off the ceiling.
Dangerous.
Challenge comes through, waterfall down, low boost for Zaniel, and Hoxer sitting there. Can he get there back in time? Off the side wall! The protractor comes out, and Fisher on top.
And Royale is stuck with this one. The captain forces it through. Willing Fisher across the line, wanting to make sure they have a chance at this championship bracket. 2-1 now for Fisher, 47 left. They might have been gifted with a good bounce, but they took full advantage. Now, another chance here, a flick over one, but Andy will get the save. Justice is coming in for the backup, puts it off the ceiling, gonna go for the ground pinch. It's still dangerous, no one will be there for the follow-up.
Zaniel's 50, trickles out towards the wall, and Morales gets this past Hoxer, and Andy last back can only put it on the back wall. Demoed, now possibly an open net or another opportunity for bumps. This one to go across the net, but Ivan's there. Quick recovery, back wall. Hoxer gets bumps, and Yulo puts it back to the corner. Hoxer low on boost, 10 seconds left. Unfortunately, can't get back to the ball. This one off the ceiling. Andy has boost, but can he get the ball away? Can they keep it in the air? Hoxer on the dribble. Andy takes over, but Ivan on the 50. Can Zaniel keep it up? Instead, it'll be another goal for Fisher, and they come back in this series and win 3-1.
Does feel like Fisher are winning just by the skin of their teeth at the moment. Every single challenge and every single interaction is so close cut. Off of just the most minor of interactions, Baylor are just forced to make a touch, just not going their way, and Fisher are full on capitalizing. So we will see Fisher move on to series points, but what a series.
Yeah, look how close that shot count is. 8 versus 7. The saves similar, 4 versus 5. Again, just the differences in the goals, and all of them are assisted across the board. Fisher just had slightly better opportunities, and they made sure to really get the quality behind them to execute and get those points on the board. Just such perseverance out of Fisher, and now they are on match point in this series, but certainly they cannot overlook what Baylor has done to make this series that much more difficult for them to secure.
Yeah, I don't know if it was honestly a funk from Fisher, or maybe they just needed to calm to reassure exactly everyone what their role was, as Morales is seemingly taking more priority as first man again and just trying to insert himself. But Baylor, on the other hand, they're playing a super deep transition first man to try and get these bumps and demos so that Fisher just has no backline when Baylor is there. But we will go to series point here. Baylor will look to force a potential game 7 in our second match of the day, and Fisher will look to wrap it all here.
Very important matchup between these two. Again, the loser is eliminated
Royales.
as we start to
Oh,
trickle down on our top 4. For now, great read, as you mentioned, by Hoxer. And now Baylor upfield trying to get some offensive pressure going. This one, waterfall down, but no follow-up to be found from Baylor.
I don't think Baylor wanted to risk it with how little boost they had. Even Zaniel going up for this is a bit dangerous, because when you're suspended in the air with no boost, that's a lot of time wasted. Morales, this one's going to go over. Zaniel finally takes a pad. Will get demoed for it. Ivan looking to take advantage. Wall dashes. Hoxer to get this save, but Fisher, tell they're setting up and trying to play a more pincer approach, just forcing the issue with every single touch.
Yeah, this is more reminiscent to the Fisher we saw in game 1. So much more hungry on the offensive side of things, getting much more productivity there. Now Zaniel doing his best to transition, does get a demo himself, which we have seen many more bumps and demos at the latter half of this series. Royales will not get the bump on Hoxer. Hoxer will able to get past one. Now ends up being a blocker for Zaniel, but couldn't get the bump through. Andy trying to put pressure. Hoxer's shot just goes wide due to boost, and just like that, Baylor isn't able to put one on the board.
We'll be able to put it across as Fisher scrambled to get it out of their zone, buy themselves some time. I still worry because I do see a lot of just panic jumps from Justice in that defensive end, and I have to wonder just how much comms might be an issue if there are any. Ivan. Justice in the back line, trying to get a demo. Realis keeps it through the midfield. Need to get a challenge through Andy. Ivan recovering. Good demo though. Hawks are defensive as always, able to be there, keep his team alive. He's going to lead this transition himself. Andy's in position. Andy is there. Andy scores!
Yeah, what a recovery here by Hoxer, and the control the entire time across the goal line, making such tricky touches, a little bit of a bump, and then Andy has enough of an angle, actually using Justice a little bit himself to put it on in, but most of the work done there by Hoxer, and Andy cleaning up that play, right place, right time.
Perfect place. Andy, to keep it out. And there's so many storied players on each of these teams. Of course, a lot of Sam players on the Fisher side and a lot of old NA legends on the Baylor side as well. Justice solo, but Ivan's going to go up for it instead. Try and get an aerial bump, but no one will be there. Realis is there to keep it in line, despite Foxer's best bumping attempts at the midfield line. Justice can't get it on. Realis tries to sneak it through, but no one is there as Baylor hang on.
Zaniel, no boost, just trying to find the 50. 50 straight into Hoxer. Is able to send it all the way across the field. Realis now challenged by Hoxer, but easily gets it over. Here, Ivan has a double tap. Justice on the follow-up. Double tap himself. Realis now coming through, but all these touches are just too far off the bar, and Ivan will now get the back pass, receive it, send it high himself, flip, reset underneath, and solo play for Ivan from end to end.
The fact that Realis sent the back pass, trusted Ivan to go for this solo play, dismantling Baylor, taking them apart, and with it we have a tie game. Ivan, you're incredible.
Such incredible plays made in the final minutes of this one in particular. You're seeing all that blood, sweat, and tears, all that practice time, really all circumvent finally to the very last moment here. And now everything matters. Each decision is vital. A mistake made could end or continue this series. Hoxer lurking. 50 stays high. Justice beats out Andy. Zaniel, though, the read into midfield. This one over to Realis, but just too far behind him. Hoxer, center field, can only just clear it. Ivan cherry picking. Does he find the read off the ceiling? No. And Andy has a little bit of time as Realis is waiting. 50 trickles out, and Hoxer there now to receive.
Realis was able to take some of the boost away from Baylor in the midfield. This allows for extended pressure. This could be still dangerous, but Realis backs off. That's a 3v2. Ivan gonna play this slow. Meanwhile, Fisher will recover. Andy shadowing with Realis. This could be dangerous. We've seen Baylor, the moment that they get in these really chasey positions, they're having a great success rate, but just setting up these 2v2s, playing them perfectly. 30 seconds with it. This could be for everything in the next goal.
Wow, leaving it for Zaniel there on the play, and Zaniel not able to find the 50. This one goes across, and Justice will pick it up first. Ivan towards the sidewall, won't get a second touch as Zaniel waits. Look at the patience, though, really, has been the biggest word for me in the final minutes of this game. Everyone's so careful, so patient, doesn't want to make a mistake. Ivan will have last look. This one will stay up.
Force it.
Touch still made, dangerous for Baylor. Hoxer off the back wall. Ivan.
Justice got boost.
Justice has boost. Justice gets bumped. Justice to the sidewall to keep it up. Andy, dribble now. Hoxer. And touching the ground. Overtime in game 6.
Trying so hard. The heart is beating incredibly quick for both teams, as both are hunting for one, their chance to move on in this bracket, for the other, their chance to stay in this series. Justice looking for the bump, does get on to Neil. Realis there for the finish! Fisher! Defy expectations and move on in this bracket!
I could care less that my prediction is wrong right now. That series had so much heart behind it, so much fight in it between these two. We saw that back and forth between everyone, just kept fighting and fighting, adjusting, being careful. And I honestly think it was to the detriment of both teams that they were so careful at the end of that series. It lasted a little longer because they were just afraid to take that risk. But ultimately, at the end of the day, on top comes out with Fisher. They managed to get a little of revenge. They stay a little longer in this one, and Baylor goes out.
And I need to give props. He was on screen just a moment ago to Royales, who has just continued to be such an anchor for this team, who has continued to just be a great IGL and leader, the emotional core, and really responsible for just this turnaround of Fisher. I do not want to discount the likes of Ivan and Justice, who have been such good and strong pieces and additions to this Fisher squad over the years. But what a turnaround from this Fisher squad to what we start of the season to now, to making the run in the lower bracket of the LCQ. This is a revitalized Fisher.
Yeah, they look very good today. I think the fact that they were also able to come back after that 12-minute and 14-second drought,
goodness.
they didn't score for 2 entire games straight and still were able to come out with a series victory just out of pure perseverance. Ivan had many great solo plays in that one. Royales, you could tell, was locked in. He was going to give himself all up to that series till the end, and he was able to do just that to secure the victory for Fisher.
Well, it's been an incredible road for Fisher, and it will not stop here. Unfortunately for Baylor, they will fall at this point. Baylor have had an incredible season, but it does stop here. At the end of the day, this was an incredible series, Chicksa. I'm looking forward to seeing even more of those. We're going to get an interview going in just a moment. We'll be right back with the CRL Spring Championship.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like, going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. While you with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working. I know you mad and honestly you probably heard I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. Silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing inside me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. We can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.
Night after night. Night after night.
everybody, and welcome back to the CRL Championship. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Royalis and the winners of our previous series. My guy, it's great to talk to you. I know you and I have talked a couple of times throughout the semester, but I gotta imagine it feels good to not only get a win over this team, but this is a team that beat you guys during league play. That's now your second win in a row in a weekend against them. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm so happy. Not gonna lie, we're feeling pretty confident against Baylor. It's been 3 tournaments we eliminated them. Of course, there was that loss in CRL on league play. It was even a reverse sweep. Remember, it was tough. But I think it was maybe our first loss. So after that, we're just like, okay, we gotta get Baylor's number now. So it feels really good. Really excited to be top 4 now, and we're going for more.
All right, well, I mean, clearly you guys have the strategies to be able to do so. I know you guys have spoken a lot about Coach Stolen and about the influence that he has had on you guys here, but clearly he had some influence on this series. First 2 games, you guys are doing it pretty handily. Next 2 games, you do not score a goal. Then you come back and you take the next 2 straight. Talk to me a little bit about that. What was going on? Obviously, you guys don't need to reveal the whole strategy, but what was he even telling you in between those games, considering the, let's say, drought of goals that you were not able to score?
I think one of the things that we're having the hardest time right now is sticking to the play style, and I think what happened there is just a little bit of us adapting. We had a full talk after we lost in CCC finals today, so we adapted a little bit of stuff, so we got to get used to that now, and I feel like those games were just us getting out of play style a bit, and then one called for a timeout, so Stone has been doing a great job. Now, luckily, Fisher also have press right here. I cannot point to him so hard. Okay, right here. He's our assistant coach, and he also coaches in RLCS. He's pretty good. So now that we have 2 coaches, a full staff, and having them in person, it's been really good. I feel like that timeout absolutely was important for our win during this series.
I am a big fan of Press, man. Him and I have gone back and forth many a times. I'm glad to see that he is with you guys, and I'm glad to see that, again, Fisher as a whole kind of feels like they've put in a lot of importance into your guys' team, your program as a whole, and I think this is a name that obviously a lot of people in collegiate, Rocket League Collegiate Esports are familiar with, but you guys have truly given this program a new light. I feel like people look at you guys so enthusiastically for the passion that you put in here. What's it been like at this Fisher program, and not only being obviously a part of it, but kind of seeing this revitalization of it?
It feels pretty good. I feel like everyone at Fisher is just so good. We're a college that has a lot of international people, as much as there's the whole things that people say on Twitter. My classes are packed with people from all over the world, and it's just so much fun. Like, it's a small college, but I feel warm in there. I feel like everyone's just adapting to living in a different country, so you can talk about it with so many different people. I can talk in Portuguese, some people in Spanish, some people in English, some people, and that works in the team as well, because Prez is half Portuguese, so he speaks Portuguese. Juan speaks Portuguese, but he also speaks Spanish, and I speak Spanish. Ivan speaks Spanish, and just is only English for now, but I'll learn Dutch for that guy. It's been pretty good. I also always love to do content, so it feels good that people are starting to like Fisher because they're following me, and I'll stick to doing it next semester and from many years from now.
Hey, man, I love to hear it. Always one of the most positive voices in Collegiate Rocket League. We're so happy to have you here, my guy. I'm going to give you the floor real quick in case you got anything that you want to say. I know you guys still got a lot of or a lot of games left to play in this run, so we might be speaking again here soon, but I do want to give you the chance.
Just want to thank everyone. Just my parents are watching from home. I'll translate that interview for them later, so just want to thank them, say I love them. Feels really good to be in top 4, and we're coming for more. We're not going to stop here. We know that we can show that we're top 1 in the country. I've been saying that the whole semester, and now it's finally time to prove it. And last but not least, they're probably not watching the stream, but Winthrop guys are right.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Royalis. Thank you so much for the interview. We appreciate you, brother. All right, that was Royalis from Fisher, and boy, I know we talk a lot about Syracuse's like Passion U. These guys are coming for the title, man. They are just so excited to be here.
I love that intensity from Royalis and the rest of the team here, right? You know, they have the confidence, say that they are going to, take down their opponents that are waiting them after this upcoming matchup. And we were talking to them, during the break, getting set up for this interview, and they're like, yeah, we just didn't know what we were doing during those 2 games that they lost. And then the timeout seemed to be the big difference maker here. I mean, Novanti, sitting on the sidelines, getting to see how things were going down. I mean, Baylor put on a decent fight towards the second half, but the first was just dominant by Fisher.
So I know one word in Portuguese, and that word is obrigado, which means thank you. Thank you, Fisher, for finding it what it means to dig deep and to overcome. I mean, it looked like they were going to collapse right in front of us, and they found a way to put 2 and 2 together to make 5. And I love when teams do that with flair, man. And they were talking crap afterwards.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the confidence from them, and hopefully they'll be able to continue that into their next matchup against Winthrop. But again, talking a little bit more about this one specifically, Morales also mentioned 3 different competitions outside of CRL. They have beaten Baylor and sent them home early, and it happens again here. They seem to be the kryptonites, and Jixxa, this is like a budding rivalry between these 2 schools now.
Yeah, I think everyone just has so much passion now that you kind of get that rivalry going. But I know also something that Royales said in the back room was that he's placed and he's tired of placing second. Like, he'd rather go out, give everything, than get to that last point and end up placing second. So right now it's all or nothing for them. And I think that sort of spirit really translates through on the field as well as in the interview.
Well, let's talk about our upcoming matchup here as well that we have on the docket. It's the winners final that we'll have in just a little bit. West Virginia versus Maryville, a spot in grand finals on the line. Fisher and Winthrop still alive in that lower semi as well. I mean, looking at our 4 teams that we have here, Fisher, the only one remaining from the LCQ. Bass, are we too surprised that these are the 4 that remain?
You're unfortunately speaking to the wrong guy here. I've actually had a relatively decent prediction rate throughout the weekend. I think if there's one team that I'm a little bit surprised to see here, I think it's probably going to be Winthrop. And that's no disrespect to Winthrop. I just kind of felt like, especially considering Northwood just won a championship at CCC, that they would bring that form into this and be able to kind of replicate that. But clearly that's not the case. I think otherwise, these are probably the expected teams. Fisher has been on a resurgence at the end of the season. They look phenomenal, as you've heard from them. The passion is there. The desire, the want to win this whole thing is there. West Virginia and Maryville, if you are surprised by either of these teams getting here, please watch more Collegiate Rocket League. It means you have not been paying enough attention. Like, legitimately, these teams should be here. So, I don't know. I'm excited by the crop of talent that we have left. I do think we're getting to the point where it's coin flip for every match, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're guaranteed, some sort of new winner here. I mean, Maryville have won stuff in the past. The big thing to see about that. West Virginia would be a big story for them if they come out on top. Honestly, that lower bracket is going to be the bracket of death in my mind, because whoever drops down, I feel like the winner of Fisher and Winthrop will have such a chip on their shoulder that they just want to go the distance into that grand final and potentially pull off a bracket reset. We didn't get it last time in the finals in the fall, so hopefully we do get it this go around. But let's talk about these 2 teams. West Virginia facing off against Maryville. Maryville, again, as we mentioned, the number 1 seed. But West Virginia, from their run during league play into now, 10 matches in a row that they have won in Collegiate Rocket League. How do you stop this, Jixxa?
You just be the number 1 team in CRL, and that's what Maryville has been so far. They did end in as the number 1 seed. They had a pretty flawless day yesterday in terms of wins. They were 1 and done when it came to winning and moving on forward. West Virginia did need to play 2 series back to back in order to get here. It's just the confidence. It's the panic. It's all of that coming together. And are they even in different colored jerseys today that are matching? I'm pretty sure they had another. Yeah, they even coordinated jerseys for each day. So that's just how in sync Maryville is at this point.
Well, it looks like, they have their faculty also there supporting this team. We talked to Speed yesterday, and he was saying, shout out to all the people who voted against them that we saw. But even then, I mean, they're having fun with it. They're actually taking it a little bit more seriously here in Novant, and I feel like that's a big difference in a Maryville we haven't seen in this form before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not to say that they weren't taking everything seriously, but sometimes being fast and loose is a good way to build some chem. But then outsiders tend to wonder whether you're dedicated to the cause, right? So now you have yourself a matchup here where it's kind of expectations versus past results as a hot streak when it comes to West Virginia. And really, it really comes down to who has the focus. And so you out there having a good time, you kind of lex, you kind of hang around. People are saying you don't have the focus. Now it's time to surprise everybody and lock in.
This is the big thing. West Virginia University will see what they can do to keep this fury going forward. I mean, they look so strong in their previous 2 matches. I think the biggest difference here is Cosmic has really come alive on this team, Bass. And I feel like that's a big boon for this roster where he was a bit questionable at the start of the semester.
I think they've talked very publicly about this. You guys have not seen the WVU esports socials. I highly recommend you go take a look because they've done a decent amount of interviews with these guys kind of talking about the struggles throughout the year, why they've ended up here, and sort of what the changes have been. And one of the biggest things, I think, in kind of contrast to what we were just talking about with the prior series where, Maryville was saying, oh, we need to be able to have both individual and like sort of open like abilities. This has turned into a thing where they are like, no, we need to rely on each other. We need to trust in each other. We need to play as a team. And that is what has made the biggest difference, is that Cosmic isn't necessarily like hard carrying the team, but what he is doing is he's working with them extraordinarily well. There's a long ball downfield. Cosmic is there in the way. This guy is such a disruptive force on the pitch that I kind of feel bad for teams that do have to play against him. So it's very hard for me to kind of like say, oh, Cosmic is the guy who has changed everything, when I think Gyro and Matt have done a great job adjusting to him. But yeah, you kind of just got to be real. Cosmic was the #1 prospect in the offseason for a reason. He has figured his place on this team out, and it's incredibly impressive to watch.
Also, even just seeing like Gyro show off another level of skill that we've been waiting for on their side of things too is another thing, especially in the first series against Fisher yesterday. I feel like he was leading the charge alongside Matt, like a dynamic duo that they had. And Coach Angel, as they were even shouting out in the interview, it seems to be like a big difference maker for them just in locking in between games and the series themselves. So it's an interesting spot for them to find themselves in, where it's like, okay, if we're not feeling as confident as we can always just talk to our coach, get a timeout, and go in from then on out. And that's the cool thing about these being, best of sevens, Novata, is that they have that timeout available. And we saw last series just how effective it was.
Yeah, absolutely. The first series today, there was no timeouts called, and I was scratching my head and asking, why not? You have the extra break time.
Like it for some reason.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes you kind of ask what if, but strategic timeouts are great. Other chance to see what's happening now in the moment, chance to reset if it's anything for mental. I do think there are strategic ways to flip the game in your favor. It is a power-up. It is a cheat code. Use it when you have it in your arsenal.
Well, let's get into predictions for our upper final here. A spot guaranteed in the grand finals, and some of that $20,000 worth of Scholastic prizing available as well. Chicksa, who do you got?
I don't think they'll believe me at this point when I put this prediction out, but I did vote for Maryville today. So Speed, you cannot complain. I put my faith in you guys in this one to move on forward. At this point, if they lose, they're going to also blame me because apparently I always go the opposite. But that is okay. At this point, Maryville looked undeniable yesterday. They played a dominant series. They said they felt like the #1 seed. I mean, looking at the cams, they look way more serious than WVU does, which isn't always necessarily a good thing, but you do not want to get between them and that monitor right now. They are really down to business. So yes, I indeed did vote for Maryville in this one.
What's interesting too is all the teams remaining are not champions so far. We're guaranteed someone who hasn't been a CRL champion itself. We've seen, Maryville do well in league play. They've gotten, the top for some of that before, but not done as well in the championship, especially this past semester. But the big thing here, Novanta, I mean, is that going to be enough? The legacy of Maryville and how they've been doing so far this semester to carry them against an undefeated streak team that's been on 10 wins?
Yeah, that's the big question here, because I'm one of the biggest supporters of West Virginia. I mean, every semester there's the preseason rankings. I'm like, oh, West Virginia rank 1.5 or 0.5 or whatever. So yeah, if you really want to be champion, you got to be able to earn it and prove it, so no one thinks it's a Mickey Mouse championship run. I got to give it to Maryville. Maybe the fact I saw the championship jersey drip, I don't know, man. I think they have West Virginia figured out. That's my pick here today.
Okay. They're in the facility. They're locked in. Is that going to be enough for Maryville Bass, or does West Virginia just have something different about them?
I'm going against my better judgment on this one, because if I were picking on the day, I think I would say a different answer. But the thing is, my bracket has not really failed me. I've had like one prediction go off pretty badly. Outside of that, I think that when I was like, I was coming into this one with, I think, a mindset of like, hey, I'm going to look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, without trying to zoom in on how well WVU has done, is that it's Maryville. And Maryville have talked about not only are they in their own minds the #1 team in Collegiate Rocket League, they want this, man. Obviously, WVU wants this, but like, you transfer the #1 player in all of Collegiate Rocket League to your school, you better make it to the grand finals. I've got Maryville taking this one. I think that Arju and the boys have got this on lock. I think WVU are going to be a fight for them, but I think at the end of the day, I got to trust my gut. I said Maryville initially. I'm sticking with them.
I mean, they signed the champion from the last year, so we'll see if that's enough. Novant, did you have any other thoughts about that?
I'm just saying Bass here gloat maxing. My predictions are great. Okay, Bass. All right.
Usually I have like the worst predictions on the planet, so the fact that they are coming true, I feel like Jack Collier, shout out to my boy. It's been a while since Corelli's been on here, but he had a perfect prediction one year, and we have been chasing that ever since.
They had that like lower bracket run of like craziness.
He predicted it by the series, literally exactly to where Ball State would get to and then get eliminated. Unreal.
That's crazy.
And get eliminated. Yep.
Well, we're going to be cursing Maryville here because I am going with Maryville as well. Unfortunately, for their side of things, it's a full desk sweep. So, hey, they called us out and said the whole desk didn't vote for them last time. Well, now they got their wish, so we'll see if it's enough to give WVU the edge there in, you know, the history itself. But last time, these two teams faced off against each other. Maryville was just another tick in the win category for West Virginia in their 8-match streak during league play. So I feel like if they can at least showcase some of that skill as before, then West Virginia, who are looking even better this time, is going to be a tough task for Maryville to pop off. But they signed the best player in CRL, a former champion for the last year, and are looking to continue their journey from here on out. The WVU are on that 10-win streak, and Maryville, they're one of those teams who are looking to break it as well. Coach Angel leading Gyro, Matt, and Cosmic are on a hot streak, but the question remains, can it continue? Speeder Relating Wave, joined by fall champion Arju, look to secure the #1 seed and also the win. It's the CRL Championship Upper Final, a spot in the Grand Finals, and top 2 on the line with 5,000 guaranteed to the winner. So let's hit the pitch and figure out who comes out on top.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, send them home. I said it the first time these two teams matched up. I will call it again. It is time for Maryville, the intruders, the European invasion, to face some of the best that North America has to offer. A studious team, a university, a program that is synonymous with American collegiate sports. Can they now defend their home territory? Novanta, I'm ready for this one, my guy. Let's get into it.
Well, I wasn't ready for Bass Karaoke, but I'm definitely ready for this best of 7 series, so let's get into it, baby.
I'm ready, man. Again, for those that have not been with us throughout this season and who have not seen the back and forth between these two teams, this is in almost everybody's mind the #1 and #2 team in Collegiate Rocket League. West Virginia, it's a resurgent #1 or #2, as they did not start off that way but have gotten better as the semester has gone on. Maryville pretty much sat atop that throne at multiple times throughout the semester, and although maybe at moments they've been given the silver or the bronze, they have wanted gold, and they have played that level the entire time. So I have expectations that they're going to do well here, but again, Novant, I mean, you've been WVU's #1 supporter through multiple years. I have to imagine you're relatively confident they're at least going to give them a fight.
Oh, absolutely. The thing about West Virginia is their run of form is so great that even if they are defeated today, you will say they had something who saw happen and barked down. That could have been our first goal of the game. But I was going to say this, West Virginia is very good at making an impact early. Now's their time to really put the game on their pace in favor.
I'm very excited to see how this one goes back and forth. I really do think that West Virginia, this would be some of the biggest momentum that they can secure just to get this win. And again, force a bracket reset. This is a double elimination bracket where the reset would be required for the team coming from the lower bracket. And I mean, we almost saw that last semester, so it's not surprising if we're able to go back to it on this one. That being said, Maryville have told us that they kind of got a timeline to keep, so they're really hoping they do not go to that second bracket. In order to get there, though, they probably need to score a goal and not double commit to concede the first. That's 2 players jumping, and fully Matt will take advantage.
Yeah, it looks like Maryville is saying they want to do the work by the scholastic pricing hour, not by the gig. But I tell you what, how you don't win series is concede like that. That was something where everyone wanted to press in one direction and the ball went the other.
Unfortunate start here for Maryville, but again, this is not surprising. WVU have had an offense that very few teams have been able to figure out throughout this semester. Just the amount of pressure that they put on squads and eventually make them break on defense has been an issue for a lot of different teams and a lot of different programs throughout their time. However, Maryville don't seem all too perturbed by it. They seem pretty, I'd say, set in standard here as they tried to get an air dribble cross courts. Flip, what? I was gonna say flip reset. Doesn't really do much, but then it's a miss off the backboard and Maryville get a freebie.
Maybe it could be a tactical whiff there. Speed drug everyone out, and the timing was really awkward for everyone. Arjun didn't have to do way too much, but what he was done was effective. We are level once more.
I didn't realize that Cosmic didn't have any boost on that play. Unfortunately, stuck between a rock and a hard place, but this is not going to get any easier from here on out. Maryville, again, very capable team. It's not likely they're going to stay down in series like this for long. They'll at least be able to find an equalizer and play on as we get to halftime here. This ball, though, going to lurk a little bit on the Maryville side. Your demo from Cosmic, I thought maybe would give them some extra space to be able to work with, but they're taking their time right now. WVU, again, really do like to set up shop on offense and kind of wait for their opportunities. Looking for another one here on a low boost Arju, but good passing play connects, but the shot against Matt will be easily turned away.
Yeah, this is your first time seeing Maryville on stream. First of all, where have you been? But one of the cool things I like about their tactics is that they have a thing about dropping back and giving almost too much space to their opponent and then closing in on the same run of play. They don't do a tactical shift. They don't do a game shift. It's really part of their defensive strategy. Almost like this rubber band thing where you're thinking it's only a matter of time until you're swarmed and dogpiled by a bunch of Maryville.
And they're very coordinated. I think one of the biggest things that they've talked about as a team, and I really think about the individual players talking about sort of their conquest over North America, both in CRL and RLCS, has been a more, I'd say, safe, more reserved play style for Europeans, where they trust in each other, trust in their teammates, and trust in the teamwork that will eventually result in goals or at least a solid defense. Again, the singular mistake they showed on defense is what conceded the goal. Outside of that, they've been pretty steadfast. They're even starting to get some more chances on offense here. With 100 to go, this could be another. Cosmic will get in the way. Speed tries to corral this out at midfield, and two players from WVU dive at it. It might work out, though, because Matt can rip a shot. There's not enough interference on Relating Wave. Downfield, he's going to be able to make the save, and the ricochet will pinch the other side. We go back into the WVU half here as Maryville getting more and more chances throughout this game.
Yeah, I can't fault Matt for doing the absolute screamer right down the middle of the goal. Didn't work out for them, but kind of put them a little bit on ice skates, trying to get back in time. I like taking risks. I like showing your opponent you're bold and want to make bold moves. You got to be careful not to concede so late in the first game.
Yeah, you got to be careful at moments like this. Again, little mistakes will get punished, and I think that's a recipe for disaster on either end. Only a minute to go, though. It's really looking like golden goal territory here as Arju tries to take it off the ceiling, but is unsuccessful. Gets sent back into the Maryville half, and I was going to say maybe it'll lurk there for a bit, but a couple of extra passes from the Maryville teammates might get them a shot, and it will. Cosmic this time, not going to jump early. He doesn't have a lot of boost, but at least make the save and maybe try again, as here comes Arju now on the rebound. Relating Wave to take over after yet another deflection that'll stay in front of this WVU net. 30 seconds have passed, and it's been all Maryville on offense. If they can hold on to the final seconds of this clock, they might find an opportunity.
Man, Relating Wave, I bet, probably kicking themselves to make it do that last pass going cross net was a mistake. Should have been right there near post to really draw the defense. But hey, look, 10 seconds left until an overtime period. I understand going far. Didn't work out for them.
Arju, one more chance here. Got a full tank of boost and a decent amount of airspace, but it's taken away by Matt. Is there anybody there from Maryville to keep the play going? There is, and there's also players from WVU who might want to take it the other way. Cosmic's kept this up for a bit longer than he anticipated, and Gyro tried to help him out, but was unsuccessful. We have overtime here in game number 1. We said this would be close. It does not get closer than this.
Yeah, totally fitting. Both teams look like they have parts of the game where they were in firmly control, but it has gone back and forth. So it's kind of that sussing up here we always say in game 1, but this one's a little bit more aggressive. Seeing each team show they are here to throw haymakers if need be. But we're still tied at 1. That one's saved by Arju across the line.
Maryville not going to let something so easily get by them. It's going to take something spectacular, and so far it's been pretty set and standard for a lot of these WVU approaches. Maybe a flip reset from Gyro can change that up, but with Arju on a full tank of boost, and he'll be able to handle that one pretty easily. Cosmic doesn't have any boost, and Arju, I think, knows that. Otherwise, he would have taken it up the sidewall, so he'll just try to go for a 50 and give another shot. Relating Wave takes a shot on target. Matt will be able to save it. Now he's going to try for an aerial the other way. Not a lot of boost in the tank, but that is a really awkward touch for the Maryville defense. Is anybody there to take advantage? Not quite, and Relating Wave is going to try to get past Cosmic, and with a little amount of boost he has in his tank, he will prevent yet another Maryville attack. They're setting up more and more time on this half here in Ovanta. It feels like eventually something's going to have to give.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I was going to write down my notes. Anyone who's a coach right now would say, Maryville, what are you doing? But what they are doing is drawing out West Virginia to go out of position to make sure to put themselves in striking distance, because frankly, once it gets to the top third, it really has been the Maryville show.
That being said, West Virginia are still getting their chances. It's usually individualistic chances where there's not much cohesion amongst the team, and this is the problem. You get too eager, and the counterattack will take you down. Speeds end out game 1.
Oh, especially to the truth of his name, on the run, the poke out, Speed saw it and put it down with a beautiful angle shot right down the middle, undeniable.
Good way to start for Maryville, especially considering with all of that offensive effort, something has to give. And yeah, it did take them a minute and a half in overtime, and it did take them a total of 10 shots, but eventually they get it done. I think it's a bit odd, though, it even mentioned the 10 shots, because it's basically even on both sides. I think it is actually exactly even. So West Virginia, as much as we talk about, hey, Maryville were in charge, they were controlling the offense and the flow in that game, West Virginia had an equal amount of chances to be able to take that one.
And I think that's what really is indicative of the scoreline and what West Virginia's been doing with their recent run of games. They find ways to win, so it's a good thing for them. They can take in solace despite the defeat. They really weren't out of position too often. It was really a run and gun goal. They should really take that and make sure their mental is not affected by that. But that said, a win's a win and a loss is a loss. You're in the upper brackets. You have that extra life. You want to preserve that for as long as you can. What you don't want to do is give a team like Maryville any kind of room to think they can go ahead and steamroll you in the series.
Yeah, it's a big thing. Is Maryville are not a team that need extra confidence or momentum. I actually think that one of the big issues throughout the season has been the opposite of that, where they will come into series and maybe be not overly confident, but just not have enough respect for their opponents and not recognize that they need to lock in. If Maryville is locking in, if they are respecting you, if they are confident in their own play, and they do that from the very get-go, it's a very different version of the team. And I do not think that Maryville are sleeping on West Virginia by any stretch of the imagination. Like we said, these two teams definitively somewhere in the number 1 or 2. If you want to argue 1, 2, or 3, I let you do that. But at the end of the day, these guys are somewhere on the podium, both of these squads. So there's an expectation. There is a level at which we expect both of these teams to play. The question is whether or not we're going to see that through a full 7-game series. Because, again, not a bad first game for West Virginia, but Maryville have shown the ability to clutch it up. If they just take 4 straight here, just off the momentum of the first, I'm not necessarily going to be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look, this can go back and forth, and to say it can go 7 games is not really much a bold prediction because of how these teams are made up and how they are so good with each other, despite the fact they're different flavors of Rocket League. So if you're West Virginia, I would just say you got to make sure that you do not go too far on the defensive side of things. I know you want to be a wall in front of the net, but if you're the slower team, in this case they are, it takes a little bit of a half step to get back on that run. That really put them in the bad position. That's why they conceded that late goal. And if you're Maryville, hey, sometimes speed doesn't kill. Sometimes you got to be the faster team, the one to execute more rotations to put yourself in the mix.
It is impressive to see that. I feel like we don't normally talk about Maryville for the speed of their play, but I think in that game in particular, we really did see that. I think their ability, especially to get out of their own half and not get locked into that constant cycle of pressure, was incredibly impressive. So I don't really know what the name of the game is going to be here for Maryville. Obviously, we talked about the cohesion and that European play style that they're so solid at, but I think as the day goes on, we might see a couple of different maneuvers here or there. I'm expecting an Arju pop-off at some point, man. He's just too talented as an individual for us to not have at least one moment that just makes us go, holy cow, how did you hit that?
Yeah, and the thing is that when you win a game like that, on the run like that, look, I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. We are getting the next lobby up for our next game, bit of a technical issue. But the question I want to ask you, Bass, when you have that win, you find a way to eke one out in overtime, there's situations like this where you are waiting for a lobby to be created, would that have a negative effect on your mental going forward?
I think it could. I think it kind of depends on how you kind of react to the loss of the last game. I think for the sake of WVU, it could obviously be tilting to give up what is seen as somewhat of a freebie considering the lack of resistance on the transition, but I don't think that they should. I think this is one of those moments where West Virginia played a very good game, and I think we've seen this from teams before where they're like, yeah, we might have lost, but we're not going to change our play style. Obviously, it worked in the last one, and maybe it wasn't flawless, but it's a coin flip, and we said that, and when we say that, we mean it. So if you come into this game with the same strategy, who knows that the coin flips to a different side, and maybe you're able to take the win. I think for both of these teams, they recognize it is far too early in this series to either A, tilt out, or B, believe that this is already over. I think for both of these teams, they know they've got a long road ahead of them. This is going to be a battle from here on out.
It's one of those things we always talked about how important it is to use timeouts. You kind of got one of them as a freebie. I wonder that impacts any strategy as well, but you're 100% Bass. We go right down to our second game. It's really one game to the advantage of Maryville. Can they hold their momentum to make this a short series? That's up to them.
Back on Forbidden Temple here. Love this map, love these two teams, and love the fact that we get this chance yet again, Novanta. A little bit of a tech pause here, but you and I get to continue with our upper bracket final. A reminder, everybody at home, the team who wins this one gets an extra life in our grand final. It is a bracket reset required in this double elimination bracket, so whichever one of these two teams comes away the victor, they give themselves a much better chance at success, and already Maryville is back on the board.
Yeah, talking about the momentum killing of a tech pause. I say, nay, sir, Maryville. Just 7 seconds in this one. Make sure the momentum carries forward.
Good start for Maryville here. Unfortunate start for WVU, as again, it's not necessarily a bad defense from them, but it's a similar position. Cosmic just kind of left on the line after his two teammates make fail challenges where neither one of them are able to get it away from the goal mouth. He then has to just kind of jump and hope that maybe he can predict where that shot goes. Yeah, he's got a full tank of boost this time, but good luck stopping a shot from Speed. He has been on point here today, and unfortunately for WVU, they're just giving far too many chances to a Maryville that do not need any extra. Half a minute into this game, it has not been a very long time, but already we're starting to see that WVU might need to get even more creative if they want to way through this Maryville defense.
I think you just hit the nail on the head about how valuable speed has been so far. Not necessarily the speed to the name, but definitely the positioning, but the kind of the vision and height and foresight to see where balls are going to be and anticipate coming in their neighborhood, coming in their part of the pitch, has been invaluable for that team.
Yeah, it's been incredibly impressive to see that this guy has kind of been touted as captain for this squad just because I think he is probably the most vocal player and has probably been the most public face for them. Very impressive, by the way, considering you have Arju and Relating Wave on your team. So yeah, you got to be pretty loud and proud if you want to try to prove that you are the guy for your squad when you've got these dudes around you. But I agree. I think Speed has just been such an impressive player throughout the season. I think oftentimes when this team did not perform up to expectations, I think he was the guy to fully admit. He was like, no, we sucked. That was bad. We did not play well. That is on us, and we're going to improve. And I think every time that they said we're going to improve, we're going to make up for it, they've done exactly that. So Maryville, again, very impressive squad. WVU have shown their very impressive abilities at multiple times throughout this season, just not quite yet in this series. They've scored 1 goal now through 7 minutes of play. Meanwhile, Maryville back on top already here in game 2.
Well, shout out to accountability if you're going to go out there and say we suck. That's definitely how champions are made. But yeah, I really think that this game really has to be the West Virginia game. Even if you drop the first minute or the first goal being conceded, to find a way to lock down some space and probably use the corners to your advantage to put something on the board.
They're trying their best right now just to break out of the half, but these shots that just keep peppering the net are causing problems for WVU as they can't seem to ever find a structure that they can build upon. Finally, they do get a chance to break out, and we've had a lot of quote-unquote own goals. That is the ownest of all goals. My goodness, Arju, what happened?
Arju says, allow me, Mike, and that's a shot on frame. Beautiful, but for the wrong side for Tyler wannabe.
I like how Arju, I'm looking at the cameras here. He is not laughing at all by that. He is very upset that he just owned goal. Speed is belly laughing. Bro, like, leaned back in his chair and is, like, pointing at him like, bro, what did you just do? Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say I don't think that was intentional. I don't think that was a necessary touch. We play on. It does bring up a bit of an issue for me, though, here, Novanta. That's 2 goals now that WVU have scored, both of them off the backs of defensive mistakes from Maryville. So still yet to kind of create their own goals. It's just more been the blunders getting punished on the other side.
Yeah, it takes it back to the days of Sunless Khan playing Mafia, but on the button, a score by Relating Wave, and well, actually, ball don't lie, right? Maryville gets back with the lead.
This is a bit confusing, too. I think it's, again, just kind of leaving the final man on defense in an awkward position. That one ricochets out of the corner, and Matt, despite having a full tank of boost, is just not going to be the first one to that ball. So he's kind of at the whim of wherever Relating Wave is going to shoot it. He puts it perfectly on target. There's not much of a stop, and once again, WVU need to be careful. They've been leaving their final defender in very precarious positions, and with the quality of offense that Maryville is throwing against them, you just can't afford to do that.
It does seem like there's kind of like a triangle thing that West Virginia is trying to do, where it's like secure the ball, pass up front, and that typically is a very standard way of rotating and getting yourself in front of net. It's just not working with the team as deep as Maryville. They've dealt with tactics from all over the world. They're a bit more fluid, and you're right, that European chem is legitimate. They got to get more creative, West Virginia, and find something they don't usually do. I'm talking about playing C's, D's, and E's. You got to go a little deeper in that bag of tricks to put this to a different kind of dimension on this game.
And I think it's going to be individual efforts. They're going to have to be those extra plans here. Again, we talked about the incredible mechanical abilities of all 3 of these players. I talked a lot about how Cosme was kind of just given free reign to do what he wants downfield. Obviously, he's not getting those opportunities in this game, but I'd still like to see him try. Maybe go for something off the ceiling. Go for some mechanics down midfield as they can just try to get an air dribble that turns into something. Because right now, passing plays like that aren't connecting. Relating Wave straight up dusts Cosmic to that ball. Another passing play from the sidewall, and Relating Wave just bumps Matt off the ball before he gets a chance. So again, they need to try something else. Go back to the drawing board and try different offensive plays, because right now Maryville seem to have a game plan for everything you're throwing at them.
Got to single out Relating Wave here, because the defensive effort has not necessarily been the crispest, but it's definitely been effective, right? Sometimes you get beat on the ball, hey, just bump the person that beat you forward and get it back. And Relating Wave, especially as I speak about them, put one on the board, 3-1 Maryville.
Again, and it's just an awkward defense. Gyro makes a challenge that is not very solid. Cosmic immediately makes one after, but he's got no boost, which means Relating Wave just needs to put it around him. Again, it's these failed initial challenges from West Virginia that then leave the follow-up man in such a precarious position that they have no idea how to escape from, and that awkwardness compounds until eventually a goal is found. Maryville playing a very clean 2 games so far. West Virginia, I'm going to have to imagine there's a timeout coming after this, because this is not the best version we have seen of this team, not by a long shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And timeouts serve out different things. Yeah, you can talk it over about what you want to do and clean up. I think they'd be best to have that timeout or just sit and zen and listen to music or something, because I do think they're pressing. I do think they want to be able to show out on championship stream, and it's pretty much doing too much.
I do think this is a case of just overcooking it a little bit, and it's not necessarily a bad thing that they're continually going for these passing plays, because it's clear that they have the cohesion and that they do trust in one another, but it doesn't matter how synchronized your play is if you're not getting goals, and indeed, they will not here in Game 2. That's 2 scored over 10 minutes in comparison to Maryville, who find 3 here in the second, and indeed, we are going to get a timeout call from West Virginia.
Yeah, rightfully so. So this was a game that actually presented more questions than answers for West Virginia. The first game, it was close. You really had that overtime goal. You can chalk it up to saying, well, maybe we just got beat on one play. It happens. But this one here was a bit more of a complete performance from Maryville. So if you're West Virginia, you got to say, look, what is not working? And for me, it definitely feels like the offensive side of things is one-dimensional. You got to do something to really put your opponent off balance. I'm a big proponent of that. I say that all the time, because at this level, you're not going to triple flip, reset, plan beats anyone at this juncture. You got to do something that no one sees coming, and that's how it's done. How do you beat the Flash there, Bass? Ice. And make him slip, you know what I'm saying?
You got to do something, man. I don't care if it's throwing, just a bunch of nails on the road and hoping that they run over them and flatten their tire. Like, I'll go Acme type of levels of stuff if we really have to at this point here. But yeah, this is definitely one of those moments where, again, West Virginia really do need to figure this out now. They cannot afford to go into the next game and have themselves low momentum and just not be able to have that confidence in their play style. Again, they do look good, but you can even see it here. No one's talking. This is their coach in their ear. They're being told exactly what is going wrong, because it's time to learn a lesson.
Yeah, I think any coach worth their salt can see what's going on there. The action now is, can they put it all together? And I do think they have a chance. They have a path to victory. I do think they have some tactics they can use. We've seen them before. Again, that run they had did not come out of thin air. This is something you got to really go back to see what worked for them, what brought them to the dance, and execute.
Yeah, this is very much like I know we've been hyping up West Virginia, and a lot of you at home are probably like, why at this point? But trust me, that they are good. We promise that they have proven themselves to be this talented. They didn't get here off of sheer luck. They got here through winning 8 series in a row. This team was not even pictured to make it to playoffs up until that unbelievable streak. So they have proven their quality time and time again. I think that unfortunately this series, though, is like we talked about, I think it is a problem in terms of them just not being able to have the play style that they want, and I think it's also a problem of Maryville's play style is really shutting them down. I think these deeper rotations with a really aggressive midfield that is good at taking boosts and being able to just kind of suppress any counterattacks has become a huge problem for West Virginia, who I think we talked a lot about it. A lot of their mechanics are getting these mid-air passing plays. If those are being challenged every time and you're just not getting the space to even develop those plays, that's a problem.
Yeah, space is such a problem here, and not even in this series, just all day. You're seeing more teams being able to dogpile more, cut off people at the pass. It does feel like there's this idea that you should be as formal as you can for Championship Sunday, and every team that somehow found a way to advance says, no, we're throwing it out the window. We're getting a hand in your face mask. We're just trying to cut you off. We're being a tank in the mid-pitch. We're going to battle you in the corners. Got to get your hands muddy. Got to get your hands dirty. You really can't beat a team with aerials right now. You got to get more tactical. So if you're looking at Maryville now, you got the 2-game advantage. You're almost halfway there, or you are halfway there to advancing. You can't slow up now. Do not give West Virginia any kind of room to maneuver. Don't hang back and go, let's park the bus. We already have the 2-game advantage, because it can really be a long series if you think like that.
I'm hoping this is a longer series, though. Again, there's a very real world where this does end up turning into a 4-0 sweep. I think that the Maryville guys look very locked in. And again, I think WVU are still trying to figure out what adjustments are necessary, how they're going to be able to even keep up with this team here. So a lot of theorizing, a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda. I think at the end of the day, all that we've got, though, is the Rocket League that is played in front of us here. And again, I really do hope that we can see West Virginia play to that level that we anticipate, just for the sake of a good series, man. We've had so many bangers on the CRL stream so far throughout this weekend. It would suck to see this sweep be so clearly blasted here on our final day.
Yeah, and actually head back down to the pitch, and I gotta wonder whether that pause was enough for West Virginia to get themselves back into the game, shake the cobwebs out, and reset as we move forward.
Yeah, we're just trying to get everybody into a lobby here again. We apologize for the tech pause at home. I think West Virginia will be thankful as it gives them a little bit of extra time to theorize. But I also think they're laughing a little bit because they're like, guys, we figured this out. Can we just play Rocket League, please? Can we get back into the game? Trust me, we're getting there as quickly as possible at this point here. We appreciate all you guys at home also for sticking with us on this one. As we just want to make sure everybody's at the best level to play. Everybody's got the best connection. Everybody's got everything good here. Again, circumstances have been all over the place, but these guys are playing at home or at facility, so at least we're not fighting up against land connection.
Hey, I'm a bot. My ping is 0, but you're right. We're just waiting for that idea to happen now because I'm excited to get back into this. The more you wait, the more you get in your own head, the more it gets to become sloppy Rocket League. I love when both teams are crisp, so the quicker I get back to the pitch, the better.
I'm very excited for this one. Again, we want to make sure that this day goes on as quick as possible. Also, we talked about Maryville, kind of got somewhere to be as soon as this one is up. They're really hoping they do not go to that second reset, and they're really hoping if they do go to that second reset, it is not a long one. So we're getting ready here. I think we're just about ready to get into our third game. A reminder that if West Virginia does not win this, it will be a reverse sweep required, and again, a lot easier said than done in a moment like this. I do not envy anybody reverse sweeping in a bracket like this in a moment like this.
Yeah, reverse sweeps are always difficult to begin with, but now you're doing that against Maryville. Not saying it's impossible. Stranger things have happened in the game of Rocket League, but I can tell you one thing, Bass. It'd be slim to nil chances for a team like that for us to come back. So don't dig yourself so big of a hole. This one, I'm not even sure if you're going to have tactics if you want to now I think about it. I was talking about like postulizing about tactics and formations and rotation. I think at this point in time, just start swinging the hammer and go as far as you can to disrupt what you can to make sure you pull a game back in this one.
Literally do whatever, man. It's throw things against the wall and see what sticks type of attitude at this point because, look, I'd rather you full send and come up empty than to never send at all and just kind of hope and maybe wonder what could have been. We don't have to wonder any longer. We've got game 3 here in our best of 7 between Maryville and West Virginia. Maryville looking to try to close this one out quickly. And again, if they play anything like they have through the last 2, Novanta, I think that's a likely scenario.
This could be a turning point if there ever was one. Now is the time for some action. The Hero already trying to get something on the board.
Like the physicality we're seeing from WVU here. That's not necessarily completely different, but it is a refreshing change of pace. The problem is that Maryville go right back to their usual, which is bait out a defender from net, steal a boost in the corner, and just make them awkward. Gyro doesn't even have any boost yet. Max just flopping, hoping to get a touch, and Gyro maybe could have gotten to this ball on the sidewall if, again, he had any boost, and this is the problem. Maryville are just suffocating everyone on WVU, and it makes every chance at an offense so awkward.
Yeah, the space tactics going back to what worked for them is closing things off. And Maryville hasn't really looked strong offensively in this game, but they're getting closer and closer. That tells you what? Lying in the grass, waiting for a chance to strike. If West Virginia does not figure out these tactics now, you can open yourself up to a battering of goals moving forward.
St. Bernards lurk in the grass like they're lions. That's a new thing. I thought that those were mostly snow dogs at a certain point, but maybe the Mountaineers have taught them. Yeah, a little bit. Oh boy, all right. In the middle of our nonsense, we finally find the first goal here, and Novanta, I hate to say it, I think part of the reason I brought up the nonsense, this was going to happen one way or another. We knew this was coming.
Oh yeah, exactly. So what we saw, right, kind of inching up towards the goal, trying things around, really drawing West Virginia to a low security as far as timing, and now that shot came out of nowhere through the defense. Now, if you're West Virginia, you got to tighten that up, or else you may see a lot of goals come from that side of net.
You asked for a bit of a switch up in the strategies in game number 2. West Virginia, I think, are attempting to do exactly that. Maryville said, no, we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to steal boost in the corner. We're going to disrupt the final defender. We're going to make things awkward. And after enough shots, eventually you will concede. It's very close rotations. I was talking about the maybe wider rotations of the team before, and I think they're doing a good job at that on defense. As you can see, Arju's all the way back and ready for this one. But when it comes to offense, man, they have like all 3 players swarming the net, and you just have to kind of wonder who the person to take the shot is. Obviously, WVU didn't necessarily guess right nor wrong on that last play. The shot was just never found. But again, just got to be frustrating if you were the team on defense to try to figure out how to stop these guys as they just can take a shot from anywhere and just keep you awkward the whole time.
Yeah, that's a proper offensive attack. Look, everyone loves to do shots from the heavens. I get it. I've been there too. I also been on the receiving end of shots like that. But if you have 2 or 3 options coming at you at any time, and you have to make a choice as a defender, yeah, when you clear it out, you're a hero. You get the little savior medals. But when you miss, you concede. And we all know stat lines are cool, but score lines are prettier.
I would say don't play hero ball. You don't necessarily need to be the guy to make up for your team. You just need all three of you to be in the same idea. If you're not necessarily synced up like that, good luck winning a championship in any level of Rocket League. But right now, Maryville have that cohesivity. They are looking incredibly synchronous on almost every one of these plays, and it's making a lot of issues for West Virginia that they just cannot seem to solve. Maybe a chance here. Gyro trying to break out. Great setup to his air dribble. He'll try to turn it into a pinch. That doesn't go on target, so where's the follow-up? It's Cosmic straight to the ceiling, and Matt doesn't even want to follow it up as the third player because he knows Gyro is retreating on very low boost. So, again, just the harassment of that final player from Maryville as they chase the other player off the pitch just gives enough time that Maryville can set up shop and play a proper defense here.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested with the tactic of dropping back, but forget that. Gyro makes sense. We have a plan, baby, and equalizers. Easy peasy.
This is a very light goal, but I think they're just more expecting Speed to get a little bit better contact, and whoever it is off the backboard, I think Arju was just hoping he'd make contact as well. No contact whatsoever. No one touches the ball, and that's going to be a freebie of West Virginia, finally showing that they can also break down a defense and make them awkward.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it was kind of like outsmarting their opponent on the line, and it was a light goal, and it won't make any highlights except for the ones that come at the end of the matchup. But you know what? It's effective. All the same as something they needed, but what they didn't need was that. Relating Wave says too bad for ties. I like we're out in front.
I'm gonna need to watch this one back here. Oh, Cosmic goes for the boost off of respawn. I think he's thinking his teammates are gonna get back by the time that Gyro is seeing that sail over his head. And he's like, no, I got this. He realized he doesn't. Cosmic doesn't either. The freebie, and again, it's just unfortunate because it feels like West Virginia, as quickly as they do build momentum, they have some sort of silly mistake on defense that almost immediately stifles anything they were building.
That's unfortunate. The last thing you want to do is get caught looking for boost on a replay goal like that. So that's enough to mess up anyone's mental. But yeah, it was kind of unfortunate. You thought you had a way to get back in the game, and already you're back underneath.
And again, low on boost and very awkward here on defense. That was two players posted up on the backboard with 0 boost in the tank. So Maryville now just kind of setting up shop and starting to harass and make some larger problems. That's a double demo, though. And if Arju can't keep this on the half, that should be a final breakaway. And of course, Arju still does exactly that. That ball stayed in the corner for the entire time that those two players were demolished.
Yeah, that was interesting how the play just stopped. Everyone kind of buzzed around it. I'm not sure if everyone had different tactical ideas, but it didn't really benefit anyone but slow down the pace of game. But we all know when you slow down the pace of game, it does favor West Virginia. I do look for them to score now, but it has to be now if we want to be able to save this game today.
Underneath a minute to play, Gyro's trying for something through the corner, but he's immediately stopped. And Speed to turn this one the other way so that Matt now has to restart from his own half as well. Pitch downfield, though. Heads up play from Relating Wave. Knew that he had Cosmic cherry picking. Were they prepared for the follow-up shot from Matt, though? Absolutely not. Banger from the corner to equalize.
Clutch. Put themselves in the silver, if not golden goal situation, right on the money, right when it was needed. West Virginia's not going away yet.
That's a really good play from West Virginia, and that's the type of offense we've been looking for. A powerful shot and a well-coordinated one at that. Just all around, much better play from them. Please do not concede a goal immediately. That has been the trend so far throughout this game, and it would be incredibly demoralizing to watch you guys, after all that effort, just immediately go back down. Maybe they'll score instead. No, Speed denies that shot, and the follow-up against Cosmic. Arju, I think it's a bit of a ghost touch on that play, but it'll give West Virginia maybe one more chance. No, Relating Wave is just going to carry this into the corner, and with with numbers advantage to West Virginia, I think they're just trying to stifle this one. The demo downfield made things a little awkward here on defense, so I think they're just going to spike this to the ground. Speed backs off that ball a little weirdly. I'm not sure why he did that, but they're lucky they don't get punished. We have overtime instead.
Sometimes you wish you had an extra second if you're Maryville, but yes, the ball drops overtime, and last time we saw how that one ended.
Arju might be able to end this one very quickly. That's an interesting pinch off the backboard, and Relating Wave somehow reads this? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Relating Wave was right there creating their own destiny. It had to make that happen. It almost overran the ball, but you know what? Seeing it, spotting it, bringing it down, that's the reason why they're on top.
I know we've talked a lot about West Virginia. Hey, you guys got to be more prepared for the offense being thrown at you. You got to be a little bit more, I'd say solid on defense as a whole. I have nothing for that. I don't know how you predict that. I have no idea how you're predicting that out of Arju. That is a perfect pinch that somehow bounces off the backboard in the best way possible and is right to the hands of Relating Wave. This is getting brutal, man. I know we said that West Virginia should be putting up a fight here, but the fight they've put up so far is maybe hit a jab, a left hook. It's been all knockout blows for Maryville.
I gotta say, the scoreline is a little bit unfair for West Virginia. It's not like they're like rolling over or capitulating. I figure I put an SAT word in there too. I'm behind you, Bass. You're like 4 or 5 of them on me. But then when it comes down to it, yeah, at the end of the day, these are 3 straight victories for Maryville, finding ways to win using 2 things. 1, Team Chem to really understand where your partner's going to be 2 plays ahead, and more importantly, beating that last line of defense to put things on the net. West Virginia did not have an answer for this, and when they did have an answer, Maryville came from a different side, and that's where they up 3 games to 0.
I think it's one of those issues, and we've talked a lot about this throughout CRL, RLCS, just the levels of competition within Rocket League, where it's like, it's great if you play up to the level of your opponent. It doesn't win, though, if you're just at their level. And I think every time that we've seen West Virginia do something spectacular here, it's been them getting to the level of Maryville. And while they've never been able to pass Maryville have been able to one-up themselves every time. That final goal is the most one-up of all one-ups. Unfortunately, this could be the deathbed here. Neo Tokyo for our 4th map. If West Virginia cannot find an answer, this will be the end of their upper bracket run.
If there's ever a chaos map in CRL, it's Neo Tokyo.
Yeah.
It has a chance for really for West Virginia's last stand. Full send, you said 1-9 formation, I would say 100%. But there's one thing I would say that Maryville has really unlocked in this one, and that's anticipating how balls are going to come out of the corners and the lips. It has really confused anyone at any level, but once you eye those down, it's almost like you're playing with a 4th car on the pitch.
And they're incredibly good at not only being able to figure out these angles, but also kind of forcing them through very strategic 50s. I think we've seen the 50 game evolve over the last year of Rocket League just in a very important way. Obviously, it was always important before, but just the emphasis on being able to win 50s out of midfield, being able to hold possession in favor of your team has never been more important and never been under more of a spotlight. So it's been very impressive to see that Maryville have kind of done exactly that. They're just shooting from every angle and keeping possession in their favor with these lighter touches or 50s that they just fully own. And then they get passing plays like this. Again, West Virginia just thrown into a blender in the first minute here, just hoping to escape.
Look, the goal was great, but I'm going to take a step back. If you saw what was happening with the rotation, Maryville kept a high line defense, meaning the last man was at the halfway mark at the pitch, basically cutting the pitch in half, and we just saw a 3-man weave go back and forth, couple after triangle after triangle after triangle until one actually broke in. This is a goal that was conceded that was absolutely technical, if not textbook.
Yeah, this is if you've ever wanted to learn how to play Rocket League at a high level, just study the replays here of Maryville, man. They're doing everything right. The defense is in the right place at the right times. The offense is knowing how to play as a unit. However, that's their first somewhat blunder. They will finally find a goal here, WVU, and it's a great initial save, but where's the second man for Maryville?
Yeah, I was about to shake my head. An opportunity squandered there by West Virginia, but thankfully, graciously, Gyro sees it. Isaac didn't rotate away and had another chance at an open net to make sure this tied 1 apiece.
Give a quick shout out to my dad who was watching this one, because he's been texting me updates the entire time being like, man, Maryville is just absolutely housing all of West Virginia. And I'm like, hey, there's a little resistance here. I know that you're like, we're all on the train of, all right, it's over for WVU, but they still got life, man. There's still a chance at this one. They have got the ability to turn this around, especially considering, again, if they can start producing plays like that on repeat. Their offense has shown that brilliancy and has shown those moments. I just feel like Novanta, it's just been so far and few between.
Wait, your dad texts you? What's going on? Is there a group chat? Could I join this group chat, bro? Like, that sounds pretty cool.
Is it the people from California group chat? Because I think that I'm cool with this one, man. Shout out to the West Coast.
But Dad's
West
right,
Coast domination, man.
Dad's right, man. It's just been such a crazy level of Rocket League thus far, and the way they're happening, it's going back and forth. It's fun to watch, man.
It's been a fun one to watch so far here, and again, we appreciate not only the parents of the casters here, we also appreciate the parents of all the students in the background as well. If you guys have never been to a collegiate event, I'm telling you, there's no one in the seats that are louder than the parents of the players, dude. They get so into these games, it's awesome to see, and I'm glad to see we are finally getting both teams into this one. Novanta, this is probably the most even game we have seen outside of game one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Again, also shout out to the parents. If my daughter or son was out there making Scholastic Prizes happening for them, I'll be happy too. But we are seeing a game that's close. Hey, West Virginia seems more close than any other opportunity for a chance to go ahead, and that's the not off the line for Relating Wave.
No, please tell me that's not going in. Oh, and it is. Speed finds the cross counter. And you gotta feel they played this right, man. They even threw a slow ball underneath to try and get the change up, and it still wasn't enough.
I done fainted in my chair. That is a heartbreaker if I ever saw one pass. Ouch, and or yikes.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm heartbroken. West Virginia at every moment get back into these games and they play well. And then you have that one moment, as we talked about, of hero ball where they just overly cook it. And that doesn't matter. I take all of my statements, I retract them. Ignore me. West Virginia are back in this.
Now, ignoring you is not nearly as fun, but look at this one. Another equalizer. And Matt gifted an opportunity, but you see what was great about this shot here is I think West Virginia in game 1 and go 2 would try to roll that ball in and have it more secure. But seeing the defender popping it over, chip shot, it's money.
This is what we were looking for. We are looking for a West Virginia that is not only not making as many blunders on defense, but are stepping up on offense when they're given the opportunity. I have the worst caster curse imaginable right now, man. I keep trying to hype these teams up, and then they do stuff like this.
Look, there's nothing worse. Or I would say, no, top 5 things are worst things. When you are coming back as the underdog, you equalize, you have a bit of a breather, and you instantly concede. This is how you have a stronger team put the thumb on an opponent that could be at their mental end when it comes to this one.
And Daryl gets it right back. Navata, what do you want to talk about at this point? Because clearly every time that we try to talk about Rocket League, we just predict wrong, and then it looks nonsensical.
And did you hear the Giants have a new head coach? Totally kidding. Yeah, it's going back and forth, baby. I love Rocket League. Let's do this.
Oh, that was a true California dig. Bro heard was like, when do I get to get the Giants? I gotta say something to get under Bass's skin. I appreciate you, but right now we're gonna focus on what's at hand, and what is at hand is by far the closest game we have had from both of these teams. The offense is finally finding their opportunities. I think the coordination from everyone on WVU is obviously better. The kickoff goal should prove exactly that. What I need them to do now, though, is hang on. Do not get overzealous. Do not get over eager. If you do, you will concede another silly one. I think one of the biggest issues for WVU is that they haven't necessarily had brute force give them all the goals against them. It has been some mistakes on defense. They need to be careful here. With as little time left on the clock, overtime would much more be your friend. Double committing like that will not. Shot not quite on target. The follow-up gets secured. And unfortunately, Ovanta, it's another caster curse. I said be careful, and then they double commit.
Maryville needed to win this because with all due respect to West Virginia, every goal WVU had was due to defensive mistakes by Maryville. They got to tighten it up, and that's how you do it. Get the go-ahead goal. You have the minute. Now it's up to you whether to decide to park the bus or go for the dagger.
They got to try to find something here, man. I need to see WVU respond in kind, and I do not think we're going to see a park the bus strategy from anyone on Maryville. They understand that this aggressive offense that they have put out has been their key to success. If they stop doing this, West Virginia will take advantage of that extra airspace that has not been afforded to them throughout this series. However, West Virginia are getting something together here. That's also a good demo. They can steal the boost. Yeah, it's going to leave Maryville a bit awkward here. Unless the challenge is a little bit late, and speaking, just taking under. All 3 players have a ton of boost, but 2 of them go back into their own half to restart rotations, and now it's going to restart their offense. Matt getting tested, and this is not where you want to be if you were West Virginia.
No, you can definitely see the walls closing in. Maryville going back to their so patented triangle high line defensive pattern. Good thing WVU found a way to break out of that, because that could have been really bad for them. Oh, it's a shadow frame.
Finally, West Virginia do what they need to do. They flex their mechanics and get a phenomenal play. Matt has 0 boost that entire play and gets it out center. And again, you think, all right, cool, the job's done. No, you have 2 defenders to shoot back, and Cosmic bangs it on target. 8 seconds until OT. West Virginia, I am begging you, let us get there.
They didn't even bother doing the silver platter. They just gave it to them. Here you go. Have a chance to make it tied once more. Don't do that.
No. Please don't. Okay, I thought we were about to see the end of this one on a 0-second goal. The only thing that would be more heartbreaking is a kickoff goal in favor of Maryville. Oh, no. Gyro, don't miss this. I'm begging you. Oh, that's a really bad touch. Is anybody there? Okay, cool. We get away from the kickoff goal. Now we'll just be conceding one.
I just never saw a game goal like that. But yeah, Maryville basically had 4 defensive mistakes, conceded 4 goals, and now we're setting ourselves in a overtime situation, looking at either a sweep or letting your opponent back in. Stakes couldn't be higher for a team that has 3 games up in a best of 7.
I have full faith that they're going to be able to extend this series. West Virginia, I believe in you guys. I want to see a good series. I want to see a back and forth. Although the road is going to still be arduous from here on out, a reverse sweep required. If there's anybody who can, Arju's on the other team. Man, I was gonna make an Arju joke, and
see, that's the problem with puns.
It didn't
Puns
work
are
out,
always
man.
the worst part. Don't do puns.
I can't. Nobody can dethrone the king. We just gotta leave those to Audible.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a man at this. But you're right. 1 minute's gone around this overtime period. Later, we have the chance with a dagger shot over the last defender at the corner. Oh my God! We're leading wave. We're leading wave. What a shot! What?
What year is it? 2019? Relating Wave stunned on the entire pitch and doing it himself? We love to see it. 4-5, the final scoreline in a 4-0 sweep. Maryville set them packing. They're heading to the grand finals with an extra life in their pockets.
Allow me to compose myself. What a good goal that was. Wow! What a way to end the series. Maryville does it in style after causing so many mistakes for themselves. They find a way to advance.
I gotta feel again though for West Virginia. How many times did they claw themselves back into that series, into those games, only to have it just dissipate before their eyes? That's got to be heartbreaking. We talked about the tilt, man. I gotta hope this team's got a little while before they're gonna face off against anybody in the lower bracket. But they better be studying on this one, because that was definitely one of those moments where I feel like West Virginia had that moment of brilliance, had those opportunities, and just could not consistently put them together.
Yeah, West Virginia did one critical mistake when you have a team that's a high seed on paper, and that's really giving their opponent too much respect. They were really kind of kind in that first game and a half. They were kind of in the situation as far as goals were concerned, but didn't really feel competitive. So I would love for them to have that lower bracket run, and really just be a smash mouth Rocket League bump and demo aggressive team to get themselves back at here, because I do think they're way better than what the scoreline said today.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. I do think that they're, obviously West Virginia did not put up their best performance here today, but I think it also just goes to show going toe-to-toe with Maryville is still impressive in itself. I don't know, man. It just kind of feels like this has been an issue for West Virginia in multiple iterations of this roster, where they do extraordinarily well. We finally have faith in them, and when it comes time for the biggest spotlight on them, for them to not just kind of succumb to the pressure, they seem to do it in a multitude of moments. Again, that fourth game was great. That just should have been them playing that level the whole series.
I always tell you, man, Neo Tokyo, they make champions, they make pretenders, but you're absolutely right. I think focus was the issue here. Technical skill was there. Maybe you could talk about rotations, maybe you could talk about some of the defensive miscues. Sure, that's definitely part of it, but it really felt that they got to hear the bright lights were on and they started hesitating, and hesitation is really the only mistake you can make in this game.
Unfortunately, that hesitation has now landed them in the lower bracket. They still have a chance here, but we got to figure out who they've got a chance against. It's going to be Fisher versus Winthrop when we return for our lower bracket semifinal. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. Dance with your silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing inside me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together.
back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.
The Epic Octopus Song.
Okay, now this is epic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CRL Spring Championship. I have our winners of our upper final bracket that have, booked their ticket to grand finals. Speed, how are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty perfect, to be honest. We need to get a move on because we have a flight at 9:40 Central. So the sweep is very helpful.
Yeah, I was saying earlier when everyone was talking about it, you kind of control your own destiny. If you win in a sweep and then win again, and then your day's over. It's done, easy peasy. So I don't know if you know or were watching, but I see the stream in your background. All the casters did indeed predict you guys in this one, so Arju can no longer complain about me in particular. But anyways, how does it feel having the support now, or at least the faith from the casting booth and everyone that you guys are really currently the top dogs?
Honestly, I like it. I mean, Arju said thank you. Does that make you now 1 for 30, I guess? I don't know how many times you voted against him. I'm going to call it, let's say 1 for 10. But yeah, no, having a cast, having a death sweep is actually quite nice. I mean, we look before we start. It just gives you motivations both ways. Like, oh, hey, they think we're going to lose, so let's win. Or, hey, they actually think we're good, so we are good, so we're going to win. It's just, motivation both ways.
Yeah, incredible stuff. So talk us through that series. You did have a lot of overtimes. Unfortunately, the servers had to fall a couple of times. Was the mental point? I know we saw some mistakes that we laughed about in the last one. We got some pretty good moments between you and Arju.
Yeah, Arju 100 gifted, putting it top corner. It was a good shot, to be fair. If there is a goalkeeper in net, never saving it. Phenomenal shot. No, we were good. We just laughed when that went in. Yeah, vibes are good. We're looking forward to the final.
Incredible. So of the 3 remaining teams, how are you feeling against them? Is there anyone you want to see in particular in the grand finals? Do you want another rematch against WVU? Do you want to see Winthrop or Fisher? What's it like?
We still think WVU is the best. At least I still think WVU is the best team remaining. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again. I would like to get Winthrop, so it could be Granddads versus Granddads with Garrett and us. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Final thoughts as well. You have, the prophecy always that we talk about is EU versus NA. With you guys being an all-European team, how does it feel to be going against all these NA rosters and kind of living up to expectations of European kind of just dominance?
It's weird, right? Like, I would have said a couple of years ago it matters, but we've been here for 2 years now, so it's almost like there's assimilation. Like, our playstyle isn't even like fully Europe anymore. Like, when I go back and play EU2s, I'm like, oh, that's European. Like, mine's some kind of mesh. Everybody's here is some kind of mesh now from spending 2 years here. So, like, we're different, but we're not massively different to North America nowadays, I'd say.
Well, Speed, always a pleasure. Any last final thoughts before I give you guys a little bit of a rest before your grand finals?
Yeah, can all the other teams, the matches before us, speed up? We have a flight to catch.
All right. Thanks so much for your time, Speed, and of course, good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Well, Speed, guys, confident, cool, collected, as good as always. And, it's just pretty incredible seeing Speed, seeing how the team has come over time, how they now meshed, apparently their NA and European play styles. All of that culminated together, what's your general thoughts of Maryville now and how they're vibing?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, all smiles across the board. Also, a great look there from Novanta just celebrating the chaos that's been going on throughout that series was pretty awesome. As they were even talking about, the 100 gifted with the own goal was pretty great from Speed. But yeah, it was a fun series, regardless of, West Virginia having their woes throughout it. They had some close games, a lot of OTs, and it's another one of those series that doesn't really, the score of it doesn't tell the full story, right? So I just worry for West Virginia, getting 4-0'd here, not getting a single goal, or not a single game. I mean, they got a lot of goals. That might demotivate them when they're looking towards the rest of the bracket, especially since they're going to have to wait a series and be a little cold going into their lower bracket final. I mean, Bass kind of looking ahead towards that. How does this West Virginia team re-lock in? Because it felt like they just didn't have that clutch factor this time.
Dude, I'm almost at the point I'm done trying to poke and prod at WVU to figure out what is going wrong for them, because it's the same conversation every time.
Yeah.
Like, we just go, we're like, guys, we've seen you hit the mountaintop. We know how capable you are, but when it comes to putting those pieces together, it just doesn't seem to be there, man. They're a very talented team. I think the clutch needs to be there, and I think one of the biggest things for them is that, like, I agree with what Novanta was talking about. They need to stop respecting the other teams that they're playing against. Obviously, there's a level of respect, but, like, when you have two players that are just always pulling themselves back past midfield on every approach because you're worried about a counter, you're just giving away possession. And I feel like there were so many parts in that series where, like, Novant and I both were like, where's the extension? Where's the other player? Why is there no longer a possession for WVU? You have the boost, you have the players, you have the advantage positionally. How did Maryville come away with this one?
Maryville's just that team. I guess that's the case here. I mean, Novanta kind of talking about the bracket here as well. We see Maryville just on a run. Baylor, the team who's given them the most trouble, and they're already out of the competition, so they don't really have to worry too much. But looking at the rest of it, Fisher and Winthrop, both teams that have, you know, a chip on their shoulder, still wanting their own victory, and they have a tough opponent winning them even after their series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know Maryville has many different goals. One, to win the chip. Two, getting on that flight. But it's not going to be easy time for them just because of how different their potential suitors in that grand final are going to be. Plus, it may have that extra life in hand, but it doesn't necessarily mean that a bracket reset can't happen. So focus is going to be paramount, but it does look like they're on top of the mountains looking down.
Well, we'll have to see going into our, I guess, third or fourth to last series of the day, right? The lower semifinal to determine our top three for our spring championship bracket for CRL here in 2026. It's going to be Fisher facing off against Winthrop. Both of these teams are looking to make the lower bracket runs of their lives in this championship. Winthrop and Fisher, both two bird, I guess, mascots that they have, want to fly up above the competition as best they can. But I really have been seeing, you know, some great improvements across the board today from both of these teams, Chicksa. And I mean, Winthrop, my only worry for them is they've been waiting the longest here.
Yeah, we always often talk about how kind of waiting and watching could be to your detriment if you don't warm up, if you don't, you know, stay in that mindset. Fisher, though, have also had a break, granted much shorter due to the sweep that we just had. But at the end of the day, both teams need to really look into why they're here. As we mentioned, I think we've talked to both teams today already, of course, and both have had similar just thoughts in terms of enthusiasm and fight and everything in between. So I think ultimately, you know, they're snacking on stuff, they're keeping themselves awake, they are in both different environments, so they're all just trying to put everything together in this one. Fisher wants the rematch, Winthrop wants that lower bracket run that everyone's talked about so much, but at the end of the day, I think they just got to leave it all out on the table.
We'll see if that's enough for these teams to leave it all out on the field itself and try to go with as much fury as they can. I mean, we heard from Royales during the interview that they are going to try and beat down their opponents as best as possible and prove that they are the better squad. And we saw during the semester, right, these two teams facing off against each other, and it went the way of Fisher. So kind of looking ahead of things here, Bass, I mean, what can we expect going into the series between these two teams?
I think this is going to be a very scrappy series. And I don't mean that in terms of like, oh, it's not going to be well coordinated. I think it's going to be very physical. I think it's going to be very aggressive on both sides. I think both of these teams, when they play confident, they get very flashy. And I think we've already seen that from Fisher. It's kind of up to Winthrop to be able to live up to that expectation and live up to that level. They've been confident, though. Everything we've heard about Winthrop, despite maybe not the greatest performance so far throughout the weekend, has been that they are those guys, that they've been doing it in the scrims, that they believe in themselves, that they know they are capable of that. So I gotta hope that they can show up here today, man. I think that today the narrative on day 2 is just show up, man. Just get here and play to your normal level. If you do, good job. If you don't, well, we see how good CRL is. You're not winning.
No, exactly. So let's get into predictions here as my cat wants some attention after we get through it. So, you know, there we go. Full cat cam on the broadcast here for a second. But, you know, we got to see who is going to be the one to take the victory here. Is it going to be Winthrop? Is it going to be Fisher? Whose journey continues? What do you got, Navanta?
Look, we're at the point of the tournament we just can't talk about past what happened last week, last month, last semester. Has to be what's going on right there, right now, and right today. Based on run of form, based on rotations, based on speed, based on possession, gotta give it to Fisher. They look like they have a chance to put themselves in the conversation for grand final. It has to happen now. Their test against Winthrop won't be easy, but I think they're the stronger side today.
Okay. We got Fisher for 1. Do we got Fisher for 2, or we got Winthrop?
We do have Fisher for 2. Granted, I think of all the series today, this has the highest possibility of going the full-length series to 7, and I fully expect it out of these two. Fisher has a lot of heart. They've shown today that even after a 12-minute and 14-second drought, they can come back and they can rebound in a series and have that perseverance, and I think ultimately that is such a strong ability to have at this point in the bracket.
Okay, sorry, just get a little distracted here on my end. But so far, the death sweeps have worked. Are we sweeping it this entire way here, Bass?
I'm afraid we are. I think we are. Look, man, I don't know how to feel about Winthrop. That's the easiest way for me to kind of, my feelings about them. I think they're a very capable team. I think that last semester I had a lot more confidence in them in their playoff bracket. I think I have now been convinced by Fisher. And maybe it's not the wisest of decisions for me, but man, I just believe in Royalis. Dude convinced me in that interview. I'm willing to put my faith in him, and I'm willing to back Fisher.
Okay. We got 3 for Fisher, but we're not getting 4 for Fisher. Last time we saw Winthrop be the runners up in the championship in the fall, so I gotta back them. I gotta back Captain America. The Unk, I guess, of CRL at this point. He's been around for over a decade in Rocket League itself, and now in Collegiate Rocket League for as long as they want to be on their side of things. So I'm going Winthrop with my prediction for this one. Change it up from the momentum that we've seen. Fisher looked great. Winthrop, of course, as well. I think either of these teams can take it. I wouldn't be surprised, as you mentioned, Chixa, for it to be a 7-game series itself. Sorry, I had to lock in for a second there. But even then, both of these teams, a lot on the line, right? They've had runner-up performances throughout the last semester and this year of Collegiate Rocket League, and they're looking for another chance. This is their last moment to make those movements up towards the top of the echelon in Collegiate Rocket League. So we'll have to see. Last semester it was Winthrop who were second. Fisher had been second in so many different lands and competitions at this time. But Fisher need to be led by Coach Stolen to another upset victory, while Captain America Garrett G looking to assemble the Avengers and continue Winthrop's run. It's a battle of the runner-ups where a spot in the top 3 is on the line. Falcons versus Eagle, do or die. It's time to decide which team's fate is the strongest.
Well, Bass, we are down to our final 4, and it is my final cast of this spring season. Maryville has already punched their ticket into grand finals, and the 3 remaining teams looking to claw their way into that lower final and rematch Maryville ultimately. Now we have Fisher, Winthrop, WVU waiting in the wings as well for their opponent. So much more left on the line.
I'm ready to get into it. This should be a fun one here as well. Like we said, this definitely has the potential to go a full 7. I think it depends on what version of these teams we see. Again, Winthrop, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by this. I don't think they've played up to their best level so far throughout this weekend. I think that we have seen some less than stellar performances from them, getting swept by Baylor 4-0. Yeah, that's pretty much indicative of that. That being said, I think if you do watch this Winthrop team at their best, they're incredibly entertaining, really incredible offense, incredibly effective defense, and just overall very flashy mechanics that can have you saying wow on every other offense. So I'm excited to see if Winthrop can play to that level. I think we are expecting Fisher to do exactly that, but if we get the full 7 of this series, we are in for a treat.
I think this does have the highest potential for that. Between these two, they have fought in this lower bracket from the get-go, and they will continue to be fighting. We've seen the back and forth already in the first minute of gameplay. Winthrop's had a couple of shots on the board, all of those saved easily by Fisher, who has kept a level head. Missed there by Royalis, will not allow any pressure for now, and we'll see, can Winthrop now put some offensive pressure of their own, but justice comes in the nick of time.
But stop so far here. Both teams proven that they've got the defense to withstand the pressure being thrown on either end. You're going to need something better in order to get past them. Be an air dribble to the backboard from T. Carell. Holy pinch down. Not really sure how he was able to contain that angle and have it just spike directly in front of net, but unfortunately, Garrett was not prepared for it. He will try for the follow-up, but it's a bit too late. And Percy lurking out of midfield is just trying to prevent a counterattack. Try as you like, though. This is a lot of interference play, but still no shot found, at least not initially. Just does to try and keep this play going, but with no boost, he's going to have to concede. And D. Carell is going to find another opportunity. This time, he will not miss.
Phenomenal solo play by T. Carell. Just takes his time, understands he doesn't have much boost, and Morales is a good bit away from the ball, so the challenge comes late and the one-on-one play executed.
Start here for the team that I would say probably needs it more. I think Fisher is probably aware of how good that they are, and probably have seen it already throughout this weekend. They can have that confidence. But Winthrop getting on the board early has got to be instilling some extra confidence. Again, obviously, they beat Northwood and lowers. It's a bit of an odd series, but being able to really, again, reinstill that confidence, really believe in themselves is going to be a huge difference in this game. And so far, so good. That first goal has been able to stand as we get into the latter 3 minutes of this first game. And more offense from them. T. Carell shot on target. I think he was hoping maybe to have Garrett from some interference. Percy will swing in as the third man just to keep the play going. But Winthrop absolutely in the driver's seat right now.
This one popped up. T. Carell saving it from the wrong side of the field. Able to get a nice touch there. Percy backboard into Justice, who pops this one up for Ivan, who's made some solo plays already today, but easily taken away towards the corner. Percy has T. Carell across the field. He'll pick up that 100 boost, but doesn't have enough power behind it to get the pass through.
I like that idea, though. Yeah, T. Carell knows the ball's not getting to him, so he just rotates back out to midfield, steals some boost, and just gets ready to play for what could be an elongated attack here. Especially if that's a good 50 from T. Carell as well. He's just all over this ball right now, and unfortunately, Fisher are none the wiser. Makes another challenge that just catches them off guard, and the ball somehow finds its way right back to him. This is the T. Carell show right now, and honestly, if you're Winthrop, you're thrilled about that. He's playing a really good game and just not giving opportunities to Fisher, and Fisher on the other end are just getting hammered in net over and over. Shots run against them, and they just seem to have no answer.
Ivan having to make a difficult defensive touch, and luckily Morales comes in to support, but T. Carell still attacking. Garrett G also up as well. This one does end up going out towards midfield, so the clear will come through for Fisher, and they actually get a good touch towards the center of net. But unfortunately, again, no more of a follow-up than that. It's been difficult for Fisher to get upfield without having an opportunity to really get a nice shot on.
Down pass, not going to be enough here. They're still trying for something in this final minute, and Winthrop's doing whatever that is. I guess it's a little bit of an assist, and it does work out. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Was this the pull shot into the aerial? Did T. Carell actually help here? No, he doesn't touch it. This is all Garrett.
Still, nonetheless, a really great solo play by Garrett G. He ends up getting an air dribble just into that 50, and he executes that 50 flawlessly from the air. So now Winthrop up by 2 in game number 1. Fisher's drought, it seems like in some of these games, continues on. So they've been unable to score throughout this game. You have to wonder if it's just who was more warm, who was more prepared. A lot of things could consider, but there is plenty of game left to be played in this best of 7.
Yeah, I think game 1, unfortunately, is going to be one going back to the drawing board for Fisher, though. Like you were saying, I think this is just a hotter start for Winthrop, and I think also for Fisher, this is, nothing unusual for them. Again, we talked about this in their last series where they had 2 games without a single goal, and they conceded 9 in that time to Baylor, but they were able to turn it around. So for Fisher, I think this is just kind of a learning lesson, recognizing that Winthrop is not the same team that you have faced in prior rounds of this tournament. You're going to need something different against them, and it's going to need to be a little bit more clinical, because the goals you've given up here just cannot be afforded. I think another good example of that. This ball goes all the way downfield, but where is the defense on this play?
Yeah, you have to wonder. I think they just overcommitted at this point to kind of open house, see if they can get anything in the remaining seconds. I don't think it's necessarily a rotational error at this point in the game. I think it was done on purpose. But for now, Winthrop looked very strong. A 3-0 finish to end out game number 1 against Fisher, who looked quite strong in their last series. T. Carell certainly putting up a lot on the board himself to kind of propel his team forward.
Yeah, that was very much T's game by far, and that really shows off the scoreboard as well. Scoreboard's going to look a little bit wonky here, though. I don't think everybody was prepared to see one total shot for Fisher. So I know we're obviously hyping up Winthrop and saying that they were the better of the two teams in that game, but I think the scoreboard alone kind of proves that 8 saves required from Fisher, a total of 10 shots for Winthrop. So it's kind of clear Fisher's game plan did not work in that first game, and it won't work. You cannot win a game with one shot, no matter if you scored or not.
I fully agree on that aspect. Winthrop played a great approach between all 3 players. They all had a goal. They all were able to get upfield, go fully through rotations. But for Fisher, they didn't manage to get anything upfield cooking. And you have to figure out different ways. We've seen outlet passes today. We've seen demos and bumps really come alive. There's many ways to facilitate that offensive pressure. And Fisher has multiple different players that they have the potential to utilize to facilitate that pressure. So I expect an adjustment going into this next game exactly for that.
I don't know if you guys are recognizing who's in the background of that Garrett G shot. I think that's Cumberland's own Polar. Shout out to, I think, another one of the teams that are competing at CECC. So it's nice to see all the familiar faces kind of popping in and out of these cameras here. Let's see if maybe he's got some motivational words to keep Winthrop on this winning streak. We head over to Forbidden Temple for our second game. And again, it's really all eyes on Fisher, though. They need a response after, I'd say, a very lackluster game number 1.
No shot here to come out of it, and Justice in a one-on-one scenario now with Garrett G does get the touch out towards the corner, and now Royales on the way back looking to 1v1, but Percy pokes it away into the corner just in time.
Garrett trying for something. Get mid with a challenge mid-air by Ivan. Not necessarily surprising to see. I do think that Fisher are obviously recognizing that they need to try to be a bit more proactive in this game, force those touches out of Winthrop and put them into those awkward scenarios, and get back on defense in time. This time, Ivan's back. Get prepared for the follow-up touch. Justice will bail him out. Royales, the only one with really any boost in the tank. He's going to have to do a lot here, and he's more than prepared to do exactly that. Great setup to the air dribble. Maybe Ivan can find a shot, but instead, Justice just has to try and contain this one out at midfield.
Percy sends us the other direction. T. Carell as well. Just a quick shot on target, but what a way to go across the field. Royales is touched up the backboard, unfortunately wide. But I love the outlet pass. I love the thought from Fisher. Unfortunately, they just couldn't execute it properly.
I like the idea, though. I agree with you on that. The fact that they're pre-jumping plays that are coming off the backboard, just trying to kind of catch Winthrop by surprise and sort of, I would almost say, calling their bluff. They've been given so much time through the first game that I think Winthrop are trying to play with that, trying to give themselves time to set up these plays. And Fisher all of a sudden just starts taking that away, just starts diving and making challenges in places they are not expecting. And we'll start to throw that defense off guard and get them a little off tilt. Maybe he can work out here because he's got Royales downfield. Does T. Carell know that? Not quite, but Percy does. The save is there, and there's no follow-up either. Ivan just not in the right place out of midfield, and heck of a play out of Winthrop on defense.
Royales up for this one first, still has boost to follow up. Percy waiting on the challenge. Ivan is demoed, and for now that means Fisher has one less man to get towards the ball. Ivan in the way on the respawn, and Royales again, a little bit of boost in the tank. He get that 50 and he does get it through. Granted, Garrett G waiting, actually being extra patient, even though Royales didn't have any boost in the tank. No shot here from Justice, and I think that touch was not meant to come through the way it did.
That would have been a nice passing play had it been, properly executed. Instead, it was not, and that's another opportunity just sort of left at the table here for Fisher. They're getting more of those opportunities, though, and I think that's a huge sign of improvement. And these mid-air connections, I think, are also demonstrating that. Ivan this time will not hesitate for his challenge out of midfield and lock into a heck of a reset. It's not going to be enough. There won't be a follow-up from any of his two teammates, but you can see Fisher, they're not only getting creative on offense, they're starting to find more opportunities and more meaningful ones at that. The problem is that Winthrop need one good play and they break out. Shot's a little high, but that was probably the closest we have come to a goal so far in this game.
Great defense from T. Carell there, pre-jumping that one so the ball doesn't get towards that back wall. A couple of touches here that leak out into Ivan. This one off the ceiling into the dribble. T. Carell again credited with yet another save. He's been perfect when it comes to challenges and defensive saves in this game so far. A pinch here goes all the way the distance, but Percy easily handling it towards the side wall. This one, though, sneaks out on the 50 as well. The bounce not red. Can Royales get the second touch? Does get it on the retribution, and Royales top shelf.
And this is what he does best, man. I've seen him hit this exact shot so many times. He loves to send it off the backboard, hold a reset, and then just slam it on target. It's a great way to bait out a defense that is already awkward. It's even better when you've got precision like that off of said reset. Perfectly top left, a heck of a way for Fisher to finally get on the board in this series. And they're trying for it again. Of Ivan denied on the line, but Fisher have come to life.
Now going the other direction. T. Carell, the back pass to Percy, who's just demoed after that touch. Garrett G waiting on the side wall. Will get there first, looking to apply that pressure. But what a clear by Justice in the 50 to boot in midfield. Just a minute remaining on the clock. Pass down to T. Carell, and what a shot, bottom left corner to equalize.
Now we're starting to see both teams firing on all cylinders. This is such a heads-up play from both Garrett and T. Carell as well, because I think Garrett obviously could have taken that into an air dribble or something off the sidewall, but he recognizes Ivan's already gone to the corner. Royales is posted on the backboard. You throw it to a teammate who's maybe got a better shot from an odder angle, and he's not going to miss it. Great stuff once again from what I would say is, we talked about de facto captains. I think T. Carell has really turned into that guy for Winthrop. He has the most experience in the CRL, maybe not the most experience as a professional player, but this guy is the guy to talk to. If you want to know what's going on in the Winthrop camp, it is T. Carell, and he is defending that title adamantly.
Ivan, and touchdown to Justice. This keeps it upfield. Royales waiting on the sidewall, does read this well, and it drops down in front of net where Garrett doesn't have any boost to really work with. T takes over, but rushes that touch, but good thing Percy pops it up. Now it's across the field. We see the challenges go through, but yet no shot will come out of it, and another clear goes across the field.
Trying to turn into maybe one of the safer games here in this series. Both teams really do not want to overexert themselves on defense. They are fearful of making a mistake that could cost them this game. This could be the one also as well, though. That's an awkward challenge out of Justus. Is anybody there for Winthrop? No, it's actually Ivan who comes away with this. Plus the lead blocker in Justus, but it's still not enough. Royales will try to keep this one up, but he's not going to follow his own touch. He knows he'd rather see an overtime, and indeed we get there. Overtime game 2, just for Fisher to finally get maybe one game on the board.
We've seen so many overtimes today. It has been, for the most part, single goal games that are deciding the difference in these series, and this is a vital one. Being up 2 games in a series or tying it changes the direction and the momentum that either team is feeling. Garrett, opportunity here, but keeps it away. The 50 levels out. Ivan is there first. A difficult challenge backwards, but Royales now gets the pass from Percy instead. No double touch read, though, and this one gets past Ivan in midfield.
Just does. No boost, but he's going to still try to sneak in a shot here. And sneak is the optimal word there, considering everybody had full boost, so I don't think that was going anywhere. Despite that, it's actually Winthrop who find the next opportunity, and then it's a follow-up from Justice that almost gets past T. Carell. Heads up play as he gets back in time, and even on low boost is able to get a wheel in the way. That'll prevent the counterattack. From counter to counter, neither team able to score despite really good chances here in this first minute.
This one on the dribble, unfortunately, is saved. Justice still lurking. Fisher all pretty overextended. A pinch that goes the other direction. Royales sends it out to Ivan. Ivan on the shot. Can he thread the needle? And he can't. All 3 players on Winthrop in the net deny. Royales, though, to himself off the backboard. The captain again brings it forward.
Finally gets it done, and again, this is what's going to take in order to get past the defense like this. You need to bait that first challenge. You need to make sure you get around them, and you need to make sure you finish it yourself. The second man has not been able to get to the ball in time in almost any of these plays, so if you can't beat them, just get it past them immediately by yourself. Fantastic stuff from Royales. It is not surprising to see him at the top of the scoreboard here with 2 goals, 4 saves, and 3 shots. He was electric in this second game.
Not even at the top of the scoreboard, double of nearly his teammate. Graded points at the end of the day, they don't matter that much, but surely showing the impact that Royales brings for this Fisher team. I mean, they just managed to play so well. It was tight. The shot count nearly even on both these teams. Same thing with the save count, the assists. When it comes down to a lot of these plays, it is a very tight series because it's the little details that are ending up being the bigger problem.
Yeah, it's the problem, I think, with this series, and really with a lot of the games we've seen so far here today, has not been these glaring errors where you make one huge mistake and then immediately it's the punishment from that. It's little stuff that's compounding, that's causing greater issues for these teams, and I think that final play for Winthrop is a really good example of that. They full send an offense, it doesn't work out, and all of a sudden they're scrambling back. Yeah, they get back in time, but they have low boost, they're not in a very coordinated position, and all three of them dive at a ball that no one is able to make a save on. So I think that's the thing for Winthrop here, is that similar to what we were talking about before, there can't be hero ball. These guys need to trust their game plan. We heard it from Fisher before about how they deviated from that, and it was a mistake. I think it's the same here for Winthrop. They need to use what worked for them in game 1 here in game 3 effective.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be back and forth, though, because we've seen adjustments now from both teams mid-series, and they will continue to make those adjustments and make it that much more difficult for these two. It'll start off with T. Carell with the ball on his own side of the field. A flip reset to get past one, and Percy now will send this towards the back wall. Real is a mistake on the touch, and Percy takes full advantage.
And that's the problem. You make one little error, and this is what it's going to turn into. And Royales had a lot of time here. I think he just kind of overcooked it. Maybe he didn't believe that Justice was going to get to the ball. Maybe Justice called him off, and then Justice went, oh, actually, I don't have this touch. It just looks like a lack of communication, a lack of coordination, and unfortunately, it will concede the first here against Fisher. So Winthrop, I think, happy to maybe get back on the board and prove themselves still capable in this one, just not getting tilted out by the last loss. But for Fisher, that's just got to be demoralizing.
Yeah, I think it's a rare mistake for Reales, but I think another thing we haven't thought about is really the adrenaline that's definitely coursing through him right now, especially after that overtime goal. You can get caught up with everything that's been happening, and sometimes getting caught up, you get lost in the sauce. And in that case, somehow nobody got lost there for Winthrop. They managed to defend against so many different angles that Fisher was able to bring an attack at. But now on the redirection again, they have to defend, and they need to get themselves back in shape on the rotations defensively as the shot deflected away.
I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that Winthrop have just met every 50 out of midfield here to just keep it in the Fisher half, or the fact that Fisher have, despite all of that, not conceded a goal and actually found one of their own. Goodness me, Fisher showing their strengths on both sides of the pitch. The fact they get a goal from this, the fact they don't concede one is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a really nice touch by Royales, how it just rolls off of his car straight to Ivan, who's waiting in front of net. Somehow he was able to get through that one defender and managed to get a goal to equalize, and this is how close this game will be. We often get some of these barn burners that go back and forth and score a lot after you see the teams be a little bit more timid in the first couple games of the day.
Nothing timid about that from Dustin. He tries to go for the redirect off the sidewall, a little bit of skim. I appreciate that. Maybe not in a tie ball game where you guys haven't necessarily looked the best this game. I'm not going to blame the skim for this, but part of me wants to.
Yeah, I think it was a domino effect on mistakes when it happened. Just as rushes the touch there, Borealis is facing the wrong direction. I think if he's going to put it in front of net, he needs to put way more power behind it. He had the boost to do so, but that just comes off wrong, and Winthrop gets back on top.
Just does. Trying to see if he can get the goal back almost instantaneously. He cannot. Royales, another big whiff from him. Okay, so I guess this is just how it goes. Royales gets to have one incredible game, and then afterwards, we just gotta wait a second for him to find the equalization. Not necessarily what I'm hoping for. I'd like some level of consistency. We talked about that being sort of the necessary factor for both of these teams, but, oh, yeah, yeah, I want to not blame Royales for here, but this is quite literally all on him.
Yeah, this is another... You have to have the vision as a player at this level to understand what's coming at you, and that touch could have been done 10 other different ways to prevent T from dunking him, and it wasn't seen in time, and unfortunately, yet again, another mistake was made. But this is what I mean, when adrenaline starts to kick in, when mental starts to kick in, you've been playing all day at a different venue in a chair that doesn't look quite comfortable, to be honest to me. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's happening, and you need to think about this game for up to 5 times 7, 35 minutes straight if you get the full series, and that locking in part can be difficult, especially when things start to fall apart at the seams.
Don't forget, they also had the overtime, so 36 potentially going on even further. I'm pretty sure, though, that if we keep talking about the potential extension of this series, speed is going to burst through my monitor screaming at me. So for the sake of Maryville, let's hope that maybe it doesn't go that far. For the sake of Winthrop, well, actually, maybe for the sake of Fisher, let's get this game over with, because goodness me, Winthrop are just dismantling them.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Winthrop certainly has advantage. Percy pulling out some mechs. Garrett G has seemed very locked in this series in particular. He has been in the right place, the right time to follow up, and T. Carell has been cooking on multiple different levels in this one particular as well. So impressive performance by Winthrop, and Fisher hasn't gotten going, but let's not forget that Fisher dropped 2 games in the middle of their last series and came back in convincing fashion. So the fact that there's still a long series ahead of us means I'm not doubting yet Fisher's capability to lock back in.
Oh, not at all. Again, this is a team that is very capable of having those pop-off moments and performances. I think, again, the problem we're seeing right now is just that A, level of consistency, and B, just a few too many mistakes in places that you don't anticipate. Another great example here is Ivan jumps for this, doesn't have any boost, so he doesn't even get a touch. Royales has to scramble back to make the save, and he does, but now look how Winthrop have found themselves some offense that they can work with. The attack has been blooming. However, this one goes the other way, and Royales happens to be cherry-picking the opposite corner, so maybe this could give Fisher a shot here. Or not. Percy immediately finds a counterattack, touch off the backboard. Garrett looks for a shot, can't find it, and T. Carell just to keep this one contained. And unfortunately, they're not only still in the lead, they are wasting time at this point. Only a minute to go, and it just kind of feels inevitable at this point that we're going to see Winthrop back with a lead in the series.
Yeah, Winthrop is very much in control of this game, and the control of most of the possession that we've seen throughout the latter half of this one as well. This one's off the backboard, but Ivan isn't there in time just to, I think, was squishy save movement while on offense. It didn't seem like right place, right time, but the shot does come back. Ivan is able to cross the net and pass this to Royales.
Every once in a while, we think we've got a good handle on how CRL goes, and then something like this happens, and you go, I'm not really sure. Again, good shot from Royales, but it's almost off the bar and out, and that's all 3 players already flopping at the initial touch, so you get a little confused how that one finds its way in without technical resistance. So again, good stuff from Fisher. They are finding these moments and they're breaking down the play, but it does kind of feel like for them to find some efficient offense, they do need to just throw Winthrop off. It is not these direct plays that are working or passing plays. It's just about disrupting this defense.
Justice on the touch. It is kind of saved, and like that, it is now towards the other way. T. Carell on the flip doesn't get much more than in front of net. Grant and Percy last with Royales, and Royales does win the 50. Time is run out for Fisher if they can't get it upfield, and for now they haven't been able to cross their own half. 10 seconds on the clock, and where's the clear?
Royales for something for the road. It will make no difference in the outcome of this game, but at least giving them some momentum would be huge. Ivan's actually just gonna, no, I thought he was gonna own goal that one instead. He actually went for the cycle off the backboard. It does not work, and this game did not work for Fisher as a whole. A 4-2 victory where I think we saw some moments of brilliance, but again, it just kind of feels like Winthrop right now are in full control of the pace of play, of how the offense and the defenses flow. It just kind of feels like Fisher are waiting for their moments of mistakes out Winthrop, and that is not a foolproof plan.
Yeah, they need to generate better offense on their own. They had the shot count this game, but it didn't seem like they had the quality. It wasn't threatening enough that it actually went on in, that it needed to draw in more defenders from Winthrop and really take advantage of it. They also have to do a better job at defending. We saw how many mistakes they made where across the team, but a lot of Royales' mistakes that we didn't expect out of him were just missed touches, and that really threw off kind of the momentum they were building for themselves in this one in particular.
I gotta say, that final goal was pretty nice from Fisher, though. Off the ceiling and down, it's a perfect pass, it's a perfect connection, just all around really, really solid play. And I think that's what's made this series so hard at times to judge and to watch, is that there has been incredibly solid play from Fisher. It just hasn't been consistent. In comparison, Winthrop, I do think have played very consistently. I think they have played well. The one loss they have so far in the series isn't in overtime, and that's not something you're going to be all too critical of. It just means, hey, we lost the coin flip, it went to an OT, they scored first. It's what it is. So I think Winthrop are probably still pretty confident here. If you are Fisher, I have to imagine they lose this, it's going to be the alarm bell sounding and a timeout called. Obviously, because of the fact they would also then put Winthrop on series point, but you really do need to try and settle yourselves. And here on Neo Tokyo, that is the requirement. If Fisher can win this one, we get a little bit of an extended series. If not, Winthrop will need only one more to send themselves to the lower finals.
A lot to think about going into this very vital game for Fisher in particular, but I think they have the opportunity to come back if they start off on the right foot. I really think getting that first goal has meant a lot in most of these series games so far today. So starting off right will put you in the right direction. For now, it's a save for Justice and a touch at field. Royales wins this 50 as well, gets an extra touch over to Ivan. How tricky is that? Waterfall down, but a great touch away by Garrett G.
Oh, and this is the concern, though. We've seen a lot of this where the third man on Fisher jumps for a ball out of midfield they're hoping to make contact with. They don't, and immediately everything unravels. Now Winthrop are on the other end setting up shop, looking for a shot. They won't find it there. Justice might have made up for his previous mistakes. He's going to get a perfect pass to Ivan, who's got the double right on target. Heck of a transition. What a play from Fisher.
It's like copy and paste from an earlier goal we saw out of Ivan that's just shot beautifully on the double tap. He knows exactly where to place it, how much power to put behind it, especially when you see Garrett G off the corner of his eye coming in to defend it. Well done by Fisher. And again, they start off on the right foot, which I think is going to give them so much momentum the remaining 4 minutes of this one.
Doesn't really seem like it's faced either one of the teams, though. You'd expect Fisher in a moment like that to be, popping out of their chairs going, wow, what a shot, and just fist bump and stuff. They still look locked in. The cams didn't look like they changed at all. I think this team recognizes, great, we got a goal. That is not going to be enough to take down this Winthrop squad. They're going to need to show plays like that on repeat with a consistent form. And I think we're already seeing this, though. Much better challenges out at midfield. Justice trying to contain that one, allows Royales to come in. Ivan's stealing boost in the meantime, and this is the most confident I have seen them on attack probably throughout this series.
I think feeding the hot hand's important, and Ivan looks really good, kind of cherry picking and being more upfield. He's such a threat as long as they can save and go there in time. The rotation, well done so far for now as Royales pops this one up for Justice, who does get over Percy. Does he have his own read? But he comes in just in time. Double demo here leaves a 2v2 very momentarily, and Garrett G does get the clear out and almost a shot on that boot as well.
They seem a lot more prepared for the shot that comes from Garrett, though. Royales is already back in the backboard, ready for it. The follow-up after the ricochet goes straight to Justice, and Fisher just seemed to understand that they can't be giving this extra space to Winthrop because they're going to use it to their advantage to either A, make an awkward defense, or B, just score on the counter. Speaking of which, they probably should have on that one, but the shot just a little bit wide. Ricochets off the post and out, and another chance here, but they will double commit as well. Okay, I think things have changed here, Chicks. It seems like Winthrop are finally feeling that pressure that Fisher have been trying to exert the entire series.
I think Fisher are doing a good job, but again, there isn't enough of a buffer yet to feel comfortable. One goal means absolutely nothing when we've seen these 0-second goals before, but I like to see the rotation differences coming out of Fisher. They've been able to go across the field as well in transition so much better. Two off the post and out. Is this another opportunity for Justice? Third time's the charm, and Fisher now up by 2.
The G in Garrett G stands for goalie, apparently, because if he's not the one making the save, no one else on his team is capable of it. You cannot have that man going for his third save in a row on 0 boost. Percy, put a hand up, brothers. Somebody's got to help him.
This is, again, the adjustments being made. Fisher doing so well in that regard at it. And now they need to hold on another 2 minutes. It's just that easy. It's absolutely not that easy. And I think we're going to see Winthrop continue to make adjustments now themselves for the remaining of this one. But Fisher still has upfield pressure. Finally cleared out by Garrett G. Ticarel is there, puts a quick shot on to see if Royales wasn't ready for it, but he indeed was.
I'm glad to see Royales maybe sort of defaulting himself to third man for the team and allowing Justice and Ivan to play a little bit further upfield. We've seen this strategy from them a couple of times where he just kind of goes, hey, I'll fill in the gaps, you guys play how you wanna. And it usually works out. He's been able to contain possession a lot better in this game. It doesn't feel as uncomfortable for any of the 3 players on Fisher. Doesn't mean that they can't concede or that they won't. It just means that they seem more prepared for what's being thrown at them. They were prepared for that one. Unfortunately, it is another blunder, though. A missed touch on defense, and that'll sink the ship.
Yeah, in the nicest way possible, it seems like Ivan and Justice are like chaotic good, the roles. They can be a little crazy, a little frantic with some of the thoughts. I mean, Justice trying to recover with the squishy there. Ivan's touch not as quality as it needs to be. When Royales is back, he's very calm. He doesn't make rash decisions. And Justice and Ivan thrive upfield due to their ideas. They're quite creative, and sometimes it's not the most executed, but it's certainly very interesting to watch it all play out.
It's been a lot of fun to see the mechanics start to thrive here in this series. I do think the further we get into it, the more we will see plays like that become commonplace. However, this could be a problem for all of Winthrop. I'm sorry, how did Royales keep that air dribble going? I don't think he hit the ground the entire way through that play as he banged into the opposite corner, and then he's pre-jumping out of mid because, of course, he has found 100 tank somewhere on this pitch and then challenges again. Royales heard me talking about how he's kind of designated himself as the more defensive player, and he went, whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch this.
I did appreciate that pre-jump. That was really well done. That's an open net as well, and that is secured by Justice. It is indeed Justin.
I gotta wonder what happened. I know it's a poor touch from Tikaro, but I think his two other players were just kind of upfield because, you know, with 10 seconds left and you're down by a goal, you might as well full send it. What's the worst that could happen? You concede another. Well, that just kind of secures the game. And indeed, it secures a longer series for us here as well. We will go tied here. It's Winthrop. Again, we asked for them to find consistency. They did that. But what they didn't expect was Fisher leveling up. The best game we have seen out of Fisher this entire series without a single doubt. We are tied at 2 apiece.
I fully expected this, honestly, from Fisher. The adjustments made, Justice doing really well in terms of this game and kind of popping off a little bit. I like Royales' impact off the ball. I think that's, or at least offensively shooting and just being upfield all the time. He made so many phenomenal challenges in midfield pre-jumps that really stopped Winthrop from having that productive offense that we saw from them the rest of this series.
I got my only question coming away from that one is actually about the ping, surprisingly. How do we have 2 players on 12 ping and everybody else on 16? They're in the same facility. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm very confused. All right, if that's my worst confusion for this series, though, I think that's honestly not a bad place to be. Again, this seems like the answers for everything we have questioned. Are we going to see a Fisher that is able to withstand maybe a more effective offense against them? Absolutely. The defense has stepped up as necessary. Are we going to see a Winthrop that still have the same game plan, even when their game plan is tested and sort of twisted and maneuvered a little bit? Yes, absolutely. And now I think we get to the real, meat and potatoes of the series. The real series has now begun here in what is effectively a best of 3 from here on out. As I think Fisher's playing at their best capacity. I think that Winthrop is playing at their best capacity. I'm just ready for the show that continues here as we go on from Utopia Coliseum.
A lot on the line, a lot left. WVU waiting in the wings ultimately for their opponent from these two. Maryville waiting at the top to see who they'll inevitably get to face in that grand finals. Everyone's eyes are just on the line, and Percy starts it off the first 5 seconds with a solo play.
I was gonna say, Percy's been a little quiet throughout this series. He's usually the main offensive striker for his Winthrop team. He just hasn't had opportunities, and when you do give him one, he's not gonna miss. Immediately off a kickoff, 1v1, just slots it around the final defender, and it's 1-0 to Winthrop.
Has to be a feels-good moment. Tikaro takes his time, actually leaves the ball initially. I guess someone might have been expecting a pre-jump. Now Royales didn't get the ceiling touch, so recovered more slow than he wanted. Royales on the doink, almost deflects it on target, but didn't have enough power behind that. So saved away, and Percy now has an air dribble from his own side. Flip reset here. Royales on the pre-jump does deflect this away towards the corner, but all 3 players of Fisher, same corner. Can they get the ball out? Can they get a nice clear? They haven't yet. A lot of struggle until Ivan's able to clear it to midfield.
I'm starting to get a feeling that this is going to be a series and a game about individual efforts being greater than the whole at certain moments. And I think this isn't necessarily an uncommon thing. We've heard this a lot throughout the season as multiple people have talked about, hey, we got a Thanos of CRL. It's a title that's been thrown around a lot. And I think definitively it was Arju before this. I think Percy and Royales have both kind of entered that conversation of they can snap their fingers and change a series instantaneously. And that is what we have seen from Royales, is that he has started to find a way to not only be able to still be as effective on offense, but his defense has stepped up incredibly and has then complemented the offense of his 2 other players. So this is a much, much better performance from Fisher. I just gotta hope it's rewarded with maybe a goal to equalize, because through the first 90 seconds, it's been all offense for them outside of said kickoff goal, and nothing to show for it.
Pop up here, saved away by Garrett G, but it does go straight into the car of Royales. It's off the corner, Justice with the demo, and potentially opportunity now for more pressure on Fisher. T. Carell, not much boost. This one rolling out. Garrett G gets past him, and I think that one may be slow and steady enough to win the race.
This is the only concern at this point, is that as much as we're talking about Fisher maybe cleaning up their mistakes, you can't rely on Royales to successfully 1v2, 1v3 every time. He's the final defender there, and I guess he just kind of full sends it, hoping that maybe somebody from his teammates would get back in time, but the shot ends up going straight past him and right down Main Street into his net. Unfortunate start here for Fisher. You gotta hope that it doesn't tilt them out of this game, especially when Ivan's doing stuff like this. You gotta reward him with a goal, and indeed they will.
Justice gets one back, and Ivan has had the mechanics today to just win out on 50s or play unexpected. Nice to see them so ready and so prepared to attack that ball, be hungry for another goal, and eat up this lead a little bit better from Winthrop. Now 1 goal difference is so attainable for Fisher to come back.
Garrett trying to see if maybe he can get this back to a 2-goal lead with a play through the corner. Low boost for everybody on Winthrop, but doesn't mean they're going to back off, at least not quite yet. Tikro will dive out at midfield. Just won't pick up that midfield boost, so this should be an extension to the play here for Winthrop. Garrett trying for something, can't find anything. Tikro out at midfield is the main third man. This is just trying to back them up and keep this play going. Jared and Percy have tried for a couple of things, nothing successful. Maybe Just Us can show how it's done on the other end. You and I have been trying to combine for something, but once again, it's Royales. Doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew. Won't make the commitment initially, will pinch it off the midfield, but that's all he can do to get this offense together. We're halfway through this game, and Fisher, again, still very much in control of the offense here. They are lurking on this Winthrop half, but just cannot find a goal to show for it.
Control by Royales, but not much more comes out of that. Justice keeps it close, but Percy is there to send it away. T. Carell upfield, maybe grabbing some boost. Lurking across field. This one on the follow-up for Garrett G. Quick shot, saw an opening, denied by Justice on the goal line. Pop up here, Royales on the other end of things. Just a quick shot from Justice instead, and Winthrop wasn't prepared.
We've talked a lot about the offense of Winthrop being able to just kind of transition so quickly. I think Fisher might be wanting those compliments as well. This wasn't even an unprepared defense. Percy's there for the initial challenge, but Justus just gets such a nice air dribble above him that T-Corell is the second defender underneath him, goes, I can't get to that. I'm just going to have to let this one go on in. And indeed they do. Fisher find themselves an equalizer here, and we got to see if they can maybe hold on to this equal playing field, because Winthrop immediately off a kickoff, looking for a shot off the backboard denied. Where's the third? Garrett not there in time, and T-Krell's a little overextended. Percy will try to keep this going and gets a double commit. 1v1 versus Royales, and Royales will come out on top.
Incredible effort, too, because Royales had no boost in the tank and even was able to come out with such a solid challenge. This one, T-Krell a little too late, too, and Royales now pressuring upfield. Here comes Ivan, demoing Percy for the efforts, and Justice is up. Garrett G, quick touch, and just like that, no follow-up to be found there. It's so difficult to get this ball in center field to allow for a more dangerous shot. Justice off the corner, pre-jump here, can't get the touch past T. Carell, and Ivan and Royales having to wait patiently, play off one another in this challenge. Garrett G is there in center field. Can he get the shot backboard? No read. T. Carell follow-up. Who is gonna find the shot? And nobody can.
3 attempts in a row from 3 different players, all of them denied on the line. Fisher have figured out their defensive woes and are playing an incredible game that, again, we're not surprised by this, but it's just awesome to see that we've gotten this level playing field, that we've gotten these teams both firing on full cylinders. Ivan's going to try to give Fisher one more chance here in the dying seconds of this regulation. Justus pops it up. Ivan's on the backboard looking for a drop down to Justus, and he doesn't find it. Royales will keep this play going, but Winthrop, you gotta escape. You cannot concede now.
A demo here, this one across the net. Percy comes down from the backboard to save. Ivan, try number 2, takes it down to Justice, who fits it top right corner, and Fisher with 6 seconds remaining with the lead.
This was inevitable. Everybody on Winthrop with outboost. They are flopping like fish, trying to stop them, and they cannot. 6 seconds to go. It's kickoff time if Winthrop want to try to find a way back into the lead of this series, and they are getting some shenanigans. Garrett up the sidewall. He's got T-Corell out center. Ivan's pre-jumping, though, and he won't let it happen. For the first time all series, Fisher is in the lead.
Fisher managed to come back in this one after being down initially too, and this was Justice's game again to shine. He is officially, I'm calling it chaotic good. He is just upfield, being a menace, being unpredictable, being chaotic, and it works out. He's able to clean up plays. Ivan as well, so mechanical in that aspect. And now Fisher are on top 3-2 in this series on match point with the eligibility to move on forward.
I really think that the play style changes from Fisher here have been night and day in comparison to what we saw at the beginning of the series. I know in the last series they talked about, hey, we just got to play our game plan. If we don't play our game plan, it's not going to work out. But I think this one was actually the opposite of that, where they go, okay, we played our game plan. It's not as effective. It's time for us to try some other stuff. And that other stuff is just us. Ivan, I'm taking off your weights. Go crazy. Just kind of throw yourselves at offense, see what happens. And Royales is there to clean up the pieces and just fit in where necessary. You love a player like Royales for exactly that. A guy who is so adaptable that if necessary, he can just play a more defensive role. He can play a more offensive role. And right now, Fisher is just kind of letting those guys play offense while he does what is necessary. We saw some spectacular offensive plays from Royales, but the fact that he is, in our minds, the defensive man for this team while still operating that effectively on offense, hats off to him, man. Fisher look unreal right now.
Yep. Cleaning up those little mistakes meant everything, and just having that calm situated. I think ultimately Royales has more time to think about things when Ivan and Justice are kind of not ball chasing, but being a little bit more of a nuisance upfield. Having that extra bit of time really allows you to formulate that plan and be successful on the field. Double demo here will give us a 2v2 momentarily, and for now, Justice with some boost in the tank, a flip reset, and an air dribble will send this the other direction.
There's the follow-up from Royales. It'll eventually get there, and he not only muscles through the 50, he almost gives himself his own shot. Ivan would have been there for the follow-up shot, but he doesn't have enough boost here, so instead he'll just try to win a 50 versus Percy, and he'll do exactly that. Royales, though, with a big boost steal in the corner, means T-Krell can't turn this into an air dribble, and Ivan can get an extra touch against a Garrett G, who was not anticipating that. Percy will be able to clear this off the lines, but again, Winthrop, I was gonna say, need to let this man get unlocked, and indeed they are. Another 1v1, and Percy does not miss.
Percy is so good at just kind of feigning that pressure. I really think the challenge should have came in earlier. He gave him way too much respect, and Percy took advantage of that extra time, and easily not dropping the ball, retaining control, made it so good. Now on the follow-up, almost a bump comes through, and Fisher can't get that goal back as quickly as they wanted it to.
Royales does have almost a full tank of boost, though, and Ivan does have a full tank of boost. So theoretically, they can get this off the half and into some open airspace that they can now take a breath with. Not quite, because Garrett's actually going to get uncontested airspace instead as he goes straight down the middle. Ivan will try the opposite way with an air dribble of his own. Going to try to look for a 50 against Percy, but no, Percy actually pops it out a little aggressively, which allows for a shot from Royales. Justice, though, getting demoed could be the end of this offense for Fisher, but they won't back down. They're going to lurk downfield and just keep this pressure going. This attack has to continue. Ivan, sidewall redirect, out to Royales. Royales is up, off the ceiling, back to his teammate, and Justice backed out. Royales had the pass to him. He just didn't believe it was going to get to him.
Talking about passes, that one to Garrett G almost comes on through, but Royales saves it at the last second. That net is open, and T needs to turn in as quickly as possible. Ivan up, just trying to get something going, but it is saved away. Justice back up again in that high air, ends up finding a challenge. Zero boost, Royales waiting for the 50 win. Does win one, but can't win the second one, as Ivan now will try to do the same from that sidewall and get some pressure on midfield. This one trickles out a little too far. Royales can only roll it over to Justice, who's waiting, pops it over one, but that goal won't come through because no shot is able to be found.
A lot of good development play here from Fisher. I feel like they're doing a good job of just kind of taking away boost from everyone in Winthrop, making them more and more uncomfortable on defense, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. They're going to need to find a way to put some quality shots on target because these passing plays that are developing are brilliant, but the final touches just are not there. Let's see if maybe Winthrop take advantage of the fact that Fisher have not been able to score that equalizing goal and double their lead instead. Being beat out of midfield, though, Royales will take this the other way, and with the demo on T-Krell, this could halt Winthrop for at least a moment. 2 minutes to go, though. Not a lot of moments left in this game. If Fisher want to see at least an OT, they gotta hustle.
Royales, 1v1 scenario. Justice with the final push moving on forward, and Fisher gets an answer here.
All right, well, I asked for an answer back. It did not take very long, and again, it's through another play of just good coordination and an aggressive challenge from the second man. Justus was on that ball immediately. He did not hesitate, and it made a huge difference for Fisher and their success in this game, in this series, all across the board. Great way to equalize. Can they now maybe try and pile on another? Maybe that would have been a cleaner beat out at midfield, but no, T-Crow gets back in time, and now here comes Percy. Ripper on target, Ivan to turn it away.
Ivan back on it. Royales the follow-up. Ivan a boost steal in midfield as well, so Justice needs a touch here instead. Gets bumped, and good thing Ivan came back instead of cherry-picking. T. Carell over, and nobody could find a touch. Both him and Garrett G on the wall, and Garrett G will call him off. Looking for that 50. It does go towards the far side. Still pressure coming from Winthrop. No clear found just yet. Double commit, though, for Fisher. Can they get an extra touch? And they do clear the pressure.
I'm not sure how Fisher are able to get to that ball immediately after, but I think this is the problem for Winthrop right now, is that I think that they are starting to show respect to Fisher in moments that they maybe should not. I think they're so fearful of the second and third man crashing these balls instantaneously that they're just not anticipating that they can take some time on some of these plays, develop something. Again, understandable fear at this point with a minute to go and your entire series, your entire bracket on the line. But you need to make sure that you don't let those, little voices on your shoulders get into your head. You need to make sure that you stick to your game plan, stick to your guns, and make sure you stop the ball on a 2v1. Ivan with the lead blocker will secure another goal for Fisher.
They're so dangerous upfield, and Justice finds the perfect bump on Garrett G. Ivan just needs to keep it forward and straight, and he does just that. Now, 37 seconds left. Fisher just need to hold on to this 1-goal lead, and they will sink themselves forward into that lower finals. For now, though, Winthrop have time to fight back. T. Carell looking for the solo play, can't find it. Now Garrett G back over towards center field, but Percy did not jump for it. Instead, stays patient, turns, sends it to T. Carell. T. Carell back to him, but it is again denied at the goal line by Fisher.
Ivan has a ton of boost here, but he needs a better touch than that, because instead he just gets thrown out center. Plus the harassment on the backboard. Can anybody find a shot? No! Instead, Justus will send it all the way back into the Winthrop half, and they won't have a chance. Fisher continue on with their lower bracket run. A 4-2 victory sends them to the lower finals against WVU.
Such an impressive performance by Fisher. Keep in mind they lost games 1 and game 2 and then won the last 4 straight. They were able to come back, fight through it, make adjustments, and that's just the matter of how CRL is played. Every team plays differently. Sometimes you'll get European versus NA style, you'll get hybrid style, you'll get, Royales and what his experience brings to the table. There's always a different look, and at the end of the day, Royales played a little less selfless. Ivan and Justice played more selfish, and they were able to just impact how well they did upfield.
Yeah, that was an all-around incredibly impressive game from Fisher, as well as an impressive series, like you said, because of the adaptations that they were able to make. I think a lot of other teams would see that initial lack of success and just not really be able to have an answer. But again, this is the value of not only having a team that seems to really vibe with each other, but also having a very experienced coach. Stolen, the coach for Fisher, has coached through multiple teams in South America and RLCS. He knows what he's doing in moments like this. This is very impressive, and I am honestly all around just kind of more and more impressed by Fisher every moment I see them, and happy to see that this is the version of Fisher we have gotten. As again, is a team that is very passionate about their university, about their program, about Collegiate Rocket League. It feels good to see a team like this that cares so much get this far into the tournament. But Jigsaw, we are not done. We've still got more Rocket League left to play. Yes, that is true, Jigsaw. Actually, any final words before we say our goodbyes here? Or actually, no, you're gonna be on desk. What am I talking about? You're gonna be on desk. You'll still be with us, I think, in a second here. Are you not gonna be on desk?
I'm peacing.
Interesting. Well, all right. Well, any final words then before we dip on out?
No, just appreciate everyone this season. So excited. I will definitely stay tuned for the rest of our performance today, but appreciate all the support. Love you guys. Keep on watching CRL. Thanks, y'all.
And we'll see you on the backside of the break. Keep on watching CRL, like Jigsaw said. We'll see you in just a moment.
step, then I bring it right back. Step, then I bring it right back.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday, and we had a result of a matchup that can have really big implications at the end of our day. Fisher on a run that few did not believe, but I got the prediction right, y'all. Being joined by the coach, Stola. Talk to me. How is that series feeling in the camp of Fisher right now?
Good. Honestly, like those last two series were like in between tough and like we felt that we were dominating. It was like all over the place. We played Baylor before. I think Baylor was playing really good. They started a bit slow, but then they 5-0'd and 6-0'd us. And like now Winthrop, it's like, you know, they have Garrett G, you know, so it's it's an insane team. Also, the guys are really cool guys. Huge shout out to them. They were like playing right in front of us here at CCC. So, you know, it was really good. But this match was, you know, good. Actually, we had like a nerf because Royals was playing on 60 FPS the first match. He didn't realize, you know, because he has like a strange warm-up that he does. He always goes like to 30 FPS slow mode. He just forgot to change it. Yeah, so he just forgot to change like to 240 back again. So yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, breaking news, Royales is built different. It takes a lot to stare Captain America down the face and walk away the victor, but the series didn't exactly start off the way you wanted to. So the question I have for you, you're watching it happen, you're watching it unfold. What do you tell the guys to get them back to lock in?
Well, honestly, as I said, like first match, it was like Royales just like with a bad monitor, and like the second loss that we had, which was game 3, Justus didn't have like a mic for like the last 2 minutes. So I think it was just like, I mean, they were playing really good as well, and we started like really weak, especially game 3, 4, I would say 5 maybe. Like the thing is like we just like once we get the flow going and everything, you know, the match feels smooth. We understood what we're playing for, and like, you know, the playstyle itself, we understood it. We've been watching replays the whole weekend. We've been together the whole weekend, also at Orlando for Nays. So it's been like you know, good, and we're like trying to build this momentum so we can just keep it going. And just like trying to keep the vibes up. Honestly, you know, obviously I can tell them like whatever, but if they're not like in the right headspace, it's gonna be really hard to win. So that's what I focus on the most.
Yeah, destiny's in your hands. No more lives to lose. And there's a possibility, though, the championship is only a couple matches away. We talked about this on the stream. I want your opinion on this, or your perspective on this. A lot of these tournaments are long, hours long, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. What do you do to make sure everyone is still loose and everyone still performs at a high level?
Well, first of all, some of them take like energetic drinks. You know, some of them like after every game, I make sure that they just go outside or just like chill, because it's gonna fry their brains if they don't go outside, you know. Yeah. So that's a main idea, and I always try to, as I said, like just make sure that they feel comfortable, that they are happy, that they don't have anything like to say to each other that they don't say. So, you know, I just try to, you know, push them a little bit so they can talk to each other, just communicate what's going on if there's like any tension, which is really big at the moment. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I love that, going outside. Touch grass, that's an order.
Of course,
so you roll on to the next stage of the tournament. Here's a chance to sound off, man. Let the world know how you're feeling as we wrap this up.
Well, I'm feeling hyped and also thankful for being here. You know, like, even though we lost like 2 really hard like lands recently, we lost Nays, we just lost also CCC today. We're a really strong team. that knows how to recover. We're also a really good group of friends, which is what I value the most. You know, obviously you have the competitiveness, you have just like the, we always want to win, and we're like all like, let's say pros. But at the end of the day, it's just like we're here because we love the game, and if we're not enjoying it and we're not like a good group of friends and a good like team, I think it's not worth it being here. Just go and work in an office. So, that's what I care about the most.
Absolutely. The run continues. I'll let you get back into it. Yo, Solon, thanks so much. Obrigado, man. Thank you so much for the interview here as we roll on.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Man. Every school, every program has a chance to be a hero, but right now, Fisher's looking like Superman. Thoughts about that one, Vaughn?
Yeah, I mean, none of our grand finalists from the fall semester remain in the competition now, with Winthrop falling to Fisher after this. And yeah, it feels like, Royales is that star player for this team, but I mean, Ivan's been doing a great job. Justice. This just seems to be the best looking roster we've seen from Fisher since, I don't know, Bass, if it's crazy to say, the CRL World Championship back when.
I mean, okay, well, I don't want to maybe get that far ahead of us, but I also don't want to not argue playing with plumbers, because there's an elevation of just sort of like the level of talent of Rocket League has gotten a lot higher. I think the level of CRL has gotten a lot higher, and as much as I do believe that some of those players are still some of the best players on the planet, I mean, we look at the St. Clair roster, it's mostly those guys who faced off against that Fisher team at CRL Worlds. Yeah, this might be the best Fisher roster we've ever seen, man. They're just so good. They're locked in every capacity, and this isn't like a just one-off thing. Again, we asked for consistency. They showed it. They'll have games where they're not doing great. I mean, whether or not it's because, I guess, Royale set himself to 30 FPS or not.
It's crazy.
They're still very capable, still very, very solid squad. Also, by the way, Arju's still here. Neither team is playing, but we still do have one person who played in the grand finals last time.
That's true. One person that can potentially defend their title, and they'll be doing that in the grand final. But we're not talking about that. Seb, we are talking about, how Fisher have been making this run through the lower bracket. They got upset yesterday against WVU. They also, have had some troubles in other competitions, as they talked about. CCC against Northwood, who did get that win, but then they're happy that they didn't have to play off against them in that lower semifinal. I mean, it just feels like this Fisher team is hard not to root for.
It's because they're so endearing. Like, if you pay attention to CRL Twitter, right, and you've been around the block, you know that Royales is one of the most active community members that we have in the scene. If there's anything CRL related, he will like it, he will retweet it, and I think it's so awesome to see not just him, but the entire team embrace CRL. Like, I would argue with almost any professional that has come over to CRL over the years, right? We've seen, our old Northwood rosters or whatever, they play the game, they ore farm, they're at the peak, they do their thing, but it's very rare that you get so many players that want to come through and actually promote the league and promote what it stands for. And I think that's what's gotten so many people to come over to Fisher's side, is they are just very endearing in that way, and they want, to do well for CRL, to help CRL grow, and that's why so many people are cheering for them.
Yeah, and it's been great to see, the support that they've been showing to that. I mean, Royales has been streaming his run in every single tournament that they've been playing in, and all their matches, just to keep the content going for that, which has been great. Speaking of content, though, I mean, West Virginia has been putting out some solid pieces about their players, especially, signing one of the up-and-coming talents in Cosmic for this roster, Novanta, and looking into this upcoming matchup again. West Virginia facing off against Fisher for our lower bracket final. A spot in the grand finals on the line for this one. WVU, they didn't get a single game, but they kept it close. How they changed that fate this time, Novanta?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the question, the $1 million question, Vod. How do you change it? You got so close, you did everything you could, and you just couldn't put the numbers on the board. Being more offensively minded is the easy answer, but what does that look like against a team like Fisher remains to be seen. Fisher's patient, but they're also lethal if you make mistakes. So I'm saying you got to keep it small ball style. Go only up to the sky if you think you have a clear chance. Small, secure passes, run the board, and run the pitch as fast as you can. That's the pathway to victory. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy to take down Fisher the way they're going right now.
And Bass, you're my analyst on this one. What's your read of this series? What can we expect from it?
I think this is going to be Fisher playing at their best, and I think that this is unfortunately also going to be them running into a WVU that is still not going to miss a beat. Look, we can say what we want about their series versus Maryville in the upper bracket, but the reality stands that this is a WVU that when they lock in, they are terrifying. And against every team in this league, they have proven that at this point. So, yes, Fisher are riding the momentum. Yes, they are looking very solid. I don't want people to write off WVU yet, though. I think we've just seen so much Fisher lately that a lot of people are forgetting that when this team is on, they are almost unstoppable.
And Seb, this is the only All-American roster that is left in the competition for the CRL Spring Championship. EU and South America, of course, for Fisher, all EU for Maryville, and All-American for WVU. I mean, talk about the pride that's on the line, let alone anything else. We've seen a year now that it's been European dominance from St. Clair, now potentially into Maryville. How does this team of WVU carry that torch for, all of America?
I just think for them, they can't focus on that right now. Like, it will come into play for stylistic reasons, right? Clearly, Maryville have a style that they're playing against. Fisher have clearly developed their own style. But I think for WVU, you are 3 professional players who have so much experience behind you. Gyro taking a moment to really think things out before he gets to the lobby. And even looking at him, he's been on this project for a while now. Matt has been on this project for a while now. Now that they have that complete roster, they have the tools to essentially get it done. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to put it together at the right time to take down the likes of both Fisher and Maryville. But like you mentioned, that whole regional rivalry that we have right now, we have one from North America, one from SAM, one from EU. CRL is going global.
Yeah, this is what we like to see. It's basically our own world championship, you could say, even though the colleges aren't from other places other than the U.S. right now. But even then, the competition couldn't even be any better than it has been. You were talking about it, Bass, kind of facing off against Plumbers at the World Championship, and it's a whole different ball game now. But this is, a chance for both of these schools to have the best results that they've had in recent history for Fisher, but ever for West Virginia. They've never made it to the top 2. So there's a lot of pride on the line for the school itself just to make it to that grand final.
I think this is a WVU that have also kind of been, expecting that result out of their program and out of their teams for a very long time. It's not a new thing for WVU to be in the spotlight like this. It's just that, we had a very real conversation, I think, with Gyro earlier in the season. We were like, brother, I need you to make these guys clutch up.
Yeah.
Because every other time they get into a tournament like this and we go, I believe in you, WVU. You got first rounded? You're out? You're out of the competition already? Okay, awesome. I'm not poking fun at you. I am more just stating the reality at this point, man. Like, it's this. How many times have we seen WVU get to this type of, stage? Maybe not this far into a bracket, but get to this bracketing. We're like, this is the time. They got it. And then they don't. I don't know, man. I think it's a little different. I think this is a different one for them. I think this team is built different. I think the pride amongst this team is different this time. I think this is a WVU that have always wanted these type of results, but it's good to finally see them get them.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can, get that result right. Novanta talking about the expectations for both of these teams. They want to make the grand finals. Fisher, again, they said they're tired of getting second place, but they don't want a third place finish here, like we saw with PCL before after losing to Syracuse in that as well. So I think the big thing for what I want to kind of posture a question towards you is the coaches specifically, right? We have Angel on the side of West Virginia, Stolen on the side of Fisher College. It feels like both these teams, maybe in comparison to some of the other rosters, have really good minds behind them that can lock them in. And, whenever we need those timeouts, will be used pretty effectively.
Yeah, I do think the team chem and the psychological aspects of Rocket League is something we've seen a lot more of from the coaching, right? I know there was a meta where it was like everyone was coaching hard, but you just heard from Stolen, right? I think it's very important to have a balance to make sure you don't overthink things, you don't overpress, you don't try to impress people for such a long period of time, because all you do is force mistakes. It's like studying for an exam. There's a point where you get everything, and there's a point you're just looking at a book, looking at text and words. And so what we're seeing now is a bit of that balance, and make sure that everyone has their role locked in and really time to decompress between rounds and understand what the stakes are. Maryville is waiting for them. They know that. But if they keep thinking about that grand final prize, they may get tripped up with their opponent right in front of them.
Well, these teams, taking their time to get set for this matchup itself, ready and waiting for them to get into the lobby so we can get things started as well for this matchup. But, West Virginia, I think they just need some time. Maybe game 1 might not be the necessary, best showing from them, especially because they came off of a loss. They had to wait for an entire series as well. We saw it be a bit of a struggle for Winthrop, right, in their matchup against Fisher, and it just felt like they couldn't find their footing after that. So momentum-wise, I feel like Fisher have the edge here, whereas West Virginia, they have a lot to lose out on if they can't turn things around here specifically. But we'll have to see. I mean, Novata, we saw, you were saying it comes down to the mental. That might be the way to go. We were talking about confidence for yesterday specifically, Seb, with that being the difference maker. I feel like Fisher have adapted now, though, because they have played on this LAN environment for such a long time. They have, some of the better setups that they can use because there's not as many teams competing. So I don't think that's necessarily too much into their minds. They're in their comfort zone now because they've played on so many LANs.
I think kind of where we have, as far as Fisher goes, not only are the confidence that they're going to get through the individual bracket, we mentioned the fact that, yes, they've taken some losses, right? That can be a hit to your own confidence as well. And I do think that even though that they have taken some some losses from these lands, that's only contributed to their experience. Maybe not as much their confidence, but I think the fact that they're taking these wins that they have in the lower bracket as being part of their overall run is indeed giving them that confidence. If you're on a LAN and you take a loss to Northwood or whoever it might be across those two lands, but then you beat them where it matters most, which is a CRL Championship Sunday bracket, you don't have to worry about those lanes. You can just ball out and have fun and just focus on what's in front of you.
Well, focusing on what's in front of us here, Bass, as these players are powdering their noses and getting ready for the big show as long as they can. They're the ones stalling this, by the way. We're not just yapping for a good reason. So that we just know that the case is being solved here for the viewers out there waiting for the casters to start the game. But, I mean, we talked about expectations, right? How many games are you feeling this one's going to go? We haven't gotten to 7 yet. Could this be it, Best?
I hope. I want this to be the 7. I think if there's a series that deserves it, it's going to be this one. Considering the form of WVU and Fisher right now, I don't think either of these teams go down all that easily. I don't know, man. I could see this going 7. I could also see a world where either one of these teams hits the ground running and this ends up just being a stomp. I think that WVU have just been on such a tear lately that if they lock in, it's a problem for a lot of teams. Simultaneously, there's a world I think Fisher wouldn't have lost a single game in that last series if they had just set their FPS right. So, I don't really... I'm struggling to state this is going to 7 when I also see a world where this ends up going 4-1.
Yeah, maybe this will be the time for them to set their monitors properly to the right refresh rate and make sure that they can get all set with that. But we're having a bit of a lobby reset on the back end, so that's why it's taking us a little bit of extra time. We're not just yapping for no good reason, okay? Even though we like to.
I told you no reason.
Yeah, we're going to get into it in a second. Everyone relax, okay?
Exactly. Novanta, you've been the one touting West Virginia for such a long time.
Yeah.
Where do you see them in comparison to former versions of this roster with the performance they've had so far?
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that. And shout out to everyone who watches Champ League, because I feel like I want to make sure words carefully, because I may put myself in a place where I'm being, hypocritical. Because I think the way I feel about West Virginia positive is the way I feel about Ball State less than positive. That every semester, every year, this team gets bigger and better and badder, but something happens where they trip under their own feet underwater, and it doesn't work out. But I think the difference for me is that this West Virginia team, they look different. I feel like the tactics are different. When I first saw them 2 years ago, I was like, man, they're as slow as molasses going up the hill during the winter time. There's no way they're going to be at the CRL level. They got faster. And I go, hey, man, their defense is kind of laggy. I'm not sure if they have it. Then they got the good sharp run defense. And I go, well, look, man, okay, defense is great, but all your shooting lanes are just right down the middle. Then you start using the walls and lips and corners. It really became it's almost like you took the effort to get all the Infinity Stones and don't want to use the gauntlet. It's come on, guys. That's what kills me about this, but I got faith. I hold on. I know today I've kind of been having to do my predictions because I got to think about how it is in particular matchups, but I do think the program West Virginia not only has the potential to be champions, but definitely have the makings to be a dynasty. It just has to be focused.
Is it focused enough here, Bass? Give us your prediction.
I think West Virginia still got this. Look, I predicted this team making it to the grand finals. I did not have a lot of faith sway just from seeing one good Fisher result. Because yes, Fisher does look great, but I still need to see them actually beat this West Virginia team. West Virginia have been on a tear lately, man. Until proven otherwise, I'm still backing this team.
Okay. West Virginia for one side. What about Seb? I feel like you have a differing opinion here.
Listen, I also put West Virginia in the final, but I am actually going to flip on this one. I'm going to go with Fisher because I think that every single time we've doubted them out, we've continuously been proven wrong. Baylor, we touted as being one of the strongest teams coming into this because of the momentum they've been on. Winthrop looked like they were ready to go on a loser's bracket tear from how they dismantled Northwood, and every single time Fisher proved us wrong. I'm going with Fisher this one.
Okay, one for Fisher, one for West Virginia. Navanta, take us into the promised land.
Look, this is not about brands. It's not about how I feel. It's about the match right now in this tournament. So I'm going to go with Fisher, despite what I just said about West Virginia. I know, boo me, y'all. But look, the reality is this. Fisher had a tear. I can't knock momentum. I'm going with Fisher.
I also got to go with the momentum pick on this one. It's very difficult for a team to come from a loss in the upper bracket final, especially not getting a game and get a win afterwards against a team who just got such a big victory against a program like Winthrop. So Fisher for me on this one. I think they're going to take it to go to yet another grand final, and maybe this will be the chance for them to have a date with destiny to actually get their first win as this roster. But West Virginia, they're also looking for their first grand final appearance in CRL. It's not Summer Series or any other tournaments. Yesterday, it was a 4-1 victory for WVU, but Fisher are just warming up after their win versus Winthrop. The Mountaineers, they need to pull from within if they want a rematch with Maryville in the finals. On the other side, the Falcons just need to lock in for one more ride to drive towards another grand final. One game is what separated Fisher and WVU from the LCQ and direct qualification into this event. Now, one series will determine who is our last grand finalist. Let's get it started.
The world is watching for this one. Can Fisher complete their phenomenal run? Can West Virginia complete their redemption arc? It's best of 7, but I wish these teams will fight forever. I'm Navanta, being joined by the favorite Canadian, Seb Dot.
I don't know how much I could be a favorite Canadian. There's no more in bracket, but we are still underway. And it doesn't matter if there are any left. I'm going to be as hype as ever because this is Championship Sunday. And now Fisher and WVU are fighting for that grand final spot with so much on the line for these two teams. I can't wait to see how this manifests, but Justice is able to get this one across the pitch to get us going early.
A little bit of ping pong action there. It goes a long way. I thought it was going to be clear at the last possible moment, but no one got there in time. And well, Angles will always beat cars trying to stop Angles. First goal of the series.
So with Fisher and WVU, again, we mentioned that Fisher coming off of an insane win over the past couple matches. Gyro is able to slip this one through. Gyro is ready to play.
Yeah, let's talk about this, right? You were wondering if the teams were going to be warm with all the delays and getting the series started, but already we got our first back-to-back. It's 1 goal apiece at this juncture.
Coming out with the bangers already. So excited to see how this is going to play out because these are two teams that can play incredibly aggressive. WVU, very methodical in how they like to play. Rely on a lot of aerial bumping, a lot of team bumping. Just focus on really surgical precision, whereas Fisher, they're just going to throw everything plus the kitchen sink at you, even save it for you if they want. Ivan's going to put this one on. It will be saved by Gyro.
Gyro had to come back, almost got caught in that post, and if he got caught in the post and didn't get the save, we were talking about that, but being able to be a bit of a Houdini coming from around the side to stop that back-to-back and forth goal-scoring exchange between these two teams, slowing down the pace a little bit, giving each time to really establish themselves in the pitch.
So, Matt, WVU biding their time, waiting for an opportunity here. Gyro, the pre-flip over to an aerial, actually will be 50 down. Ivan's going to punish and be there instead. 2-1 here for Fisher. What a call out. Completely catches WVU off guard. And again, it's that goal line pace that WVU are going to have to deal with in this series.
Yeah, I just saw a little bit the shape of the last series of being able to run a play, have it stopped, and say, look, we're going to do what we can to set up the same play back and forth. They had all the time in the world, and they made it count.
I also want to point out that I'm looking at the lobby chat here, and Cosmic tried to bait for an early start. No one's falling for that. Thank you very much. Okay, even Ivan said no one is falling for that. So love the pranks. Good lads on both ends of the pitch here. That's a shot that's going to go on in. That's just punted down. WVU nowhere to be found.
It was a nice strike there from Royales. I thought it was going to be a little bit high, but sometimes the crossbar works in your favor. Clang down. That was 3-1, and Fisher looks like every bit the team we gave them all the high marks for.
Even though this is game one, we've seen Fisher take a bunch of game ones. Doesn't mean that they don't struggle in some series, but so far, I mean, remember, this is a team that has made its way through the losers quarterfinals, even through the LCQ, and came from the lower bracket in LCQ. Might be competing, I would love to fact check this, but might be competing for one of the longest losers bracket runs in CRL history at this point. That would be something worth checking out. But they still have to make their way through WVU and then eventually the final boss, the Europeans of Maryville.
Yeah, I think you have hit the nail on the head. I think it's a really good point when it comes to CRL. We don't talk long enough to even get a ticket to the dance. The only series you have to win, even if you don't have to go for the LCQ, is unheard of. It just gives you a little bit of a taste of how this competition is structured and laid out. And the teams that make it there are all 100% all-star squads. Just that when you get to this level, as high as it is that small mistakes get amplified and magnified. And that's why one team looks wildly stronger than the other come game day.
Great challenge in the corner there, sends it all the way across. Now Realis, Ivan, and Justice all loaded up. Justice even able to take a demo for good measure, tries to boost steal. Cosmic, he's a bit awkward. Justice can't get ahead of it in time. 2 minutes remaining, and thus far, see Fisher just good, solid control. They're not letting WVU rattle them by the time that they get in their back line, and very disruptive as well. Justice, great pass over to Realis. Realis flip reset, tries to get around Cosmic, but is stopped by him.
So what's happening now is that we're seeing that on defense, West Virginia is finding new ways to stop the plays of Fisher, which is great, but they leave themselves open for the second attempt. And when you do that, and when you're stretched on one side of the pitch, everyone has to come over and stretch to knock that away. That's great, sure, in the short run. But in the long term, all those decisions, those full stretch decisions, will be wearing down when it comes to fatigue in games 3, 4, and 5. If you're West Virginia, your rotations defensively have to be tightened up to really get yourself a little bit of less effort later on.
Yeah, I mean, you see it now, just how wide WVU are rotating in and out. Meanwhile, Fisher's almost the complete inverse. They send their first and second man so deep in, so tight together. They are quick enough that they can make it work, but the problem is that WVU, who typically like to be very counter-attacking or very follow-up focused, trying a more passive play style, it's just not really netting too many even opportunities for them. Cosmic will try and get a 50 across, but there's not much going in WVU's favor the moment that they get possession.
Yeah, I understand the idea, and I understand the theory of it all, right? Stay back and have that. Oh, the shot on the road, now it's getting close to the glove, was knocked away. No, I understand the idea. Keep the high line defense, start in the mid pitch. We see teams there all afternoon. But the thing is, you're right. It is so wide with that high line, it's easy to puncture to go back to the other net. So you're seeing everyone on that West Virginia side doing half flips to get themselves back in the game.
Gyro had to force this one, or had to really reach for it. Realis is sticking with it. Ivan's going to put the shot on. Cosmic's there. There's so little boost on the WVU side. And now at this point, Fisher are just going to keep WVU locked in their corner. West Virginia have been locked in their half and will continue to be. Fisher will take game one in this best of 7.
Yeah, it was interesting, and I think it bears repeating. So you had the idea, I understood what West Virginia was trying to do, of keeping sure that you have your one half of the pitch, slice the pitch off in a half to give yourself a chance to score. But when your defensive alignment is so wide, it's so loose, it is very easy to chip shots over that line, and you basically open yourself up to scoring. The score line was 3-1, favoring Fisher, but honestly, it could have been easily double that.
I'm confused as to where, I guess, some of the aggressiveness from West Virginia is. I mean, we've seen it before. They take third line demos all the time. You'll see Gyro really get in there and be such a good offensive anchor for the team and create opportunities. But I mean, listen, he's still coming off of a flu, so that, you know, bears repeating. And he mentioned that as why his room was so messy. But I still think that despite that, how he's played today, we're just not seeing it in the rest of this series at the moment. Still, it is a best of 7. You have plenty of time to warm up, plenty of time to get grooving. Meanwhile, Fisher, I mean, they're coming off of a pretty insane win themselves.
I think what you're saying and what I'm saying is one after the other. When everyone is kind of being so lax defensively, Gyro, who's fantastic on offense, granted, the only person to score in that first game, is doing so much work in the net. There's no opportunities to score from secondary or tertiary options. So you're absolutely right. Be more aggressive, gives yourself a chance to be pushed up forward, and have the individual with the hot hand in Gyro be the winner from the net.
So Game 2 will be going just shortly, but for the meantime, the guys are quite ready to go. Gyro, locking in. Oh, it seems, yeah, okay, we're gonna take a second. It seems we need to remake the lobby, but I mean, like you mentioned, WVU struggling to find their form, though it is again just game 1. Fisher have been on a roll all day, and this is why we've seen historically in Rocket League that lower bracket teams, they tend to have a hot hand. I mean, we've seen it at the World Championships. We've seen it just about everywhere that lower bracket teams, I believe, actually statistically have a better chance than a lot of upper bracket teams. It's only if the upper bracket team is so overwhelmingly better do they tend to take it, but sure.
Hey, you know me, I'm Mr. Psychological. I think there's something to be said if you get dropped early in that lower bracket to say, hey, look, there's no more nets. We have no more lives left. Let's all lean forward in our chairs, turn on our monitors, and hit to it. But we have a team that has that extra loss in hand, that extra elimination in hand, and later on the tournament drops down, then it kind of becomes a free fall. Oh no, now we don't have any more lives. It's the same thing, the same situation, but it's really about that mental state. And so what Vada was saying before we even started was the idea of, hey, look, you didn't win a game in the uppers, and now after a break, you're now being tasked to win 4 more. It could be a lot for a team to bear.
Also want to point out a previous result that we saw from Fisher and WVU, and that was during league play. Fisher actually won in that matchup, if I am reading it correctly. It was a 3-1 victory for Fisher in the last time we saw them in league play, but we are, I believe, just going to do the test lobby. So Fisher, apologies, we did have a crash, but Fisher are locked in. They are on LAN, which again, the LAN environment. Hopefully Realis did check his monitor to make sure that he is in fact running at maximum FPS and not 60. Don't know how you can do that. That
was wild. I didn't want to get into it because I don't know about tactics for everyone, but like changing your frame rate to practice, that is something I have not heard.
I was kind of baffled by it too. I mean, who like forces their FPS down and then slowly, it kind of reminds me of golf. You know, it's like when you're warming up, you're starting with your wedges, then your irons, and then eventually your driver, and then, you know, you're ready to go. So I guess maybe it's that same mentality.
Royale's Rocket Golf. There's the next game idea. Who
listen,
man?
no, listen. You don't know. I literally have talked with Lethamir about this many times, and I was like, man, can you please make golf in Rocket League? And he's like, I don't know, man. Like, it'd be kind of really hard with the engine and everything. I was like, dude, I will pay you, please.
I can tell you right now, I don't got Lethamir money, so props are offered.
I mean, I don't either, but I want Rocket League Golf that bad. But you know what I want right now? I want this game 2 between WVU and Fisher, and already we see the kickoff strats going, but it was just outside of Gyro's reach, a bit too high. Still, Matt might make it work. Ivan, can he get there in time? He will be able to put a body in the way. WVU have come out swinging.
You're talking about that save from Ivan, kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm just going to flip my car right in front of it. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I always talk about manufacturing goal-scoring opportunities, but manufacturing saves are equally, if not more important.
Oh, Matt, going to play this one slow. Realis just waiting on that back wall, patient as ever, and that's why Fisher can be great. You won't see them make too many outright defensive mistakes. They always try to positionally be correct. It just makes it difficult when you have a team that is not always going to go for the standard option, like a WVU sometimes, like a Maryville. They will throw just the weird slow hit, the weird off angle. That's the only occasions where WVU just has a harder time predicting.
Yeah, I do think there's something to be said about a team that can read another opponent, but sometimes if you can't see that third or second tactic coming and you have to like shutter step, that's all the time that you need to give your opponent a chance to get behind you. See, we're talking about reads in Rocket League. It's not just seeing what's coming off the wall. A lot of times it's using the patterns that your final boss of an opponent does, anticipate what their plan B, C, D, or E is going to be and find a way to overcome. Sam did that well in its peak. EU is better at that than NA. And we kind of see that here in this tournament. And what a shot from Cosmic. What?
Immediately sent up. And Fisher just couldn't get the read, but also Gyro, great pass, good timing as well. Cosmic actually had to cut early to make this shot, and it really worked out in their favor. So WVU finally get on the board. Will be able to take their first lead. Hopefully they were able to use some of that tech pause just to figure out some of the kinks. Fisher working from behind. Plenty of times they've done it now. They've been able to deal with so much pressure from a lot of really good teams at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get this far in this tournament, you must have played like so many, not only in CRL, but in other leagues as well. And that's really kind of the whole point of being in the Rocket League grind. Man, I guess I'm the good luck charm for Cosmic, because every time I'm talking, this guy's scoring.
138 KPH for me again. Exact mirror ceiling pass over to Cosmic. Perfect calm too. The perfect placement straight through two defenders. WVU have a 2-0 lead.
What's a kilometer? No idea. I got 86 miles per hour on my screen.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
I just prefer big boy numbers that the rest of the world uses.
You know what? Miles make sense. Kilometers.
And also, I can say that because now there's more non-Americans in the bracket, so.
Fair enough. You win this round there, Sam. Halftime, baby. 2 goals up for West Virginia. Here's a chance for them to get number 3. But if you're Fisher, I got to go back to that game 1 flow. I wonder, to your point, if the tech pause had a detrimental effect on them.
Potentially. There is a case of icing out. Reales trying to stuff this one through, even get the aerial demo as possible, but will not land. Ivan just to throw his body in the way. Past the halfway point. Gyro's chasing this one down with no boost, no care in the world, and you can tell that they're trying to take a more aggressive approach, but it might come back to bite them. Ivan places it perfectly.
You know, if I was a coach, I would say, all right, between games, tell Ivan it was a little bit too heavy in the touch, but you know what? Forget that. You got yourself back in the game with a shot that cuts the lead in half. Bardowski still counts, though.
So we will see Fisher show signs of life in this game. Even if it was just a WVU punish, Ivan's going to go back for some boost while Justice tries to solo it and buy more time in the midfield. Ivan gets demo, but doesn't get the challenge win. This actually could be disastrous as Gyro needs to get around it. Morales will take it. Gyro not getting a bump on Justice. Cosmic with 50 in the midfield. Just kidding. Completely misses it. So it's just going to be sent all the way back. Justice, perfect spot for it. Matt finds the hole and will be able to thread it through.
I think punishment there is an understatement. That was an absolute mugging. It's like, yo, homie, got any games on your phone? Bam! And right now it's 3-1. That's amazing. Love being able to stick with the play like that. That's great.
So, once again, we see WVU netting themselves a further lead, getting that insurance goal back. Cosmic gonna go for the solo play, trying to cook, but I think he overcooked. That's a game. 90 seconds. I just remember what I said. I was like, wait a minute. I played that before. 90 seconds. Cosmic soloing again. Actually going to try it for Gyro, but Gyro's going to steal some boost instead. Justice. Pass over to Reales. Reales, second touch, but doesn't get the angle.
Here's the deal. I always say being down by 2 goals in a minute is a long time to hold on to a lead, but there's one thing I know about CRL. Historically, this season, it's been so hard for goals to come by. This could be the result if nothing drastic happens.
Fisher need to show a touch more creativity here, though. Trying too hard to go for standard individual plays rather than go for potential aerial bumps or fakes. It's weird considering the amount of Sam influence. They are known for a ton of fakes. Reales. The Cosmic. Try and keep this in play. Gyro needs to jump for it quick, and he does. He actually wins out on this 50, puts Justice on the back foot. Gyro's even going to get the demo for sure. Matt, Gyro needs to cut. Cosmic's going to come in as the second man. Ivan's able to get the 50 over, or the flick over 1. But at this point, is it too little too late in terms of time?
Yeah, I understand that.
Whoa!
All people who are on deck, but Justice comes right around to make this a game. 18 seconds for one goal is possible, it's doable, but man, oh man, that one there should be worth a goal and a half.
That power shot straight to the top right corner puts this within reach. Fisher, we'll see. Any strats coming out, they're going to play this traditionally with Justice with a hard cheat. Ivan, this is a half a plat. Cosmic's just going to force the slow 50. It's going to go all the way back. No, well, actually, no. Fisher actually has a good amount of boost to make this work. Justice is going to be perched up on the side wall. Last second will come down. Cosmic's going to put it on. That will touch the post and ground. WVU will take the game.
Well, you knew it was going to be a sweep. These teams are way too good for that. Not sure it's the way either one of these teams want that way the game to go, but West Virginia gets the dub. So they have themselves an equalizer when it comes to the series tally, a chance to truly reset and say now it's a best of 5.
Now that we're firmly into this one, I'm kind of curious because to me, that didn't feel as much of dismantling as we saw in the previous game. It felt like, yeah, we saw Cosmic do some solo things, but some good, I will say it came off of really good 1-2 play passes from Gyro and Cosmic, but it's not as if they had a lot of the possession throughout the course of the game. They just made it count in that transitional offense, but I'm still happy with how WVU are coming back into this one. It's really going to be a back and forth.
It definitely looks that way, and this is why possession in Rocket League is such a very nuanced thing, even more than other sports like football/soccer. I guess I'm using the European terms now because there's more Europeans in the chat, like Seb said.
Or say some footy. Play some footy.
You can hold on to the ball as much as you want to give yourself an opportunity to make sure your opponent can't score. But if you're efficient with the time you do have the ball, sometimes it can be a wash. But at the same time, though, you're right. The first game very much felt like a Fisher game that West Virginia was just a co-star in. This one seemed a bit more back and forth.
10 shots for the WVU side, having a good amount to their name. Quite efficient with it too. Fisher though, and I believe I might have had another push potentially. Yep,
yeah,
okay.
potentially.
So we are going to go ahead and remake the server as we're trudging along in this series. High, a best of 5 ahead of us.
You know what's funny about this? And I totally don't mean to be trolling, but I bet Maryville was like, oh, come on. We're trying to catch this flight, guys. Like, we're just taking our sweet old time getting to you.
But we're still in it. I think the guys, Reales looking a little eepy. I don't know, man. He's wiping his eyes. I think at this point, you've played so much Rocket League. You just want to get into it. Play the game, figure out what you need to do. I imagine that, especially at this point, you really got to be concerned for stamina. Maryville get to chill out for the next little while just before they play the grand finals. For the time being, Gyro, along with the rest of West Virginia, they need to lock in too.
Yeah, and that's what they have to do, but it's so hard to lock in when you can't do anything with your hands, right? Like, it's one thing if someone goes, hey, look, the next 30 minutes is another game. You go out for a walk, you make a phone call, you stretch, I don't know, sun salutation with yoga, whatever you want to do, man. But if you're in the mode controller or KBM is in your hand and you have to wait, I always wonder who really uses that to advantage or not. But either way, I will say it does kind of chop up the thing. We talk about momentum, talking about kind of that rhythm as well. So you don't want to see that happen, but it's very much the nature of the game, especially with Rocket League. Anyone who's played the game can understand.
We are just waiting for this one to get going, and at the moment it just feels as though, okay, we did get lobby info, so we'll be getting into it shortly. Give me a second to put this stuff in. I'm sure, again, all the guys want to. We see everyone is just wanting to play the game at the moment. Gyro, again, leader for this team. Matt's going to do a quick stretch, but I love the development of this WVU roster. Going to go through test lobby, but I love the development of this WVU roster. One that has really been around for a long time, but has seen many iterations that have tried and failed and maybe even succeeded at times, but has never won the big one in CRL. They've won a summer series, which sort of counts for something. It is the summer tournament when we had it, but never a national championship. They were always roadblocked by other things, whether it was roster issues, whether it was Northwood or any other team that might have come up. But this is their best chance now. We've been saying this since the start of the season.
Yeah, I say this with no hint of sarcasm and no bit of irony, but it says a lot about the message in your program that they're committed to esports, so props to them. I do think when you have a lot of frustrating results, a lot of times schools or small programs will get reactionary and say, well, maybe Rocket League isn't for us. But they have tried, and they tweaked, and they improved their roster paper on paper year after year. All it has to do is put the stars in line, cross all the T's, get the championship, and bring it home. I hope it's the case. I really do, because this program does deserve it.
So we'll just be ready to get into the next match. Players are in the server. Players are ready to go. We are ready to go. It will be game 3 of this best of 7 WVU versus Fisher College. We'll see who ends up with the momentum this time around. A nice clean break for both teams.
That sounds kind of fun to watch. So many shenanigans, and that was clear off the line by Matt. I thought it was going to be have ourselves a kickoff goal, whoever was one, but defense got the better of that one.
Defenses of both these teams are too solid to let that happen. That being said, Fisher want to keep this in play, want to keep bringing that absolutely ballistic offensive style when they can. This is a great pass over to Gyro. Gyro gets the beat. It's going to go down. Royales will be there for the save. Cosmic leaves it to Matt. Matt, who's been such an individual force for this WVU squad over the year. Almost as much, seen as much improvement as Cosmic has throughout the course of the year too. Been really cool to see his growth.
Yeah, Matt's definitely the mechanic of the team. I know a lot of times playing back, just kind of the sweeper is important, but every so often you got to go up and really just catch loose balls in the middle of the pitch, do some aerial to draw out some of the defense. All that extra work grants you no stat line points, but it's equally as important.
Gyro looking for Matt. Matt doesn't get ahead of it in time. It's going to be sent all the way back. Cosmic trying to shout at Royales. Royales just forces it through, almost gets it around the second defender too. Gyro will be there, no boost, so Ivan will go for the 50. Gets the demo too on Cosmic. Justice, he sees his teammate, doesn't get it over Gyro. Gyro with the perfect cutoff, but you see Matt already plays that aggressive first man just like he needs to. That's WVU signifying a change of pace here.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about giving opportunities for other people on your team and how good Gyro is when they're up top and being that kind of offensive threat. They haven't been pinned back in the back of the net. Thanks to Matt for that. You're seeing how Gyro cover a lot more ground. I'm not sure we carry distance measurements per game, but I will say Gyro has picked up the pace from my point.
Oh my goodness, what a save. Gyro, I don't know how you made that at that angle when you were coming towards the net. Somehow was able to pitch it off of the crossbar. Incredible work. So Cosmic and Gyro keeping WVU alive in this game. Now Gyro with the possession tries to get the flick around Ivan and doesn't get the bump on Royales. So Fisher in the back foot now. It's all in Cosmic's hands. He tries to get the pinch, but it will be blocked away.
Wow, everyone's dogpiling because I know everyone wants to be able to break this deadlock. You have game 3 after the tech pause. Being able to say we took back control of the game says a lot for the psychological advantage of a team. What we're seeing here is everyone pretty much go forward and start pilfering each other right in front of net.
Gyro, second touch. He's gonna see Cosmic. Cosmic's already up in the air, but he puts it too far. Matt is looking to solo it himself. Ivan will get a touch on it. WVU were so close. It was just one small angle. Gyro's there. Justice has the awareness for the cutoff. Even gets the demo to follow. Matt will follow as well. Halfway into this game now, we're still 0-0.
Love the fact that Fisher saw the play going the other way and had the cars playing right behind each other. So when someone got blocked with the 50-50, there was another person trying to push that ball forward. That's when you know you have confidence in your shooting lanes. And what a shot that was saved by Justice at the line.
Still dangerous though. Not the best touch. Gyro will capitalize. Finally breaking this deadlock. The captain comes through.
Nothing good comes from triple commits unless you really believe it's a team of friendship. But yes, everyone was kind of out of position after going forward and not ever going to get back in time. Ball was placed right in front of the net, gift on the platter, and now it's 1-0.
Ivan. Sit again. Fisher working from behind. Royales is there. Again, we see a lot of hours on Fisher as of late. A really long day. Just wrapped up a LAN tournament and now has to get into a lower bracket run for the CRL championship. You can imagine how heartbreaking it would be. They also lost this one. I think that's why they're putting absolutely everything into this. They already lost 2 LAN tournaments and now They want to end off on a win. A great 50. Ivan's going to go for the cut. WVU says no.
Can't believe only one goal has scored throughout this time. The way these teams are going, that typically means that defense is secondary, but it looks like everyone's keeping each other at bay, save for the one goal that was placed on a silver platter. It is kind of the witching hour. This one could be a goal situation, and that could be the dagger given all things considered there, Seb.
And you can see Ivan was just so awkward on this back wall, had no way to challenge it, tried to force it to his right, but ended up just getting the top of his car, which forced it left right into Gyro's path. 2-0 here for WVU. And you really have to wonder where exactly Fisher have gone wrong. Royales is trying to be a nuisance, is trying to create an opening, but it's just not manifesting any opportunity.
Yeah, at this juncture, if you're Fisher, I would say drop this game. Already think about game 3. I know 2 goals isn't the end of the world, but it does you no favors to do the extra energy here. Regroup, try to find out what new tactics are going to be, because this may be a long series when it's all said and done.
Fisher is no stranger to long series. They've been working since the early hours, of course, having to make the lower bracket run, and of course yesterday as well. Matt tries to get around Morales. Morales, captain, is there. 10 seconds left. This one is done and dusted. So WVU, it has paid off. The time has paid off. We will continue with WVU taking a lead in this series.
I think the way it's going, they would love to have tech pauses and lobby resets, but I say that in jest. West Virginia is no slouch. They proved it in these 2 games back to back, and not only they're back in the series, they have the lead.
So with West Virginia, and so many storylines attached to this team. Gyro, of course, thought this was when Gyro first was telling. You know what's actually really funny? Now that I remember this conversation, Gyro told me that he was going to be playing CRL before he actually joined WVU, and he said he had 2 offers. If I remember correctly, I believe those 2 offers was for West Virginia, and I believe it was Baylor. It was either Baylor or Fisher. It was one of those 2 teams. And I said, listen, I think right now, if you were to join WVU, you would have a winning recipe. Because this is when Angel was still on the team. This is when Matter was then Tool. And then as time has gone on, I think he's been more and more validated. Obviously, Angel retired and Cosmic has joined the roster. I think he's pretty happy with that decision now. That being said, if it was Baylor, a Gyro on Baylor would also be pretty nice.
Oh yeah, different look, different team altogether. Just a bit of a no here. It looks like Fisher called their timeout, so we're making sure that they have their time allotted. But imagine, that's one of the biggest what ifs. I think Champ League should have a segment about that. What if Gyro was on Baylor? What if Gyro was in Fisher? Like, it'd be a whole different thing. I think the universe would open up.
Well, I think it's important that for this roster that, you know, WVU needed a leader, right? And while Angel has retired, has moved on to being a coach, Gyro, he's a good mentor for the team. He's able, like, I mean, you look at his smile, dude. Like he just is positive vibes all around consistently. I've hung out with him a ton of times, and the dude just exudes positive energy. And I think sometimes, especially for a team, that's what you need. You can tell that for Maryville, that responsibility falls onto Shuffleverse, where he very much is that positive energy for the team and continues to do so. And you see that in the server. The boys are having fun. And when WVU are playing well, that's when they're having fun.
Well, I mean, yeah, winning solves everything there, Seb. I'm having fun when I'm winning too, but I think most teams have to fight through the times they're not winning. And so I look at this Fisher timeout and I go, hey, look, West Virginia not only beat you twice, they're having fun while doing it. What are you doing to stop that?
So we'll be getting along in our game 4 of this best of 7. Fisher took the timeout quite early as well. I think they're recognizing some systemic errors, tries to put one on. Realis, great pass. Gyro will take it out. Gyro, Cosmic, immediate follow-up. We've seen Matt and Cosmic as a duo be so deadly, but also deadly is Realis and Justice. This one goes off the crossbar and is saved out. Matt, Justice looks to continue. Ivan tries to follow up, but there's no one to be there.
The exchange was unfortunate because Justice beat both defenders and had to put it on frame, but it hits the crossbar and knocks away. I think what was Fisher's, and I had to speculate, their timeout was saying, hey, look, we're kind of getting beat in the walls, we're kind of getting beat in the ground, let's take it to the mid-range sky and really find ways to poke holes in a defense that has totally been impregnable thus far. And what we're seeing that is that they actually had it done, but the shots have to be on target, man.
Do need to be on target. It doesn't matter how good your setup is. As long as your finishing is bad, you're just not going to get anywhere, right? So Ivan is going to have to go for this cut. Gyro and Ivan going to fight for it in the midfield. I can imagine someone being there, but Fisher's going to play this a little bit more passive. Maryville is going to knock it up high. Justice a little too high for it. Cosmic will send this all the way down. He actually has a good amount of boost to play with. He's going to force this 50 through, and it's just going to go back and forth.
Well, it's a good way, good idea, good attempt to try to put something off of pressure on your side of the pitch, but didn't really have the angle to even attempt a full-on shot. Just kind of delayed the time, and that was a shot. It scores the crossbar, and the pick goes back in. Ivan on the other side, cleaning up the mess. 1-0. What a shot.
I mean, the main thing is the fact that they were able to isolate this 1v2, and Ivan was immediately there for the follow-up. Fisher showing signs of life in this one.
Don't give me hope. I've seen that movie. Don't give me hope, Seb, because it looked like West Virginia was hitting another level, and Fisher said, oh no, take us with you. And they're back in this one.
Listen, I don't want to talk about country roads, but WVU have indeed had a long road ahead of them. Years in the making for this one. And this is only one step for them. I know that in their eyes, they still see Maryville as their final opponent. But Fisher have really made a road for themselves. That's the thing. While WVU, they have country roads, Fisher have paved their own road. And it continues to excite people even as we get through this series.
You're 100,000% correct. I'm not saying that Fisher's on a Cinderella run or they're a bunch of underdogs, but really this has been a spectacular run of form that even exceeded their own expectations, and it came at the right time this semester.
Perfect timing. Cosmic playing it slow, trying to really force the issue and force Fisher to make a mistake. Gyro needs to get a good 50, and Gyro's challenge has just gotten so good. Matt is going to try and bait this challenge as well. Cosmic is going to put it off the corner, gets a decent touch, but of course Justice is there. WVU not really committing too hard. Justice even is going to knock it up because the bump came through, so Ivan is going to be back, and Matt just had to punt it downfield to at least get a bit of breathing room. Morales gonna play the back wall to Gyro's touch and make for some safety, and you can see that there, but the bumps are coming through. Matt will come in to clean up, and we have a tie game.
I was going to make a note, the off-ball aggression is really just bumping everyone around, but even in front of the ball, bumping away from the net, gave Matt a shot clear as day, unmarked, to make sure the equalizer went through.
So just under 2 minutes, WVU are on the board. Matt looking for something, but it will go just a touch short. Cosmic is going to scrap for it in the corner, immediately sent downfield. Matt's already on the way back. 90 seconds. Next goal could be a ton to overcome. Gyro, flip reset, tries to get something. So that was a late challenge. I don't think they knew exactly where WVU were in that one. Ivan gonna play it slow, looking for Justice, tries to be fancy with it, doesn't get much, and now this one's dangerous. Morales has to get on the wall, but it's outpacing him. Matt puts it in once again.
You see what happens? I think both teams looked up, they saw the clock, and tried to say, we're not going to overtime. Both teams had a little bit of sloppy ball handling skills, but ultimately it was West Virginia going back to what worked for them, and that's poking, prodding, and punishing, and they have the go-ahead goal.
Just over a minute. Ivan needs something here. I want to believe, guys. I know I had WVU winning my bracket, but the story of Fisher is so enticing. It just makes you feel good. But sometimes competitive reality is that much more heartbreaking. So it will be 46 seconds, and with it, WVU don't look like they're letting up anytime soon. Potentially spoke too soon. Justice over to Reales, but they can't get it done.
Looked like 2 times we went for each other except for the ball, which means maybe the gloves are off because it looked like it wasn't even close to catching the ball.
kind of curious as to how WVU are wanting to play this, or Fisher, I should say. 20 seconds left, and with it, Les Fisher can show a bit more confidence and a bit just more ability in their execution. This one will all be going to WVU. They will move on to series point. And I feel like we just got this started. Unless Justice says otherwise, it will be challenged away. No one will be there, even demoed for good measure. WVU move on to 3-1.
What a poke at the last gas second. That shows you not only did West Virginia secure the lead, they were still locked in to make sure there was no chance for that equalizer. West Virginia, pretty much after not winning a single game and that upper bracket, is very close in their first series today.
Now that we're going to a series scoreline, WVU, my goodness. We knew that WVU were gonna, be able to handle this one, but I know that I think with Fisher, we just expected a little bit more. I mean, geez, they just beat Winthrop too, and kind of made it look bad as well. But WVU have proven they are on another class of team right now, and that the two best teams at the moment are both the European and North American.
It's very interesting. I think about 20 minutes ago, the story was really about this run that Fisher had in lower brackets, and it's still there. They have a chance to flip the script back to them. But West Virginia being this team, this organization, this org that just had these troubles of not hitting over the hump, and now the destiny's in their hand with no more safety net, no more elimination to their disposal, and being one game away from advancing is the stuff that CRL and Legends are made of.
So we go to series point. WVU on the cusp of wanting to make grand finals a reality. I would have to go back. I don't know if we've ever seen them in a actual CRL official grand final. They've been close many times, but they still have plenty to do. But Royales says otherwise.
Well, this one here is double commit. There was no one down for the secondary shot. This may be a miscommunication on both sides. Cosmic got caught flat-footed, upside down, and that one's there easy peasy all day.
Immediately coming off with the kickoff, Fisher showing signs of life once again, but it is a long road ahead of you if you want to make up this deficit. 3-1 is so difficult to overcome in most series, but it is Rocket League, and with enough effort, can really go by just like that.
You know what? You're not wrong. It's hard in any sport.
Oh my goodness.
And Cosmic's going to make it as difficult as possible. Here's the equalizer, but from the heavens, Gyro thought it was going to be a solo slot in. It was very clever with the pass, and that right there, untouchable, undeniable. It's now 1-1.
And again, we see that Cosmic Gyro duo just continue to execute perfectly. Cross pitch 1 and 2. Cosmic simply not missing. Neither is Gyro. Cosmic even getting the demo. Gyro is going to have to take the quick cut as well. Try and go for the second. Cosmic is going to be there. Tries to force it through, but Justice will get the 50 over him. Royales needs the individual, but no, Matt will be there for the save.
It was a save, but you saw that kind of put everyone on that West Virginia side equally on that same side of the pitch. They lucky they had a bit of a respite there, because that could have been easily punished and have another goal conceded.
Matt. Be difficult. Ivan. The Cosmic. Fight for the midfields, and Matt thus far, Cosmic stealing the boost as well. Likes to be a nuisance in the opposing end, whether it's through demos or boost steals. Matt still Cosmic. Trying to go for the solo. Matt actually could be dangerous. Gyro's just gonna put this on, and he does! Gyro, the captain, giving it over to West Virginia, wanting to end this series now.
Making it look easy. For the first angle, I thought it was just hanging out there, but no, the ground that Gyro had to cover to even be in the same vicinity says that that was a bit of foresight with skill mixed in.
Ivan and Royales, the rest of Fisher starting to panic. This one slowly slipping out of their hands. It didn't feel real before, and now I think it does. They've called their timeout, and they just have to roll with the punches. This one's an open net, but Realis isn't in position, so he'll try and take it up the wall to extend some of the pressure. Ivan is going to play for his follow-up. Almost gets a solo himself. Gyro's able to pinch it out just to put it up high to force more boost to be used. Ivan looking to keep it in play. Not going to go through yet. Realis can't get around in time. So it will be WVU's defense hanging on just by a thread.
I think you were the most astute caster today, Seb. You saw the yawns, you saw the eyes rubbing, you wondered whether or not Fisher was still locked in. That's the only way I can describe the change of fortunes, and that had to have been saved desperation clear by just us.
I mean, at this point, if you let an insurance goal go in for WVU, might as well count your eggs, as it might just be over. Gyro, solo, trying to get around one, goes a touch wide. Matt is just following it just to follow up. Cosmic takes the mid, so we can at least make a challenge in the midfield, but he's just going to let Ivan go for the approach anyway. To approach the last 2 minute, Realis puts it short, tries to go for the bounce, but it's covered.
I'm not sure we saw that save by Cosmic. Almost overran it, dropped back. The reverse button says that, look, I'm going to make sure. But you know what? As I say that, delaying the inevitable, Royalis, make sure this is a game.
And I swear Royalis has gotten a ton of goals like these. Just casual roll up the wall and finish past the defender. Perfect placement for him. Fisher, it has come down to his captain time and time again. Royalis has willed this team across the line, both mentally and mechanically. This one's going all the way down pitch. Matt has to dive for it, but the captain wants to make sure that Fisher have a chance at least.
Can't believe it. Trying to force another game, another opportunity. Has to start with the small ball now. You got yourself an equalizer. You can't rest on your laurels. 90 seconds is a long time to find a go-ahead goal. And if you're not careful, you put yourself in an overtime situation, and that makes it even more up the chance. So up the chance that one stops right from near post.
Bit of a scuffle in the corner as well. WVU put on the back foot, but even when Fisher tries to muscle it through, nothing is coming about. It just feels as though the creativity on offense just isn't there right now. Any attempt they're trying to go off the wall, which is where they prefer to play at, just isn't falling apart. Even the 2v1 they set up there wasn't able to manifest from a pass or anything. It really does feel like, oh, we're just going to throw off the net and see what happens, essentially.
Yeah, it does have this feeling, and that was on the line and forced in, and knock, who's there? We're talking about creativity, we're talking about doing something different. Just roll the ball in, Seb. Who knew?
Listen, if creativity doesn't work, if surgical doesn't work, sometimes you just need some big gains. You need to muscle it through, and that's exactly what Ivan did. Forcing it, and at least giving Fisher a chance at this series, getting themselves the lead.
Absolute stunner of a goal, not because of how it was laid out, but the fact that they have the go-ahead goal with less than 60 seconds to go, 42 seconds to go as I say this, and now it looks like West Virginia's on the back foot.
Just the first time we've seen WVU on the back foot in a long while. So now Fisher starting to take the initiative, starting to sit in the driver's seat, at least for this game. And when you are in this situation, that's all you can do. Justice going for the second flip reset, actually gets it. Ivan, 18 seconds remaining. WVU, Cosmic looking to make it tied. Realis, not the best touch. He is going to get followed up off the wall. Matt, a little bit too slow for it. Cosmic needs to get this challenge. Actually does. It's going to go underneath. Go to the blue half. Cosmic is just baiting. Matt, going to put it on over. It's one more chance. Gyro, no one's going to be there. Fisher showing signs of life so long as the ball touches the ground. And we go to 3-2.
Well, it's just an interesting game altogether because going in, it felt like Fisher was DOA. In fact, I was probably saying these guys are sleepy, but then something happened. The can was opening up, and now Fisher is hanging on as you move on to the next round.
Now, at this point, look at how Fisher is playing. Have they gotten their confidence back, Navanta? You feel?
I think so. The timeout, I wasn't quite convinced. I mean, timeouts can be a lot of things, especially with that tech pause. We had multiple of those. But really, in figuring out what was wrong with the team, I think what they were doing was just trying to be a counterattack team when they really had to be more of a forceful, aggressive one. That was an adjustment that happened in the run of the game. So now they have that power up in the back, they have that buff. Can they build on that the next game going on?
And there is the classic Royales smile. Fisher, mental, possibly back. And here's the thing is when Fisher is smiling, they really don't lose. We haven't seen them lose anyway when those smiles are on. WVU, I imagine. I mean, listen, they look tired as well. They've been playing a ton of Rocket League over the past few days. This is the prime collegiate season. We just saw Gyro. I mean, he came back from NECC, if I remember correctly, or NACE, excuse me. So he has been grinding a bunch. But now we are still on Series 4 point. Can Fisher force this Game 7?
Man, imagine that. That would be a story. They'd be looking at each other going like, look at us. Man, look at us. But if you're West Virginia, man, knowing what's on their plate, knowing the expectations everyone is giving you, the expectations you put on yourself, that cannot happen. No Game 7. It has to end now.
It does. Especially if you're Fisher, you don't want to give the initiative over to WVU. I just can't imagine what Maryville is thinking as they're waiting in the wings watching this. Well, actually, they're probably thinking, man, I hope they finish soon because we got to get on a flight, but... Oh, that's a shot from Ivy, but a touch short. Gyro, Royales puts it up high. Can Royales get the angle? Yes, he does! The captain does it again!
I was about to be an old man yelling at Cloud asking for the double touch, but hey, look, if you beat the defender and dude anyway, forget how it's done. It's done, though. 1-0 Fisher.
Fisher, are they renewed? Is that the question? The smiles, the emotion, the vibe. They look completely fresh. Maybe this is what they needed, just that little bit of confidence, just a single game, and Gyro wants to demo that from the server.
Oh man, is Gyro the villain now? Happiness bomb.
His smile is no longer a nice, happy smile. It's an evil smile.
I love it. But you're right, man. You can see that go early if you're West Virginia. You know what happens when that happens late. You got to be able to button that up as soon as possible. So I know you have a lot of time here, 3:44 ready to go. But if there's anyone that has to score now, it's West Virginia.
WVU. Don't want to be on the back foot for too long, but they've shown how well they can play under pressure. But I want to bring it back to a point that Bass made, or it was Bass or someone made. That's a good shot. I want to bring it back to a point that someone made about, WVU have been in these situations before where we've caught them on an insane run. They make it to losers finals, and then they crash and burn. And that is why I have such a difficult time rooting for WVU sometimes, is because I put my faith in them and then they let me down, kind of like you do for Ball State.
Hey, listen, I mean, yeah, my favorite balls. See, I can't disagree with you. I'm like, wait a minute. That is a sound, logical way of looking at things, Seb. Dude, I know, it's so frustrating if you're a supporter, but I know the supporters that are still there, know the good, they know the bad, and I know if they do win today, if they do beat the series, they do move on, they are crowned champions, it'd be extra sweet, but it has to be one thing after the other, and that is score now, understanding what the new tactics are for a chance to get yourself a chance to put the series away.
I think right now, Fisher, they might have found the solution that we cannot get baited defensively. We're going into these really bad challenges, we're forcing the issue, and we're not really trying to be too smart with how we're playing our 50s, and WVU are taking full advantage of that when they're in the offensive zone. But it's in transition where WVU can be so dangerous. Gyro just going up his first man, Cosmic on the follow-up. Fisher haven't found the solution to that just yet, but they seem to be doing a good job at maintaining this midfield control.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a little bit of a start to any offensive attack, and each team knows how to neutralize it. That midfield has really been where offensive lines start to die. So you gotta say that if you're anyone right now, you gotta be a bit more aggressive, bumping Demo City to open up some of the flow between these two nets to actually open up some scoring opportunities.
At the moment, Fisher are doing a good job at just keeping the pace of play. Gyro, it's going to go. He's going to try for the second touch. Royales is going to be able to get a hand on it. Matt is going to go for the follow-up, but look at how more passive Matt and Cosmic are playing right now. They're playing way further back than we're used to seeing them. Could they possibly be shook?
That is a critical mistake there. When Gyro got stopped, there should have been another card ready to scoop that up and try another way. Seeing how you have it open to shoot a shot on net right down the middle. That could be a critical error when it's all said and done.
Hold on.
And now we get the bumps in there.
Royales, the bump came through perfectly. completely baited by the backflip from Justice. Realis immediately cut through. West Virginia fell apart.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say what killed the Roman Empire, internal, external forces. Well, we got bad positioning and lax defense coupled with an aggressive bump at the right critical time, and now it's 2-0.
Okay, so a minute remaining. West Virginia have the chance to force this to a Game 7. Everyone watching, can they make this upset? It would be a drastic one. Remember, 3 of us had West Virginia University at the #1 spot in our power ranking going into this championship. We saw them as there was surely no one could beat them after an 8-0 run. Maybe a Maryville, maybe a Northwood, but a Fisher, absolutely not.
Hey, that must mean Fisher heard y'all talking crap about them. Nah, I'm just totally kidding. But yeah, this is what makes this series and this season and this semester so unpredictable. Because really, at the end of the day, you can talk about all the skill, all the roster strength, but you gotta get it done.
Wow. Okay, that was so quick and dirty. West Virginia, 1, 2, 3, immediately rotates back. Matt, straight back to Gyro, who recognized it. That is peak West Virginia.
Oh, yeah, short, secure passes. I wonder who mentioned that at the top of the show. It was me! Come on, West Virginia, do more of that.
West Virginia claimed this at the last 10 seconds, though. They're diving in, trying to force the issue. You can even see Matt. He's playing further up. Everyone playing that goal line offense. Cosmic's playing such aggressive rotations. Realis wants to force this Game 7, tries to take Gyro off the scoreboard. Matt, straight to Gyro. Cosmic keeps it in the air. Justice diving for it. It's gonna touch the ground. We're going to Champions Field.
Well, that, my dear, is how you make a Game 7 worth even more. What a matchup, what a win by Fisher, but now the stakes could not be higher.
I know Speed is just head in hands. Like, man, I just wanted to play my series. And now we're going to Champions Field. 3-1 to 3-3. What a turn of events. West Virginia is going to call their timeout. They're going to take a breather, figure things out. Fisher, what a turnaround from this squad.
I wonder if Maryville's kicking themselves right now being Game 7. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Fisher. Look, the destiny, the talent, we saw the run, but they look pretty rocky, right? We thought they were going to be the victors. They have a chance to be victors here today, but it wasn't as crisp or as clean as anyone expected. They got a couple of lucky breaks. They got a couple of opportunities they created, and now they have an extra 60 seconds to think about how exactly can they twist the dagger they potentially have in West Virginia, and that really comes down to that. I gotta say, you gotta be as aggressive as you can. Do not be afraid to get kind of funky right in front of net, really to crash those gates and get yourself the dub.
What a turnaround. Not only just, I mean, the only thing that scares me is WVU in that last minute when they knew that the Jets were on and they played to their best. They played short ground passes. Comms were fantastic, and they weren't giving as much space. It felt like they were just giving so much space over to Fisher, and then the moment that they got into the offensive zone, they just played passive as ever. That's when WVU kind of tend to be at their weakest, but when the comms are good, the passes are great, they look terrifying. So WVU...
Well, the only things that scare me is cockroaches, but you're absolutely right. Aggressive nature is what wins the game here. These two teams feel like they kind of hang back, to kind of see what everyone's trying to do and try to break up passes, which is great. You want to keep doing that. I'm not saying to avoid that, but sometimes why even allow your opponent the chance to do that first pass? Really put them on the back foot to say, oh no, we may get demoed or bumped. Let's cut our decision time, making time to half that. And when that happens, that's when mistakes are made.
Well, I know right now, WVU, they're still taking their timeout. I believe Evil is still their coach. I might be wrong on that, but they have a coach. They do, no, excuse me, Angel is the coach. What am I saying? Angel is their coach, longtime member of the team, familiar with all the players, but it doesn't matter. We're getting into Game 7 of our lower final of the CRL Spring 2026 Championship. Fisher, WVU, now.
Give it up for Game 7, my friend. And Gyro wants to be the one to be the hero there. That was the first shot, and it was cut off at the pass.
I had to do it. Old reference for all the old CRL heads, but we are underway. It's Game 7, all the stakes on the line. The winner moves on to the grand final to face Maryville.
Man, I know Maryville either locked
Whoa,
in, ready
that's
to go,
open.
or
That's
looking at their
open.
watches. And that's a shot from Royales. And what will happen there? Is anybody home? First goal, Fisher.
Ivan becoming the demo man, leaving it to his captain, Royales. Fisher, aggressive as ever, not giving any space to West Virginia. At this point, WVU, not a great way to start. And Ivan looking for the solo, gets it himself. Ivan, you're a madman.
I will say that Rocket League is a free will simulator. After being the garbage man for the first goal, Ivan makes sure to get on the score sheet themselves with the banger. There you go, back-to-back goalies from Fisher. What a beginning to this one.
Ivan has instances in this series and in this tournament bracket where he just takes over games. And in this case, it might be one of those. Ivan turning into Ivan the Terrible and putting WVU on watch. But Cosmic has shown just as much ability, going for the aerial bump, leaving it for a teammate. Gyro's gonna follow this one, but 2-0 for Fisher. WVU are shaking in their boots.
Ivan the Terrible, talking about old references for old heads. I love it. I love it though, but that's the one
No
thing I don't think
way!
I'm saying. What a shot by Justice! What just happened there? Look, we're singing the praises of Ivan, but check this goal out here. Here's an opportunity to pop up and start something, but no, shot down the corner. Nobody's there. Gyro comes back in time. Ain't nobody home. It's 3-0.
Just past the 4-minute mark, Fisher has dominated this game. Gyro has 6 points. 6! This is a collapse of a monumental order. Now, thankfully, there's still plenty of time, but even with that 50 that's gone completely awry, Gyro, you have to know what is at stake here. Ivan is going to come in again. Cosmic has no boost. Justice is going to come for the follow-up. Matt's going to play off the back wall. Justice gets a hand on it to keep it in play. Gyro over to Royales. It's a bad 50. Justice is following. Cosmic gets back in time.
Yeah, goals have been so hard to come by tonight. I don't think that's the end of the game, but being down by 3 and giving your opponent that advantage is something you don't want to do.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that was saved on the line by Justice. And that was going to be one pull back, but not today. What a save.
And there are those times where you feel like you just can't score. It doesn't matter how well you're playing. Gyro's going to collect the mid. Royales has the confidence, just going to send this downfield. Cosmic needs to get around, gets challenged exactly just how Justice did, but they know better this time. 250 as we approach the halfway point of this game. WVU, they are on their last legs. They've let this one slip. Can they bring this back from the brink of defeat?
It is funny because when you mentioned that Ivan can take over games, I was just wondering, hey, we didn't really have an all-star singular performance.
No
but
way.
The way it's going right now, on the button, Ivan makes it 4 goals scored, 4 goals unanswered. This is a rout.
At halftime, Fisher have scored more goals than at any point, frankly, throughout their entire series. This is the first time they scored 4 throughout the series. And so with Fisher at this point, I mean, what do? Do you just park the bus? You just let WVU throw shots at you and just relax, knowing this one could be yours?
I am always team park the bus, man. But that's just me. I'm so shook with that
I love
Rocket League.
Magic School Bus, one of my favorite shows, man.
Facts. But you hear the thing, like I said, there's so many games in CRL today that with 2-1 or 3-1, when you're up 4 goals, it really behooves you to really slow down and just be a menace in the mid-pitch and not try to overextend yourself. Don't give any daylight for your opponent to get back in here. So yeah, I would park the bus if I was Fisher.
And listen, I'm not even over-exaggerating when I say it, just how baffled I am, because remember, 3 of us had them at number 1. WVU was arguably the favorite coming into this championship. They look like a completely renewed team. But just as I pointed out in the preamble of this, in our predictions, Fisher was one of the only teams as well to actually beat WVU in league play. And this is just replicating that performance.
Not like this, man. Not like this. You talk about ways of if winning and losing a series, you take it to game 7, and this is the worst performance of all series for you. And now this is the 5th one. Shout out to the nickel. This right here is over. Country Roads, take me home. It looks like we have ourselves the team that's going to advance.
It seems all country roads have an ending. And at this point, the ending is Fisher College. A 5-0 scoreline for Fisher at the very end of a Game 7. A disastrous collapse for West Virginia.
Breaks my heart, man. It really does. It really breaks my heart because even if they lost the game here 2-1, you would say, hey, look, they gave it their all. But this is kind of like something that has just compounded all series. And now every mistake, every miscue has blown up in their faces.
It's so difficult to put this into words. But what a resilient team in Fisher. They look deflated. They looked like there was almost nothing left, that they looked tired. They looked like they had been playing for hours, and it showed. But now they have just earned their spot into the CRL Grand Final after what was a school that had a really tenuous reputation. Royales repaired all of that. He's become the ambassador for CRL and has willed and carried this Fisher College team to the grand finals of his first ever CRL season. Fisher, take it in 7.
Congratulations to the Fisher team. You know the challenge you have next. Maryville is lying in waiting, and for West Virginia University, you played your heart out. It was a fantastic run, but your story ends here tonight. Again, a team is stronger this semester. They made it to championships, but just wasn't the tournament.
I just can't imagine the mental and the WVU guys. I'm actually so upset for them at the moment. This is a team that we thought this was the team. We thought this was the season, that this was all going to come to play, that everything was going to come together. But Fisher, throughout the lower bracket, you know what? I'm actually going to look this up because I really want to know. Fisher, throughout the LCQ, went through round 4 of the LCQ after losing to Concord, who, mind you, did not make the playoffs. Went ahead, beat Akron Blue, Davenport University, Ball State University, St. Clair College, and then went immediately on a tear throughout the course of the lower bracket after losing to West Virginia in the upper bracket, beating Baylor, Winthrop, and now WVU to make it to the final.
So you're saying it's destiny?
It's will. It is pure will.
Well, you know what? I saw Will firsthand today. I did not believe Fisher had it. I thought they ran out of gas, no pun intended. I thought maybe, hey, look, good run. No one will fault them because they really weren't in anyone's predictions, but they found a way to literally dig deep, or they found a way to dig deep in a way we didn't expect it, and they pushed through, and everything exploded for them in Game 7. Now, if you're Maryville and you haven't really played in almost about an hour and a half by my estimation, and you're kind of semi-distracted about what's happening after the tournament, this could be a challenge you didn't see coming.
It could be a challenge. We know that Maryville, listen, they are the final boss at the moment for Fisher. There's so much on the line for both these teams. Maryville are chilling. I think they have this in the bag. They haven't been challenged one bit in the upper bracket, but we're going to take a moment to set up our grand final for the CRL Spring 2026 Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you. Now that your gaze is polarized.
get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
It took some time, but we finally got a game to go the distance. West Virginia falls right before they reach the mountaintop, and Fisher will be the ones to soar above the competition. But the problem is that they have the hardest journey ahead of them against Maryville, the #1 seed from league play. Bass, this has been a nail-biter of an event so far, but I hope Fisher can keep the momentum going.
That is by far the biggest question right now. It's not whether or not they're going to be able to, meet expectations, live up to the level of play at which Maryville will throw against them. It's can they even get a game, which seems like, oh yes, obviously. You got to remember, it took them 7 to beat a team that did not get 1. They barely squeaked by West Virginia, who got blown out the water earlier today. So, hey, Fisher looking on fire. These replays prove it, but boy, do they have a Goliath in front of them.
What's crazy is both of these colleges that we have, coming up haven't really gotten their chip yet in terms of CRL specifically. They've gotten, some good looks from RLCS, but both teams have a chance there. But looking at this past series here, Novanta, Fisher, it took them a while to get started, right? They were down 3-1. They pulled from within and were able to get things going afterwards. But how do they make sure, going forward that they don't have to do that so late into a series?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first couple games against that West Virginia side, they were trying to say, look, let's get ourselves as wide as possible to kind of goad their opponents in the center and then cut them off with a pass, which is not a bad tactic on paper. But what ended up happening was West Virginia found a way to say, you know what, we're not going to go with that. And they shot wide anyway. And when they saw that the ball going the other way, Fisher kind of abandoned ship and had to really chase. You saw bunches in the corners in the first 2 games. And so I think when they decided, like, that's not going to work, we're going to hang back and then counterattack and then really poke and prod and make them make mistakes, it was a whole different game. I didn't think they had the resolve, but they had to lock in one and really wipe their eyes quite literally to say, hey, look, don't fall asleep at the wheel. We've come this far to go this far.
Well, kind of looking ahead or I guess back a little bit first, right? We had this long bracket from yesterday into today for the CRL Spring Championship, a little bit longer than last time, right? It was only 4 teams last go around, but similar stories. Northwood going out a little bit early. Winthrop, unfortunately for them, weren't able to make it through at that lower bracket. But speaking of lower bracket here, Seb, Fisher have been making one of the best lower bracket runs we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mentioned this briefly just before we left off, but they went through round 4 of LCQ, and of course everyone is auto-qualled into the upper bracket, so they lost to West Virginia and then immediately went on the lower bracket. Something about the lower bracket is making them bracket demons, and even then, this is still the lowest seeded team coming into this weekend. They are the 6th seed. They are the lowest possible, and even if they were to qual, remember, they made it 6th in league play VOD.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing to think about is for their previous series, there's just one game that separated them, but it's many that separated Maryville and Fisher. Maryville had a plus 19, I believe it was plus 11 that we saw towards the end of it for the side of Fisher for their game differential. And they were also down, of course, a series as well. So getting to see, Maryville kind of high above the competition for the most part in terms of like games and also the one win that they needed to edge out. That's the big difference, I would say, between these 2 teams. Is one's had a much longer journey than the other, and the other had to make a long journey across the pond, I guess you could say, for Maryville for this semester. But this just continues to be the case here, Bass. We always have some sort of international representation in the grand final, and now we're guaranteed for an international roster to be the winner yet again.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like we keep saying, European invasion. It's for a reason, man. Obviously, now it's also the South American invasion included in that, but it's just non-American, non-Canadian, non-Mexican students who continue to come over to North America, compete with the best of them, and then out-compete them at the end of the day. So it's impressive stuff to see. I think this Maryville squad have kind of, they set the tone for this. They set that's the trend. Technically, the trend would probably go to the boys on St. Clair. Shout out to Jazzy Sai and RG, trying to think of the third player that came with them at this point, but I'm sorry?
Vesh?
No, that's why I was going to say it was, it's not, no, it was not Vesh. It was somebody, there's another third who, Jazzy Sai, I'm trying to remember. They're on the B team for St. Clair. No, who is it? I'm going to lose my mind. Whatever. Anyways, it's a very good player that came from St. Clair along with the rest of the trend. Then came Concord. Then came Maryville. Y'all get the idea. Somebody in chat's going to tell me who it is, and I'm going to feel super foolish as soon as I can't remember the name. Either way, yeah, this has been a really, really cool thing to see. I think at the end of the day, it's very much about, we want to get as many of these people education as possible. And the fact that they get to compete at the highest level of Rocket League continually, even past for some of these guys, they stop competing in RLCS. They get a second life here in NA. It's awesome to see.
Was it Quint from way back in the day?
Quint.
Like this is the first international
the Burles player.
Yeah, that's probably who you're thinking of way back when. That's a long time ago. But we have taken a long journey throughout the semester. League play, the Opens, the LCQ, and now it comes down to one final matchup, the grand final. Fisher Falcons facing off against Maryville College themselves. Both of these schools, I mean, they've been well known throughout collegiate esports as dynasties and have built, monumental powerhouse rosters. And looking at both sides of this as well. Oh, it was Fabso. Okay, that makes sense.
That's who I was like, it's the guys who won the world championship. Why can't I remember this?
There's a lot of international talent that's come over. But speaking of international talent here, Novanta, I mean, we have the best of the best that are facing off in this grand final.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in action and practice here today. I mean, Justice being able to find so many pockets to cherry pick goals, and Relating Wave just kind of being a brute force or a force of nature when need be. Those are the two I'm looking forward to see how they work together, or work in complement of each other, I should say, in this one. And you know what? It's going to be a physical one. We're going to see a lot more use of the top-down goal attempts, and it's going to be something that's going to be battled right in front of that top crossbar. So look for that to be a part of the storyline telling here today.
Well, speaking of the storyline, right, the question is, can Fisher College get a game against Maryville? And Maryville themselves, you know, they have a flight to catch in a little under 2.5 hours at this point, so they want to speed run this series as quickly as they can. But I feel like it's not going to be so easy here, Seb, for them to get a sweep against Fisher, especially after seeing how they came back from the brink of extinction in that last series.
I mean, if there is anything that can be said about Fisher, is that they can deal with pressure when push comes to shove. We saw that when they were on the brink of a 3-1 deficit against WVU. They looked completely deflated, but then some reason they took that time out. They really locked it in together. The comms, and immediately the mood specifically just looked a lot better. Royales was smiling. Everyone was smiling. And now we see Fisher in the grand final because of it. You have to wonder, with the time mounting and with essentially all the pressure that is on Maryville as well, to wrap this up early, are they going to be able to keep their head cool? We know that this is a team that can get tilted at times, and Bass, you know this, there is almost no playstyle that can be more tilting as a Sam playstyle.
It's not just Sam playstyle, it's just Fisher as a whole have this ability to just literally be a nuisance, and that's their game plan. It isn't like trying to have a deep rotation. It's not about offensive. It's just, hey, Just Does, do you want these guys to hate you at the end of the series? Good, go.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, talking about this series itself, right? We have potential for a bracket reset. Do we see it happening here in Avanta, or is Maryville just going to shut things down?
It's kind of hard to tell, because I feel like in this alternate universe where it's a sweep, or one that goes all 14 games,
oh,
right?
Man.
Yeah. Sorry for you guys in the casting booth for this one. No, I do think Maryville's just been too strong. They've been tested, sure, but I've never seen them feel like they're fighting from underneath. It really is their series to lose. I think they get it done in one go around this time.
Okay. One go around is what we're feeling for this matchup specifically. We could see things, change in favor of Fisher College, especially because Maryville's been waiting a while, right? They played that upper bracket final, had to wait for 2 matches in a row to finish up. So that's my biggest worry for them. Bass, how do you think that they've been just keeping warm and ready for this one when they've been preparing to expedite from the country back home?
I want to say that they have, but I'm honestly a little bit worried that they maybe have not. I've got a message here in the server from Relating Wave, which is, and I quote, "If you guys win, can you make it quick?" So I don't really know if they've been getting ready here, if they're just kind of anticipating this very anxiously. I'm going to hope maybe they had like a warm-up scrim. One of the other teams was willing to, scrim with them. But no, Speed's also getting anxious. Anytime today, my flight is boarding soon. They really want to make these flights.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do that, right? If they are going to make their journey back home, or if they are going to be the ones to bring the trophy home, right? Both of these institutions are still looking for their first Collegiate Rocket League official victory. They've gotten wins, in some other leagues across the board in history past. Fisher, though, specifically, it would be so tilting for them, Seb, if they get just another runner-up finish this year.
It would be a little bit tragic for Maryville, but I still think that the story in support of Fisher would just be so enthralling. I can't really put any other words behind it, because at the end of the day, this is, and I hate to say it, but it is a David versus Goliath situation that we have. We have the lowest possible seed coming into this. We have one who's doing a lower bracket run, and then out of nowhere, they have to somehow defeat essentially a European super team in CRL. Remember, Archie is the only defending CRL champion that is currently left. He is the star player of that St. Clair squad that won back-to-back CRL championships, and now he joined what was the already strong team in Maryville, who just got rid of their North American player and then brought in Archie, and now they are the complete Maryville package. So I think Fisher beating Maryville just makes the story itself.
I mean, basically an old Team Evo roster, right, that got top 8 in RLCS
Yes.
at one point, is playing as half of this team or all of the team, excuse me, for Maryville, half of the grand final itself. So a lot going on in this matchup. A lot of RLCS talent from all different regions from this entire roster of players on both ends, especially, seeing Royales doing so well in South America. Solon coming in as well as the coach for their team. And Seb, you're happy as well, I'm sure, because Press, another coach for Fisher College, is Canadian. So we might have a Canadian actually get a win here.
Don't give him this. Don't give him this. He already claims it when St. Clair does this, and those are all Europeans. We can't give him more ammunition.
He does claim it. He does claim it.
What am I supposed to say if a Canadian school wins? No, it doesn't count. They're all Europe. No, come on.
Yes.
Give me a break. No, because the coach is still
it does.
Canadian.
Yeah,
So,
it works for me.
either way, listen, I'm not.
Maybe. Who knows?
Press is great. He's a phenomenal coach. He's a friend of mine as well. Really solid dude. Actually, there are a lot of Canadian imports over into the Fisher end of things, especially if you look at their broadcast team. Half of them are from St. Clair, from the Windsor area.
True.
That's a really good team that they have over there, and it shows. I mean, Fisher has been a competitive school in many esports for many years now, and this isn't the first iteration that we've had of Fisher at the top level. Of course, we had the older team with False and who am I thinking of? That was the old roster of Fisher that was also really good. Either way,
There's been a lot of players.
Yeah, there's been a lot of players that have come in and out. Been very good and big contenders for a long time. And then they went through their big dip period where they lost a bunch of players. They were struggling to find a good team or at least put it all together. And now slowly through the guidance of Royales has been able to craft essentially the best possible team within the circumstances, and it's paid off.
To keep you all in the loop as well, we're just dealing with some tech issues from one of the players that are on LAN at Fisher. They'll get in the lobby as quickly as they can get that resolved. So we're just making sure everything's all checked up. We're not trying to yap your heads off as much as we like to, here on the broadcast. But let's get predictions out of the way. The final ones for the day. This is the entire series itself, not just the one at best of 7. Even if it's a bracket reset, who you got here, Novanta?
Yeah, I kind of showed my hand a little bit earlier. I got Maryville for a lot of different reasons, a lot of reasons we talked about, right? They're just a stronger team. They are the #1 seed. They have not been pushed to the brink in the way we thought they would be. I understand in previous seasons and previous semesters, there's been times there's been upsets or even bracket resets. I got to do it. I got to say Maryville. I'm going to say Maryville in 6.
Okay, Maryville in 6. What are we feeling, Seb? Is the one Canadian going to be holding up Fisher for you, or are you going Maryville just to see how good RG was before?
Oh, yeah, really? I want a flashback. He's going to take me back to those days. No, I'm going Fisher for this one. I have seen too many times where circumstances deviate the attention of a team, and then especially they're coming in completely iced, having waited so long. The lower bracket team comes in with so much momentum, coming off of a best of 7. They're hyped, and they know exactly what they want to do. They're coming in warm. Lower bracket teams always win.
Okay. Always win. I don't know if I agree with that, especially based off last semester, but
it actually is statistically true. When we had double elimination bracket in RLCS, look it up. Thank you.
Okay, RLCS a little different story.
Okay, sure.
No, that's actually also not true.
It actually is true. I will fight you over
here,
this.
Bass. We'll be here all day if the two of you start bickering.
So I'm going to just first off state this. One, Seb interpreted that post wrong. The way that post was, this is a statistic I know he's referencing. It's that the teams that win the upper bracket matchups and then place in the lowers end up winning it. We don't have that here, Seb. This is just a double elimination bracket that has no ammunition for Fisher. And 2, guys, we have danced around this the entire day. Arju is going for a 3-peat. This would be his 3rd semester in a row. Of course I am backing him. I have no reason to doubt him at this point. Maryville have looked untouchable throughout the day. Oh, but they 4-0 WVU. Have we lost our minds? They didn't drop a game. They're not a game. Wait, until proven otherwise, I have no reason to believe anyone but Maryville.
Wait, who are you roasting? Who are you roasting?
It's okay. We got Maryville as well for me on this one. No more stalling on our end. Let's quickly get into this. We'll let the gameplay do the talking for now. I'm sure Seb and Baz have plenty of time to bicker amongst themselves. This is the most international grand final we have ever had. 2 Brits and Italian from Maryville, 1 Brazilian, Dutch, and Spaniard from Fisher. The question is, can Fisher break their 2nd place streak for real this time? Or will Maryville prove that all the hype from league play and getting Arju across the border was worth it? One final matchup will determine who will rise as the new kings of Collegiate Rocket League. Let's take it to the pitch to decide who will wear the crown up next.
Welcome to the CRL Championship. Might as well call this the World Championship here, Seb. We talked a lot about it. International talent have taken over North America. There is not an American, Canadian, or Mexican player in this lobby. That doesn't mean the prestige is not the same height. I'm ready to get into this. A best of 7 that will not technically determine it all if Fisher can reset the bracket, but we've hoped for that before, and usually it's a little bit easier said than done.
I feel like we've been in this situation before where we've gone out of our way to hype the matchup up so hard, and then our top seed just completely shuts everything down, but Ivan says no to kick us off.
If there is one player that is going to be the guy to prove everybody wrong, it is going to be Ivan. He has had a heck of a day. He has had a heck of a season. And I think very similar to what we gave credit to Jazzy last season for, and just kind of elevating as the day went on, as playoffs got more and more intense. He is that guy. The spotlight does not seem to shy away from him. And when he is in it, he thrives.
I think the fact that we're continuing to see Fisher just grow and expand their capability, and like you mentioned, just have individuals pop off at so many different times, Royales has to reach for this one, has been a treat to watch throughout the course of this semester. I still remember when we went into this semester and we were giving our thoughts on Fisher, how they were going to perform. We thought, okay, yeah, they'll probably qual, but we didn't expect too much outside of that. Maybe a top 6, maybe a top 8, but anywhere close to a grand final, absolutely not.
I think we all knew that they had the potential. I think speaking of players especially, they all kind of knew that this team had the potential to make it to this point. But the real question was, A, being able to find consistency. A lot of teams do talk about their peaks when it comes to their abilities in CRL, but aren't able to find their floors and be able to play above that at all times. This is a team that has obviously done exactly that. So as soon as they got all of the issues out of the way, found themselves a very level play, they have turned into a completely different team. The only problem is, as Royales and Olive Fisher have alluded to multiple times today, if they end up losing this is their third second place finish in a Collegiate Rocket League league in like a week.
Yeah, that's rough for the mental, but I think that's actually motivating the Fisher guys that much more. Speed going on a demo derby at the moment, and we see just how motivated the Fisher guys are. They know exactly what the stakes are for this, and they're completely revitalized despite the losses that they've taken on land. This one is not in.
Not quite enough yet here. Fisher do find the first goal through the first 2 minutes, but that's about all that we've seen on the board here. Fisher, though, have kind of just lived in the Maryville half so far. Maryville have had very little resistance. So, I mean, there is also a factor we do need to mention. We really do not know if these guys warmed up. We have no idea what Maryville's plan coming into this was. There's a very real world they were just studying the last matchup and did not get a full scrim, but who knows?
Well, if you remember correctly, Speed went directly from the interview to packing. So there is legitimately a chance that they did not warm up in this one, but it might not matter. Relating shuts us up altogether, ties this game.
This is an interesting play from Speed, because obviously he gets the interference play here, but I was wondering what the problem with the second man. It's that Royales quite literally doesn't have boost. Physically could not get to that ball, so as much as he's in the right place, right time, just doesn't have the resources. At the tie game, Maryville fire back at just before halftime.
I just want to make sure that Fisher, they don't fall victim to Maryville shenanigans. Know that they're a very physical team, Maryville, and will make you absolutely tilt with how they play, but so long as Fisher can keep their cool, stick to what they are good at, I think they actually do have, I mean, this is my personal bias, but I think they do have a winning formula potentially against the likes of Maryville.
You really dislike Arju for leaving Canada, man. This is crazy.
You know,
like just the vitriol.
I have a lot of feelings.
I have to imagine these players do as well. Right now, again, a back and forth between two teams that I think, as we have talked about, very even on paper. I think, to be fair, also, these are not necessarily dissimilar play styles. I think we've talked a lot about how Fisher just love to send their front 2 men upfield and just kind of, be disruptive, be annoying. Maryville is the same thing, but it's not about setting players upfield to do that. They just interfere. Yes. Anywhere the ball is, if there's an open touch, they will send somebody to just mess with you, whether it's stealing boost, taking a bump, making an errant challenge. It's very hard to find any sort of of like cohesive play when you've got Arju just bumping Royales for no reason. There was no advantage to that. He just did it to annoy him.
Now we're kind of seeing Ivan responding kind as well, getting a demo on the back line. Look how slow Speed and Arju are approaching in the offensive end. That's what the thing is. They like to have this slow style play. Yeah, Royales says no. Arju wants to get the save. Justice with a good 50. Fisher is going to have to back out as we approach the last minute of play.
A lot of composure here from Maryville, though. They're not jumping at any of the attacks that we are seeing out of Fisher so far. They're doing a good job of also making sure they still get to these challenges mid-air and steal boost. Huge play from Arju, plus he bumps just us off the ball, which means Speed can take midfield boost, and still somehow Fisher actually turned that into a goal. A boost or not, they don't really seem to care. Ivan will come challenging in afterwards. Arju on low boost this time, the one that actually has to escape. And all of a sudden, Fisher has some chances here in the dying seconds of game one.
The fact that Royales even went for that, despite the fact he was the only one with boost left the rotation completely open for a transitional attack. 30 seconds remaining. It's anyone's game at this point. Relating Speed, absolutely nothing. Arju first time collects. Speed doesn't care. He's going to go for demos anyway. Ivan gonna put it off the side wall, looking for what he can. We've seen the individual brilliance. Speed, it's gonna go down. Royales thinks twice before it goes back.
I think that Speed got bumped into Relating Wave there. That's the only reason that this play is continued, and it's why Fisher will not have a chance at the end of this game. Royales, the third man back, doesn't want to die because Justos has no boost on defense, which means a passing play out center. Relating Wave shot denied by Royales. Where's the follow-up? Not going to be there. I think Speed's going to let this hit the ground. Indeed, he will. We have overtime, game one.
I don't know how long it took for Relating to get that shot off, but he did it. It must have done it at 0.1 second left. Almost disaster for Fisher. We are overtime, game one. Definitely not what Maryville wants, considering the play. No. But still, this might be over. Ivan almost forces that one through. Royales tries to come in as the backup. Arju handles it kind. As this one will continue to stay in the orange half. Fisher done a phenomenal job at just handling this offensive pressure.
However, double commit here at Maryville might give them their first real opening if somebody can find a challenge. Arju instead actually the first one to the ball, and Relating Wave prepared out at midfield. Here comes Justus to look for a double touch. Speed won't give it to him. Maryville, they're holding on right now, but they are definitely running out of boost with every single play that they make. That one didn't require a lot of boost, just a very awkward angle. And now that they have boosted up, this should be their escape out. As if Justus doesn't get to this ball first. He does not. Relating Wave does, and finally Maryville can take a moment to breathe.
Maryville, though, taking a lot of risks by how forward they're playing with so little boost. The efficiency definitely isn't on their side, and that's partially just because of how much Fisher are boost stealing. Ivan gets over one, gets demoed for his effort. Justice wants to keep it in play, gets a pass straight to Royales. Relating, fantastic 50. We've seen him pop off time and time again throughout the course of this series, but in overtime, everything changes. Arju fakes, leaves it down, tries to get it to Relating, but nothing comes from it.
A lot of physicality again. We've seen these bumps be attempted to be advantageous, but that one really just bumped the player into the ball, which got it off the half a little bit quicker. So Fisher and Maryville trading blows on either end. It's not necessarily been to the advantage nor disadvantage of either team yet. However, this could open up some extra space. Interference on Relating Wave, but Justus didn't have a lot of boost. The angle was difficult, and he doesn't put it on target. Ivan, follow-up play. He's got boost and space and speed to quickly take it away. Arju on the 50 as well, and again, you're not getting anything for free here in this grand final.
Fisher definitely slowing the follow-up. Ivan wants to be there to punish. He just goes straight in, potentially look for a back wall demo, but no one was there. 2 minutes in. Arju on the rotate back. Speed will be there for the challenge. Justus straight to Royales, puts it straight on. A pinch all the way downfield. Ivan just barely gets there in time. Could feel the heart flutter from here as Fisher are given a bit of a scare.
That is a perfect pinch. I'm almost a little bit annoyed that that doesn't go on target and in, but honestly, heads up to Ivan to immediately recognize that is dangerous. I cannot let this go uncontested. He gets at least a touch in the way, and that is more than enough to stifle the potential counterattack into Maryville. Problem is, Maryville getting more and more chances here in OT. 2.5 minutes into it, and so far it's been all Fisher, but that's starting to change very quickly.
Maryville finally getting a bit more on the board, trying to harass again. You see Arju doesn't care, even as first man goes right in, trying to get the demo. Speed, it's over one. No one there for the demo, but now you can see Arju just a bit too aggressive, so that is going to force the team rotation back. Back straight to Relating's hands, who's going to go for the solo off the backboard. No one is there, but Arju will have to collect to prevent the transition. This is dangerous as well. Ivan tries to go in for the demo. 3 minutes into this one, it's gone back and forth.
Big difference now, though, is Maryville's got a lot of boost to work with. Before, they were being starved on almost every single play, and Fisher were really using that to their advantage. Now, Maryville are boosted up and prepared for a lot of these shots. Can they turn them away? Absolutely. Arju, a fantastic save, and Blading Wave with a perfect follow-up, meaning, again, Maryville just not getting pinned into their half nearly as much anymore. Will that give them an opportunity? It did, but the shot's on the follow! It's right into the player who is bumping the opponent in net. Disastrous for Maryville. That should have been the end of game.
And the bump completely backfired and resulted in a save. Maryville scrambling to make sure this isn't too dangerous as well. Ivan's going for a bump, but Arju's already up for it. Now Fisher have the chance to respond. Relating knocks it downfield to give Maryville some breathing room. He's going to have to go for the challenge on this. Arju will come to collect. Ivan, perfect position to play this high, and he will.
Oh, but that's two players colliding for Fisher, which means they're going to be a little precarious here. And Arju stealing the boost in the opposite corner means there's not going to be a confident clear. Ivan can take this up the sidewall, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do much with it. And that's why Relating Wave will make the challenge.
Great challenge.
Justus, though, does have a full tank of boost. And so does Arju, which means flip reset, straight down midfield, and we're right back into the Fisher half yet again.
Both teams, Ivan, lots of control, gonna go for the aerial, and still gets it through! Fisher collects game 1!
You know what? If there's one play that's his signature, I think it's this. Ivan loves these air dribble bumps and poor speed. I don't even think he gets bumped. I think he just knew that if he doesn't get a touch on this ball, it's over. And indeed it will be. After almost 5 minutes extended in OT, Fisher will take game 1.
And how much it was earned. And like you mentioned, it's both these teams playing similar play styles. We have Arju collecting 700 points on his own, but we're seeing it in real time. I mean, you saw there was a point where Royales just dropped the ball, left it for the second man, so first man can go through. Both teams are prioritizing second man possession so that first man can go in for as much disruption as possible. And Maryville, it's worked in the past, but essentially Fisher is playing like an exact mirror.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that both these teams have such similar play styles. It's hard to distinguish whether it's working for one or another because it just kind of feels like the same chaos altogether. The good thing is, though, is that it's created a lot of trades back and forth. I've enjoyed this thoroughly to see how this is going. So, again, really big fan of the play styles of both teams, of the way they performed in Game 1. My only concern, if there is a concern, is that Maryville have been pushed to the test already here in Game 1. Fisher have elevated as series goes on. I think Maryville just kind of have like a level that they just play to at almost all moments. If Fisher does get better from here on out, if we start seeing more opportunities for Ivan like that, Maryville better have an answer.
So we will be going into game 2. Maryville looking at that flight clock as much as possible, but maybe they should be looking at the game because Fisher is proving to be a challenge. We're underway with game 2.
Game 2 here on Forbidden Temple. I think this is going to be a pretty impactful one. If we see a response into Maryville, I've got faith in them for this series. If not, I think we're going to a second series, and Maryville are rebooking their flights home. So we're going to see how this one goes, but so far, it's actually not been going great for Fisher. Royales will stretch on the way back, but this is where Maryville want them. Awkward on defense, just waiting for an opportunity.
Royales have to expend a lot of boost to get this one through, but Ivan and Justice in the wings. Arju leaving it for Relating. Good bump, though, from Arju, but it's just a bit too useless at the moment. Speed, look how close he's shadowing. Might not matter. He tries to get a touch, and Justice just puts it on. Is it ahead? No. Arju somehow still gets a hand on it. Royales, perfect angle to kick us off for game 2.
Perfect doesn't even describe this angle, to be honest. Arju almost got back to this ball again, so Royales has to put this around the defender. So he picks his pocket, puts it on the left, and it's exactly where it needs to be. Fisher continuing on with their momentum, and it answers the question, does Maryville find a way to equalize, or is it just Fisher running away with it? I'm thinking it's the latter for right now.
There's so much on the line for both these teams. Both have worked so incredibly hard, but I gotta say, like, we've talked about it time and time again, just no way this pinch gets through. Arju gets there just in time for the save. We've talked about how much Fisher have really made us fans. Obviously, like, no bias, but just the way that this team acts. How is this going through? This is still so dangerous.
Not really sure how that isn't a goal, but I guess Fisher will have to fight again. But yeah, I mean, again, it's really easy to root for this team when they're just all three very solid dudes who really care about Rocket League. Again, I've spoken about this in a couple of places, but it's been really refreshing that I feel like Fisher as a whole, as a university, as a program, just have had a revitalization as of late with adding staff members as well as also students who really care about esports. And not just winning, but like esports as a whole, collegiate Rocket League, and all other collegiate esports. So it's been refreshing to see, and I feel like this team really embodies that very positive momentum, that positive force. So, you know, it's hard not to root for these guys. Simultaneously, I kind of also want to see Arju get a three-peat, because the last time that we had that happen, and their name wasn't Lion Blaze or Hockey, I don't actually know if it's ever happened, to be honest.
I don't think Akron ever got a three-peat in their dynasty. We know Northwood did plenty, but no one outside of the main Northwood squad has gotten a three-peat in that time, unless you, I guess, no, because even Sai in his first year didn't get a chip right away either. So I don't know. It's still a while. Maryville is going to knock this one up, but I'm a little scared with how Maryville have been playing. They're not as clean, but Relating wants to put it wide, I guess. Did not get the angle he wanted. That leaves a lot of options for Ivan, who gets the flick over one. Relating gets the angle for the save. Justice going to try and play for the 50. Realis is going to go up. Doesn't get the angle either. Puts it just a touch too high.
Not really sure how that's not a goal, but I feel like it's a statement we've made a handful of times so far throughout this series, and I feel like it's going to keep being these on-the-line stops. Again, excellent defense on either end, as well as fantastic offense. Somebody's just got to find a way to capitalize, maybe on these opportunities in front of net. Maryville find another. They still cannot shoot on target. Speed to get the bump on Ivan. There was a chance, but instead it's Relating Wave, who now needs to do it by himself. Arju will come in as backup. Speed is there to make another challenge, but something eventually has got to go on target. Could it be this? Yes, indeed. Finally, Maryville opened the scoreline.
And you could see Realis, he was making the dive. He knew exactly where they was going. I believe he just backflipped a little bit too early. Yeah, he didn't get the flip at the exact time, so he went too low. And finally, Maryville able to get themselves in this game after what was just a tenuous offense through and through, just all over the place. Not exactly stable or controlling at all.
You'd say that, but this is like the way both teams play, so as much as it's unstable for them, they're going to keep playing to this level constantly, man. What a shot from Arju. I didn't even know he had an angle here.
I think the fact that he, stuck with it, almost no boost, didn't rotate out and just cut so quickly, is a testament to why exactly we see him as one of the best players, if not the best player in CRL, and why he's basically been an MVP for the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, that is the guy that, again, he was, we talk about Cosmic as, like, you know, the hottest free agent of the offseason. Arju was probably the most contested, I don't know if we call him free agent, transfer, whatever you really want to call it, of the offseason as well. He'd been planning to go from to Maryville for a very long time, and St. Clair, understandably didn't necessarily want to let him go there. Again, this is a very, very solid player, so, you know, hey, look, man, I get it. This dude won y'all a championship. You have to be happy about that, but also, if he's saying I'm going to Maryville, good luck stopping him.
Well, and now it'll be on Fisher, who, funny enough, I mean, we were the ones, and many others were the ones that was criticizing Fisher in the past for some of the transfers they were making and the players they were signing, and they got a lot of flack in the past, and now, kind of funny enough, they're the heroes in this. Justice, does he get the flip reset over one? He's still playing the solo. Speed has nowhere to go. Realis comes with the cleanup. Fisher tie the game.
This has to be the most annoying challenge of all time, because you know Justice is just going for the bump because Speed has already tried to do this against Ivan, and he's just sitting there like, I know this is a goal, I still gotta try. And unfortunately, that's a lot of the game plan here for Maryville. Is just like, if you survive the physicality, congrats, you're not gonna concede. If the physicality even gets one chance at like a 2v1, never mind, you're giving up a goal.
But still, very tight between the two. Maryville seem to have found their feet a little bit more offensively, continuing that annoying, really swatting play style. Relating just goes for this challenge. Speed coming in for all of the shots. Realis will be there for the save, but time is winding down. Next goal easily could be the dagger. It really is in anyone's hands.
50 from a Relating Wave. Ivan's going to look for the bump. He's going to get demoed instead. I'm going to assume that was not the outcome he was hoping for nor anticipating. It might actually work out, though, because things get real awkward after that demo, and that's for both teams. Could give a chance here to Royalis, especially with a double commit and a Relating Wave and Arju. Relating Wave, though, going to call off Arju. Arju will stay grounded here as one more shot probably found here for Fisher. Shot on target, denied by Speed, and we do have overtime.
Another overtime. Maryville once again looking at the clock, kicking themselves, saying, okay, We gotta hurry this up. At this point, I think they need to focus on the game. Arju's gonna go deep for this one, get the doink over. Justice is there, no boost, still makes the save. Ivan, we have to control speed, a good 50. I just love these Ooga Booga challenges. They just don't care. They're gonna throw it all the way deep. Justice still gets a squishy save. Speed puts it on again. Fisher somehow just still managing to stay composed.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of not allowing this physicality or the lack of boost also to get to them in a frustrating way. They've been able to keep a couple of pennies here or there, be able to keep possession, not too far away from them, and they're even diving into the opposite half and trying to grab the corners where they can. I think at a certain point they've realized, all right, you're not going to let us get boost on our side, we'll just get it where we can. And honestly, it's not a bad idea. Neither was that pinch, but it's not going to go on target. Relating Wave looking for a passing play. Not going to be enough either. Arju, you have no boost here, brother. What is the plan? Oh, flip reset into a bump? All right, you know what? Valiant effort.
Still attempting that, but the moment going downfield. Justice for the 50. Ivan, as aggressive as ever, and now look at this 3v1 speed. Can't get it done. Realis, high IQ in terms of how to avoid it. This one, pass over to Relating, doesn't go for it. Realis actually will cut him off to try and take possession. It's still dangerous though. Speed is going to come in, go for the angle. Speed secures it.
I gotta watch this back, because I need to understand why the player on the ground here did not make a challenge. He's just backwards. Justice is literally out of net. He's facing the right side into the opposite corner. Speed's coming from said side. He's diving across, and Justice realizes by the time it's too late that, oh, neither of my teammates have a challenge. I gotta at least try to go for this, and it's a freebie. Maryville, they do what they do best. Whittle down their opponents, annoy them until they break, and when they do, they don't miss.
Even though we are back to a tied series, it is an incredibly close affair. Again, double overtimes back to back. Both these teams wearing each other down through sheer shots, just wanting to get as much on as possible, as many challenges as possible. And Fisher did have a good chance at this. I mean, we saw there was many opportunities where it seemed as though Maryville was falling apart, and it just came down to lack of shot selection or lack of a man in play to be able to finish up on these opportunities. But even then, Maryville clutch as ever.
Yeah, this is the big problem with Maryville is that, like, you know, have a bad game here, have a bad game there. Best of 7 Maryville, you know, don't put it together for full 4 games. Easier said than done. Very few have been able to topple this team, and unfortunately this semester in particular, it's been even more difficult. So Fisher, again, great game number 1. Unfortunately, here in game number 2, I don't know if there was any guarantees at any point that I think Fisher were technically the better of those two teams, if that makes sense.
I mean, I think when we're going into this, I really like, it's just insane to me just how much Fisher have felt like they have leveled up. I mean, at least compared to what we saw from Maryville throughout the course of the season, what we saw from Fisher, we saw some really bright flashes from Fisher and maybe some potential as like, yes, maybe they could be the best team in CRL. But I think to see it live in person as they make their way through a bracket, through an LCQ, it's like that's what's made this such a privilege to watch.
It's been really fun, and I think that, again, for those of you that maybe are just, you know, tuning in for the first time, never seen Collegiate Rocket League before this, but you saw, you know, oh, there's a big show going on the Rocket League channel, I want to tune in. It's this level of play all the time, man. A lot of people have talked about, oh, we want league play back for Rocket League. Guess what? We do league play, and it culminates in stuff like this. It makes for some of the most entertaining series in all of Rocket League, let alone just collegiate esports. So we encourage all of you guys to stick around, because guess what? Well, we have this series, obviously. We might have another. If Fisher do end up winning this, we're going to a bracket reset, and honestly, A, I don't even want to think about that world because, oh my gosh, this is a long way away. And B, if that happens, I think Maryville are probably going back home another day. There's no way they make their flights.
Unless they FF, I hope not. But yeah, still, I don't think that's a possibility.
Can we like not allow them to?
I mean, surely, but I mean, you never know. Either way,
play from England.
Play from the plane. Didn't Line Blaze do that one time?
Lion Blaze played on a plane?
I believe one time for a qual, he did in fact play from a plane. I'm not even joking.
CRL never fails to entertain, man. That's insane. There's no way that's real. I believe you, but there's no way that's real. That's crazy. Either way, let's hope that we don't even have to get to that reality. Maybe there's just a world where this speeds by quickly enough that there's a chance Maryville can close it out. Ivan, I get the idea. That's like the, what, 15th he's gone for?
I know, and Speed is just shaking in his boots. He sees Ivan coming towards him like a meteor. Ivan trying to go for the redirect off of his own touch. Justice, great defensive play. Speed puts it mid. No one's there though. And this is where we see Maryville just back off a touch, right? Like they really like to play this hot and cold approach and how they're going to play their offense. Sometimes they'll cut super early like that with Relating, and then other times they'll play a little bit more passive, play the one man super deep, and then just go for individual plays. Royales tries to punish Relating's touch, but doesn't get much.
R2, go for another pinch. Last one you had was phenomenal. Let's see if you can do it again. Speed does whatever this is from the corner. Speed is like one of those guys where does it make sense when I say he has the most old man mechs of all time? Like everything he does, while not mechanical, it's just like something you'd see from like 2018 RLCS.
Considering he won a LAN in like 2018, you know, it makes sense.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, you know, he's still around. He reminds me of J-Naps, like later in his career, where it's just, he was still excellent. He's a very smart player, and that shows why. Perfect placement, bottom right.
I'm going to take the moment to celebrate Speed, not give another credit to you for somehow bringing Canada back into this. Bottom right, perfect shot from Speed. Again, there were defenders in net. That wasn't necessarily a guaranteed goal, but the placement from him was perfect again, as well as the whittle down effect. It's got to be the main thing we talk about here. Maryville are so good at just breaking you down until eventually you concede. Okay, or you just give up one off a kick. Guys, come on, I'm trying to give you compliments.
We did, in fact, confirm, thanks to our big educated man in Mr. Danger Taco, that if Arju did win this, it would be the first time that a player has won 3 consecutive CRL titles. And the fact that that would be owned by a European in a North American league just makes me go crazy.
It would it be great? That being said, 2 of those wins would come through St. Clair, so I think you have to just by default be excited. I'd be excited just because it's cool to have that as a thing, but also at the same time, yeah, again, North America has never been more down in the dumps when it comes to collegiate Rocket League. I'm gonna ignore whatever just happened right there because no!
What is going on? Speed, relax,
can't be how that ends.
Fisher falling apart.
You have all this incredible defense, and then it's. I mean, anyways, 2-1 Maryville.
Yeah, anyways, 2-1 Maryville. Just over 90 seconds remaining, and Maryville in the driver's seat, but off of some very rambunctious plays from the likes of both Fisher and Maryville. Still, from what we've seen earlier, we know that at any point, both these teams can pop off with tremendous force. At the moment, Fisher scrambling to get it out of their zone, dealing with this barrage of 50s and challenges that Maryville is throwing their way that they somehow just can't get a single win off of.
I have to imagine we're going to see a timeout here from Fisher if they do end up losing this one. They're spending less and less time on the offensive third and instead just being forced into these defensive stands over and over and over again. The one goal they do find here is just straight up off a kickoff, and as much as you want to credit them for that,
hold on.
That's not sustainable. You need to find plays like this. That's more what we're looking for.
Some of the unorthodox touches do work best. Speed did not have the boost, and I don't think that Archie was expecting Justice to make a shot from there as well as get the bounce. So it will be a tie game once again. Fisher keeping their cool, playing that first and second man super deep for the follow-ups.
Blading Wave gonna see if he can maybe respond in kind immediately. That's a good demo out center, and that's why Royales needs to get to that instantaneously. Fantastic play from him. And he's actually gonna maybe reward himself with his own attempt at the goal. Doesn't get it, instead Relating Wave. Great first touch. Maybe got a couple more. Tries to stifle this one in the backboard and just gotta stomp it down, but he can't do so. So now Arju will try to get physical instead. Comes Justice off the ball, which maybe doesn't stop the offense or the defense, but it does waste more boost. And this has been a problem for Fisher, is that once Maryville start to put them in this grip, they just keep squeezing, and eventually something gives, something they need to be careful of here in the final 20 seconds.
We find ourselves again in a 2-2 scenario with very little time left, inching closer and closer to an overtime. Arju tries to come in for the cut on. Royales, can he end this one? Speed looking to make the save. Justice tries to just extend as much as possible at the last second. This pass, Royales has control. Is anyone going to go for it? Ivan had to recover, and I think he's just making sure that there's no serious second goal. We are going to yet again another overtime.
I know that if Speed ends up falling asleep on that flight, he's just going to be having nightmares about Ivan trying to bump him. That is the 55th time this game at this point, man. He is just harassing this dude. And honestly, credit to Ivan because, you know, it's working, but also credit to Speed. He's dodged most of these. He's been able to dance around a majority of the physicality that has been thrown at him. And although it's not necessarily foolproof...
No way!
I was just trying to compliment your ability to dance around physicality, and Fisher gives him a freebie. It's 2-1 Fisher.
And there is no reason why Ivan can't be the MVP for this team thus far. He has come so clutch time after time for this Fisher squad. And at this point, you have to wonder if mental is a factor. When you have someone like Ivan hunting around on the pitch, constantly demoing you, we know that Maryville is a mentally tenuous team, that sometimes they can let tilt be a factor. And I have to imagine that at this point, it just might be with 3 consecutive overtimes, Bass.
It's 3 consecutive overtimes, and 2 of them you give up from silly little things. Again, the first one is obviously a really good bump play, but that physicality has been a problem at multiple points, so leaving a lone defender by themselves who has to try and figure that out, yeah, it's a scenario that's becoming far too frequent here. You then look at that one, and it's a silly mistake off the backboard, so I think it's a combination of things. I think Maryville could obviously tilt from this, but I also think that Maryville needs to recognize, like, hey, guys, we're playing good, but we're giving up freebies. This isn't them beating us, this is us beating ourselves through just sheer not being able to convert goals off of physical play that should have been converting goals. And then also, again, through just kind of giving up opportunities due to just sending too much of the house forward and then leaving people a bit precarious on defense. So you got to hope that they can clean this one up. I'd like to see the series go back and forth, but if Fisher keep playing like this, I think we're going to 2 series total.
Smiles are gone on the Maryville side. Fisher looked incredibly locked in, communicating as much as ever. Fisher with the lead in the series against our number 1 seed, the favorite in this bracket in Maryville. And we are underway with game 4.
Actually, you know what? I was going to say this is make or break for Maryville to just try and keep themselves in this series. It's not. I think that Maryville could probably pull it around from a 3-1, but they definitely do not want to try to give any extra momentum and confidence to a Fisher team that has already proven that they can fly with any little bit of space that they have been given. It's a weird pitch. Is Leading Wave going to be able to take advantage? He tries, but Ivan back in time. Low on boost, so he's going to try to go for this corner. Smart play as he just kind of lets RSU throw it back to Royales. Now Fisher can set up shop in a more proper way here on defense.
Justice. Ivan, again, sending the first man in super deep. Speed is going to try and take advantage, but is challenged away by Royales. Ivan going to go in, take a demo as well, continuing to bump, continuing to harass, just be a demon on the pitch. Speed finally able to get ahead of it and get a flip reset of his own. Arju puts it off on the corner. Royales, Fisher continue to harass away and make Maryville make sure they have a terrible time playing this game. Maybe even score to go, but no, it will go too high.
Starting to see, though, Maryville are advancing downfield a little bit more aggressively. The attack is getting pushed further and further past midfield, which is giving more opportunities now for Fisher to find these breakaway plays and these counterattacks. Haven't been effective with it so far, but I do get more worried that as time goes on, if more of these openings are found, eventually Fisher is going to be able to take advantage. Could be this, no, not quite. And if they get a bump on Just Us, that could be an open spot for Maryville to take advantage of, but back in time. Follow-up shot right at Royales. He will stop it, and Relating Wave will try to go for the follow-up to no success. Maryville, this is what they like to do. They like to just break you down, but this time Fisher not going to bend so easily.
Royales with great control, both in the save, but also the defensive play to keep it out, giving his team some time to operate. Ivan's just getting a bump out of nowhere again. Royales looking for the individual play, but it can't get it done. It will be saved. I don't think Maryville were expecting too much from that. And now we see Fisher playing from the midfield. Justice gonna go for the flip reset, double commit on the save, which is basically what's required at this point to keep the Falcons out play.
They're barely keeping him out, but it's been effective enough. 2 minutes gone here without a goal conceded on either team. And Orju's got some open space. Pass back, perfect shot! And that's how you take advantage of a counterattack.
I was wondering, where is Royales going? He's going so far back. I think he wasn't expecting maybe this 1v2 to get set up. It was such an awkward rotate for him. But Maryville able to take advantage, finally get some brevity of their own.
I mean, to be fair, if you're Royales in a moment like that, you are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that is an understatement in itself. You have multiple players coming at you. You don't know where the shot's going to come from. You don't even have really a good angle nor enough boost to make the save, so you're just hoping that maybe a squishy save will be enough. It's not. We play on. Halfway through this game, finally, Maryville starting to look like their former selves. They're starting to take shots. This one not on target. The fake out, though, catches Justice. Not enough by surprise. He will be there on the backboard, make the save. And Maryville, they're getting clever a little bit here, Seb.
I think I actually would have preferred them if they took the shot. I think just purely based off placement, they probably had better options available. This pass straight to Speed. Realis there with the block. Relating tries to make it continue. It's Realis, again, being a defensive masterclass at the moment. Justice is going to chase this one down, try and remove Speed from the equation. Ivan, we've seen what he can do. Can he continue it? Doesn't get around Speed this time. And Speed's chasing this one down, gets the demo as well. Last man back, Realis is there. Oh, Ivan.
A long ball downfield to Ivan. It's going to get intercepted by Relating Wave. Again, that interference play from Maryville. They're never going to let one of these balls go uncontested unless they physically cannot get to it. They'll be able to get this midfield boost, but can they do anything more with it? Absolutely. Arju out to Relating Wave. Relating Wave just kind of throws it away to Just Does, but I think he was trying to open space for Speed. Keep this ball downfield. Not boost starving them as effectively here, but Maryville still finding opportunities on the other half and making things awkward. Realis, that's a weird save from him, but he will step up.
I will say that Realis' challenge game has been on point throughout this series. He's been fantastic. Justice playing the slow. I don't think he had any boost, so it was difficult for him to play it. Ivan is going to play the slow. Arju goes straight over his head. Realis is going to collect the corner. Smartly done as it diffuses any pressure. Continues to play this defensively. Last minute, but you can only play defensively for so long before it starts to bite you, and now you need to go into the offense as soon as possible. Justice immediately makes the transition, but straight into the possession of Maryville.
We are not just kind of glancing over that pass from Speed, are we? That was ridiculous. I have no idea how that doesn't turn into a goal, but honestly, they may not need it. 40 seconds left here in this game, and Fisher are starting to find their opportunities, but maybe it's a bit too late. Arju, another pop-up high. Awkward for Realis. He looks for a pass out to Just Does, but Just Does can only muster a 50. Relating Wave going to look for a 50 as well, but a controlled one that keeps the possession in favor of Maryville. Arju off the ceiling, back to himself, back out to Speed, and Speed won't even commit. They'd rather play a defense here in the final 15 seconds.
Realis, he was trying to go deep for the demo, gonna back past Ivan. I'm having flashbacks, I've seen this before. Realis looking to keep it in play, straight to Justice, passing all over, the chemistry on point, but it's not enough. Maryville, weather the storm, keep it out. It's still gonna be in play. Justice able to collect some boost as well, as some demos are traded between Ivan and Arju, but it'll touch the ground. Maryville tie the series.
Unsurprising to see them get the tie. It's the way that they do that I think is more surprising. Fisher shut out entirely in this game. They do not get a single goal. Not only that, they control the offense. 6 shots to 8 may not seem like a huge difference, but if you were watching the game the same way that Seb and I were, you know that was Maryville living on the Fisher half.
You know, I just saw a comment that says, EU has been owning CRL since Dr. Boomman won Worlds. Accurate, understandable, respectable. Have a nice day, sir, because yes, this continues to be the case. Maryville, doesn't matter, even if it's Sam, will continue to fight back and showcase why EU is the best region in Rocket League.
I hate that we have to just kind of like accept that. Like, it's cool because North America has NRG, so like we've got the world champions, but like effectively as a region, we just don't really have much to back us up. You know what I'll back us up with? We do only have the one-time undefeated champion. JD played for 1 semester, won with Columbia, and then said, that's enough, I'm never doing this again. And that is the win that we will take.
He retired with a 100% win record, easily. Perfectly done. So,
adding 1,000, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Also, shout out to Cam for having Cyril. You know what? I'm not going to go off topic because that was an impressive championship to win. Either way, we are almost underway with Game 5 in this series. It's only heating up from here. Remember, bracket reset on the table. Fisher versus Maryville.
Bracket reset required for Fisher here as well if they want to win. If they lose this, they are officially out of this tournament, out of the CRL semester. This thing's done and dusted. So, again, if you're Fisher, this is your last life. You need to make sure that it counts, and you do not want to start giving away breakaway plays to Speed. He tries for his first shot. It won't go on target, but Arju keeps this one contained with a good flip reset and a catch. Speed, he's going to try again. Gets around Royalis. Where's the final defender? Not back in time. Relating Wave to keep the piling on. More and more pain as Fisher just have no answer.
And this is just Fisher completely boost starved. Had to make some challenges, but went a little too deep. had to be a bit more selective when low boost. So this will be Maryville with an early lead. You have to wonder, Fisher, they don't want to lose the steam. Royales had to reach for this one. Very dangerous scenario.
Arju should be able to steam out of danger for now. That's very clever as well. I don't know if Relating Wave got called off for that. I don't know if he missed it, but either way, it actually gives it a chance now with Relating Wave with a full tank, and Arju just set up shop, which means Speed gets a freebie. And all right, they didn't take a timeout yet, but I'm already calling it. I think Fisher's taking a timeout after this game, man. This is not going well for them.
Royales bumped Arju, who then bumped Ivan, who's the best option to make a save on that. And you have to imagine that's just frustrating to deal with. So Fisher firmly working from behind now. Even kickoffs aren't going their way. I think at this point, like you mentioned, just got to take a breather.
Were you looking at player cams at all after that goal? Because there was no celebration on the side of Maryville. They weren't like hyped or anything. It was just Speed looking down at his non-existent watch on his wrist and just tapping it over and over again. Bro knows what time it is. He is ready to get out of here. And to be honest, if they keep playing like this, Maryville, I think you're making your flights. This is a dismantling here in game number 5. And again, it's not surprising. It's just more, we said Maryville would get warmer the further we got into this. We just anticipated that Fisher would maybe level up like they have in the last couple series.
I mean, listen, series isn't over. We've seen Fisher work from behind now, but it's so difficult when you're dealing with a Maryville that actually knows what they want to do. Relating is playing off the back wall. Speed is being annoying, and Arju is just doing Arju things. It's a difficult team to beat for a reason because they stick to what they do and they are annoying.
Again, I would say both of these teams' playstyles would definitively be annoying in the most complimentary of ways. I think the problem is with Maryville that it's a more complete picture. Exactly. I think there's a lot of physicality on the side of Fisher. I think that there's a lot of interference play, but it's the boost starvation combined with the interference play, combined with always making the challenge out the first man just because you know and trust in your second man who will back you up. It's this ability to make a team uncomfortable that many teams have struggled with, and it's why Maryville at many times throughout this semester have been the #1 ranked team, even if the record didn't necessarily reflect that. These guys are talented, and they are proving it right now. Fisher just have had no answers here in game number 5, and although they've had a couple of breakaway plays, it's just them getting pinned into their own goal mouth over and over again.
We're at the halfway point of this game, and thus far, Fisher only had a couple opportunities on net. Nothing really substantive as Relating gets a demo. Arju is out of the play, but he's going to try and stick with it to remove Ivan from any sort of transition. Ivan able to take the boost. Actually, this could manifest as something if Ivan sticks with it, able to get a demo for himself, but it was the wrong man. So Justice is going to try and collect, force this one through, muscle it through if even. Ivan look to put it on too, but Fisher are just battering away at a brick wall that won't break.
And they're just so much more composed now. You can see it. Nobody's jumping at the physicality. No one's trying to avoid it in a more precise way. They're just letting it happen and then firing on all cylinders on the other end. This is so clever from Arju. It's just like, you know what? I don't think you guys are prepared for a shot. Everybody's so focused on offense. Can he take one off the bar?
I mean, he saw Real, I believe it was Royales or Justice, who ended up backflipping in the midfield, and he was like, okay, no one's going to be there in time. I'm just going to punt it downfield. Ivan removes one from play. Fisher given one, finally on the board.
It did take them 8 minutes to find this goal. They have not scored a goal since game number 3, so this is a bit, you know, concerning that it took them this long, but I'm glad they get one back. The problem is, if you remember correctly, that was also the game where we said, hey, good job, Fisher. You need to be able to produce goals, and it took them a little second before they did. The good thing is they did find a couple more before that game was over. So, with 100 seconds on the clock, can they do exactly that? Can they take the momentum from this kickoff goal and turn it into something greater?
Reales needs to get this 50 straight into Ivan's hands. This could be dangerous. Relating is going to go all the way. Reales tries to go through. The flick comes through. Relating able to get the save. Fisher, clock is winding down. You have 90 seconds to score 2 goals. Reales needs the best touch. Arju is just going to punt this down and even make another play on it too. No one's going to be there, but Justice is going to be able to keep it out. At this point, Fisher, really, this is where you have to start thinking for the next game. Do you call that timeout? Do you take the breather? I think you might need to. This one's just going to be straight up open. Relating almost seals the deal here.
It is now or never if they want to make that timeout, though. After this game, it will be series point to Maryville. Actually, it'd be championship point because they do not need to reset the bracket. They just need this one series. And a 4-1 victory makes this by far the largest margin we have seen here in this grand finals.
And that will be
never mind. It
another
got larger.
kickoff. Oh my goodness.
All right, 5-1 is now the largest margin we have seen here in this grand finals.
At the moment, but I don't know. I feel like we've been here before where we've seen large deficits and then the next game just completely goes the other way. We will see. Fisher have a lot of fight in them. They've also been playing for a very long time at this point. I've been able to secure one. We're just going to go back and forth. But this one, for the most part, is done and dusted. I mean, we've seen miracles, but I don't know. Not at this level.
I'm going to be real. I think that Maryville is less annoyed by conceding that goal and more annoyed at the fact that they've now had like 3 kickoff goals in this game, which just means it's getting extended even further. It's just wasting more time for them at this point because, again, you know that there's going to be time in between games. This has to be a timeout call from Fisher. Obviously, they are still, fighting back in this game, but the 2 goals that they have scored so far have both been kickoff goals. And as we've mentioned, that is just not a sustainable game.
38 seconds left. This one is essentially over. Maryville continue to shoot away at the Fisher defense line, which is essentially broken now. I gotta wonder exactly what they're gonna do during the timeout. We saw it work to wondrous effect against WVU in previous series throughout the course of this bracket, but is it enough to overcome the likes of Maryville?
So again, easier said than done to just go into a timeout and fix all of your problems. If there's a coach who's going to be able to do it, I believe in it being stolen. He has that ability, he has that experience, and he has proven himself in more ways than one throughout today and throughout the semester. So, look, time is now. Let's see if we get a call. Yes, indeed. It's an immediate timeout call from Fisher. They're going to take a second here to reconfigure.
And now, we're in this position where Fisher, they are once again down with everything on the line, just like they were in the WVU series, but it is a completely different animal, almost like a more complete version of yourself that you are facing. How do you make the adjustments necessary to deal with this onslaught from Maryville, Bass?
Look, man, if I knew that, I'd probably be coaching CRL, not yapping on here. I really don't know what to say. The problem is that many teams have tried to make these adjustments to Maryville. Heck, Fisher has tried to make those adjustments throughout the series, and yet the margins are only getting wider and wider. That was 14 shots to 6. Maryville outshot them by over twice the amount. At a certain point, you just have to call a spade and recognize that Maryville is the better of the 2 teams right now. It is up to Fisher to change their play style or to do something to just change that altogether.
I just remember, I believe it was in the WVU series where we saw WVU take that timeout, and it did not matter. It did not matter at all. But Fisher, they have a good program in front of them. They have a good coach in front of them. They have a really good team in front of them with a good, communicative, and charismatic leader. And sometimes that is enough to carry you across that finish line. But you need 2 to be able to manage that against what is the best team in CRL. Upset potential, but need to get to that game 7. Remember, bracket reset on the board, and we even talked about this before, that we talked about bracket resets before, and speaking of the Columbia series, that if it were to go to a bracket reset, it would be the first time in 4 years that a CRL final has had a bracket reset.
Oh, Seb, you sweet summer child. Brother, it is 2026. It is no longer 2024. It has been a while.
I said 4 years.
Oh, you know what? No, Taco had an error before, and I thought it said, because he put in 2002 instead of 2022, but I thought it was 2020, and that's how he made it. Okay, never mind. Taco tricked me entirely. I blame him entirely for this one, because I just now see the message that has corrected it. So, excuse me. I thought it was 2020 when that happened. I got baited at this point. But no, agree with you. Yes, it would be 4 years. I take back my statement. It would be 4 years since the last time we even had a reset. I know we called for it potentially last semester, but again, Winthrop, as they tried, they also could not take down Arju. Can Fisher finally stop it, or are we seeing a three-peat? It is one more game, potentially 2, to determine it all.
We knew that for a while Arju has been working for this one. There's a reason why he chose to go to Maryville. It is the complete roster, the European super team. St. Clair, to him, despite the fact that it was a fantastic team in its own right that was dominant, to me, even Peak St. Clair does not hold a candle to this Maryville team. This is a complete team where every single piece complements each other, and we'll see if they can take the championship right now.
Right, Alice gets challenged with a 50, which ends up throwing this one back out center. Relating Wave might be able to take advantage, but a good save from Ivan. Arju? trying to challenge here, and just does. Just have to go for 50 out of midfield. Already, boost total is looking a little bit dire here for Fisher. I know obviously that's not going to mean everything, but pay attention to that as the game goes on. It's one of the biggest things that Maryville have had to their advantage, and it's not great. We're already seeing that here in the first minute.
Arju collecting demos coming from relating. There's no one in net currently. Ivan has to get there quick, especially with no boost. This is going to be a problem. Realis just able to come up in time. Relating's going to put it on. Relating scores to kick us off and put on the death timer.
Tick, tick, tick. Every second that wastes away is another second that Fisher have to realize that their dreams are no longer reality. Unfortunately for Fisher, this is the problem. Many teams have said that Maryville is not the number one. Many teams have dethroned them from that number one power ranking position as the seed has gone on. But guess where we come back to every time? It is Speed and the boys, the European lads who get it done.
Ivan wanting to make sure that all of his efforts haven't gone to waste, that every single demo he's gone has been for something. Fisher continue to work so hard to get to this point, and they don't want to be stomped out without at least putting in the effort for that bracket reset. So long as they keep it somewhat close, there is a chance.
They still got plenty of time left in this game. It's just unfortunately a pattern that we've seen far too many times. When Maryville get going, they just ride that momentum to victory. And they're not going to make any misses either. Again, they're still executing the exact same game plan, and they're doing so to perfection. The only reason this doesn't work out is because Royales, by himself, has to try and clear the lanes. And again, Royales is talented, but we need the backups of both Ivan and Justus if they want to win this one.
That's the thing, is Royales can clear the lanes, but it has to be on Justice and Ivan, who are coming as support, to be able to put it through. Ivan, almost no boost to speak of to be able to make that shot attempt. Justice will put it up high, go for the bump on Arju, but it's way too far to make any shot attempt. Fisher have the idea. They're slowly setting things up, but they need to get that execution down.
Kind of feels like Fisher's starting to panic here, man. I think that they just don't really have a game plan for a lot of this stuff, and they're just trying to test the net to see if something can maybe sink. And again, not a terrible idea, but I feel like they forget about the first half of this series where anything that was substandard was not going in. It needed to be something spectacular. It needed to be something interesting and creative. If it is not that, it is not making it past this defense. And I think at this point, Fisher are just desperate. They want to stem the bleeding. They want to stop this team, but good luck doing so.
And Speed, using that speed to completely outpace the challenge here, gets it over one, and it was enough. 2 minutes on the clock. Maryville on that golden road.
You got 2 minutes left. And unfortunately for Fisher, that's 2 minutes left for them as well. They know they can put up a better performance here in what could be the final game. Unfortunately, they're just not showing it right now. Again, a lot of shots just not of the same quality as what they were displaying before. I need those individual plays. I need that physical play where they use the numbers advantage to their advantage as they march downfield. Obviously, those opportunities are becoming far and few between in comparison to the start of this series, but they need to find those chances. They've only got 100 seconds left.
I've been coming in with defensive demos and even bumps on relating. Can open things up, but only if you're able to get the immediate clear. Arju is going to look for the solo. Ivan has no boost to make do. Relating is going to go for the pinch, gets it. Realis, perfect positioning, needs to get around Arju, doesn't. Ivan in the waiting is going to go for it. Can he recreate that magic? Gets the flip reset over one, but it will go off the back wall. Realis straight over his head. The clock is winding down, Bass.
Unfortunately, I think that last play perfectly encapsulated the problems for Fisher. Their threat of physicality before would just cause Maryville to jump. On defense, they would dive at it just so much haphazardly.
Hold on.
Finally, though, Fisher do get one back. It's not necessarily physicality, but the physicality helped. Relating wave awkward, and all three members required.
It wasn't pretty, but it works. Royales was able to completely stunt the ball with the 50. And Ivan comes in for the cleanup. It was a complete effort from Fisher, but can they replicate? That one took some lucky circumstance to make that happen. Problem is, can they do it with the time allotted?
Underneath the minute to play now, and Justus is just kind of floundering here in the corner. He's looking for some way to escape the half, but it's up to Ivan now instead, who's got a pre-jumping Arju to throw him off tilt. Oh, and there's the numbers advantage we were looking for. A good heads-up play from Ivan to just kind of let the lead block, or to act as the lead blocker. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out, and time ticks away. 20 seconds left. It is now or never for Fisher.
I think Ivan took that challenge a bit too early. That's going to waste a lot of time, and especially a lot of boost that Arju just stole. Royales has nothing. Ivan is the last man back. Relating, going to take all this time. Maryville have looked dominant as ever. The complete package is this European squad. They continue to dominate, and now that this team is complete, they have finally reached the promised land. Maryville are your CRL Spring Champions.
Arju does it. The first time in the history of Collegiate Rocket League, we have a back-to-back-to-back champion. A three-peat at 2 different universities. I'm not going to act surprised. This dude has been the guy since forever, but he does it again. Thanos snaps his fingers for the 55th time, apparently.
3 in a row, 2 with St. Clair, 1 with Maryville. And a huge congratulations to them who have worked all season long. That also makes Shuffle, I believe, the greatest coach of all time in having the only three-peat as a coach. And what a run from this Maryville squads. From one Saints to another, Arju takes it all the way. Beautiful work from Maryville.
Yeah, that was, again, a very well-fought well-fought final from Fisher. I don't want to understate how well they played, but I do think this is one of those moments where, very similar to what we talked about with WVU, once Maryville locked in and figured out their opponents, yeah, man, good luck. I know you want to call Shuffle the GOAT, the GOAT coach for the ability to do this in 3 semesters, as he is now the only coach to do so as well. But it's one of these things where, if you want to call him the GOAT or not, the results speak for themselves, man. This guy knows how to lock a team in, and he does so phenomenally.
It's just insane because, it reminds me of St. Clair a little bit. I know it's not the same players, right? But it reminds me of just when the vibe is good, the chemistry is on another level. They suffocate. But even when they make mistakes, which, keep in mind, we saw a ton of defensive mistakes from Maryville where they looked all over the place, where it looked as though they were double committing, triple committing at times, yet they still recovered and just put a pincer on Fisher to make sure they have no room to operate and they literally cannot play the game.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part about playing both of these teams, is they do really prevent you from playing your own playstyle just because it's so frustrating. The bumps, the steals, the demos, just the pure aggression that they will throw in front of you at every opportunity. And again, I think Fisher did a good job of displaying that. The problem is you're kind of learning it from the godfathers of that playstyle, man. These guys came to CRL, and this is one of the first things they did was create this European influence. I mean, we've heard this from almost every player that has come over from EU, that they're like, hey man, no offense to NA, but y'all kind of suck and don't know how to play Rocket League, so we're going to teach you the playstyles that are required. And they did exactly that today. Again, I don't think it is a coincidence that our 2 European teams are the ones in the final.
I mean, at the end of the day, WVU was close, incredibly close. All it took was a single goal, but they couldn't get it done. The last of the North Americans fell in the losers final, but what's a run from Maryville and to Fisher as well. What a turnaround for this program, but it will be a little bit longer before we see Fisher lift that trophy. But to talk it over with the rest of us over this incredible final, we got the desk with us again. Y'all, Maryville have done it. They are the kings. Yeah. The Thanos has come.
Exactly. They finally were able to, complete the victory that was promised to them from so many years ago. I mean, we've seen a bunch of different iterations of this roster from Maryville specifically, with different players throughout the years. And they look so good when they used to be a Western Conference. They went undefeated. Then, unfortunately, we couldn't come out on top in the actual bracket stage of playoffs before. But this is, finally what we've been expecting. We didn't even get to see, last year this time when it was Maryville against St. Clair back then. They had not their full strength, right? They were playing with a sub at that point. So finally they got who exactly they needed, Arju and Shuffleverse, locked in, and that seemed to be the difference maker here and really proved that, we expected it here. And yeah, I mean, Bass, you and I think Novanta also were saying, yes, Maryville for this one, specifically to come out on top at the end of it. And Novanta, I mean, watching that series, it felt like after, the series was tied, Maryville just flipped the switch and locked in.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to me for saying Maryville in 6. I want to say it was a hard, fought-out way with the predictions, but I found a way to overcome. No, you're absolutely right. I think that's the difference between champions, and now you can actually confirm that, is that really elite teams find ways to bend and not break. It really wasn't clean in some patches, but they found the way to make the space work for them. That's all you can ask, because once people have a lane to shoot, they're going to do that. Shoot, and now we have new champs.
So we'll be talking to the players in just a second about their victory as we recount the matchup itself. And it felt like, Seb, throughout that series, we could have easily gone to a bracket reset. I was hoping for it in the back of my mind, but unfortunately we didn't get there.
I mean, it really did look like a mix of Fisher losing steam, Maryville probably getting warmed up, right? Because they had been packing and not playing for the course of an hour. Because legitimately, like when Bass and I were in the booth, we're looking back and forth, we're seeing the first few games. It's like, it really is back and forth that any team could take a single game. And then the moment that I felt like that second, third game really came around, I was like, okay, Fisher really feel like they're in their comfort zone. Maybe they could force the bracket reset. The moment game 4 came about where Maryville locked in, we just didn't see any production from Fisher even after the timeout. It was like, yeah, no, that one, it's wraps. They've been playing for so long. Maryville are warmed up, and I think they just ran out of gas.
Wow, this is actually crazy. Bass, I mean, if you want to go over these stats in terms of, previous victors and seeing where, Arju and the rest of the boys here are now at in terms of, CRL champions. I mean, it's kind of crazy to see the accolades that are out there and some other great names throughout Collegiate Rocket League that Arju is now joining, being a 3-time winner.
Yeah, he's on a very illustrious list. It's a very few amount of people here. We talked about some of these guys before. The one that would actually be surprising, I think the most medals in the history of Collegiate Rocket League actually goes to Buzz. Shout out to the old Akron squad, man. That guy has 3 championships, 2 second-place finishes, and also a semifinals finish as well, which would equivalent to, bronze medal, second, third or fourth, whatever you want to call it here. The only player that actually does have more first-place finishes, though, than Buzz, Arju, all those guys on the three-peat list, it's still Lion Blaze, man. Still got 4. It will always be Lion Blaze, man. I think it's going to be a while. Maybe Arju gets it done next semester and, gets the 4th as well. But it's always Lion Blaze, man.
I also want to point out, I don't believe in that list. I don't think they count CRL Worlds. So that is technically 5. I'm looking at Sai now, and that is only 2 medals for him when it should be 3 for CRL
technically,
Worlds.
yes.
This could just be from CRL Championship.
Oh, wait, actually, no. Then Lion Blaze is even better because he also won a CRL World, so he's at 5.
He has
he had 5. That doesn't,
5 victories. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Either way, we've been solid enough. We got the interview ready here with the team. Relating Wave is up first on the docket for us to talk about this victory and the win so far. Congratulations, Relating Wave, and the rest of your team. How does it feel to get this victory that feels like it's been promised to you guys for some time?
Well, it feels nice. Thank you for saying that. It's honestly, the thing is, it's my second championship. We never played last fall, and obviously Knight subbed in for me in the spring, and obviously we got stopped by Arju over here. Wow, what a player, eh?
Mr. CRL.
No, it does feel good to actually get our first win though for the school.
You guys get your first win, and now we got to address the elephant in the room. Are you gonna make your flights, or is that already chalked?
Well, thankfully we should make it now because we got 2 hours on the dot now. But
okay, all right, you got some time now. You got some time. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, but it would have been very scary if we went on a bracket reset.
So, I mean, kind of walk me through just the general journey that you've had throughout the course. I mean, we knew that when you guys came together that this was essentially the super team. You guys came together. Did you feel that the moment you guys came together, you were going to win it all? Or did you feel like, yeah, it was going to be a bit more of a fight?
I think we knew we were the favorites. I don't think we knew we were just guaranteed going to win, but we always we came into it and we're like, yeah, we're probably just going to win. But never a point where we were like, yeah, it's 100%.
When you have a chance to occupy some space, to really slip the defense, you did that many times over. What is the mentality going forward? Is it just make sure that you're open, or just demo anyone in your path? Like, how do you find ways to make that happen for you?
Just demo everyone that's in front of you. I mean, you're not supposed to continuously keep spinning.
I love Europeans, man.
Whatever chance you get, just put pressure on the other team, right?
As easy as it could be. Before we ask for you to pass the headset here, Relating Wave, any shoutouts that you have yourself personally as the new CRL champion?
I want to shout out Maryville for everything they've done for us, for always being behind us as well, even though we've had our ups and downs throughout the program. Dan and Andrew, and Caleb, who just graduated as well. And shout out Adam, another graduate. But other than that, no one in particular.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Relating Wave. We could hear from, I think Speed is up next for this one. It's been great to hear from you so far.
You're done. Thank you, guys.
Well, they're passing the headset here. I mean, great to hear from Relating Wave and the confidence that they have there. Welcome in, Speed. I mean, we've heard from you a couple times this weekend. I'm sure you're happy to be back. We kind of expected it for the most part on this victory, but Fisher gave you guys a bit of a scare almost going to Game 7.
Well, yeah, I mean, game 1, I kind of played like I didn't have hands, so that would give them a game, actually. Maybe.
Are you sure, or are you going to see Ivan in your dreams, man?
No, I'm good now. I'm good. We locked in after game 1, and by we, I mean me and Mr. CRL over here with his, what is this, your third one? Yes, you're hoovering up all the CRLs, actually. Leave some for the rest of us.
That is his third in a row. He is the only player in the history of Collegiate Rocket League to get 3 semesters in a row.
I mean, you guys saw the picture I sent you guys when I did Champ League a few weeks ago, right? Of him looking up at the sign in the sky. He saw the sign in the sky this week. He knew he had it. He knew he needed it.
It's an impressive feat from you guys, man. I'm glad to see you guys win this one, and I also know that it's been a long time coming. We've talked a lot about this. This RG transfer was kind of rumored for a long time. I know you guys have gone through the process of actively getting him there. Can you just speak a little bit upon like why this was such a priority for you and Wave, and like what the sort of process was like getting him there, and what it's been like since he got there?
Yeah, I mean, just because we played the whole year of RLCS, we knew this was going to work. I mean, it had a bit of a rough bit in the middle, which we kind of got over. But yeah, we are poachers. We are both in goal and out of it. You know, we are poachers. No, I mean, you've seen the way we play. He's a good poacher. Yeah, I don't know. It was a priority because we knew we'd be good.
Okay, and kind of now that you finally have the chip, you know, we're done dogging on you. Kind of, what do you feel is really next for Maryville? Like, how far do you think you can go with this roster?
We go for maybe a top 16 next year.
That's it?
Just top 16.
I don't know. I mean, Ario needs his 4th, so he may say different. But you know, go for a top 16, make the league play, see what happens. No, we're gonna try and run it back. Yeah, we're gonna try and run it back.
I love attainable goals. What's wrong with top 16? It's a good place to be, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah, shoot for the floor, can't miss.
That's what I'm saying. See that? You see that? Okay, so congratulations on the win, man. Do you have any plans to celebrate, or is it kind of just back to the grind tomorrow?
To the pub, and then to the pub, and then to the pub.
Oh.
And then to the pub again. And then to the pub, actually, until September.
They have the best club sodas if you're under 21. Yeah, that's for sure.
yeah. 18 in the UK.
Very English of you, man.
Oh man. Any final shouts from you, Speed, before we send things away? I don't know if we're hearing from Arju afterwards or not, but either way,
yes,
you know, it's been great to hear from you.
Mr. CRL has got words to say.
Of course. So any final shouts from you before we hand the headset over to him?
Yeah, just my family. My mum has to listen to me cry a lot, so probably she'll be happy to hear me not cry for once. So that's probably worth it.
Here's a joy this time. Here's a joy.
Yeah, it is a joy. Yeah, that's
awesome.
it. Thank you.
You're still the best interview. It's man. What is going on?
Shoot for the floor, guys. Shoot for the floor.
Well, we have Mr. CRL, the Triple Crown himself, 3 times in a row, the first ever, as Bass was saying, in Collegiate Rocket League history. How do you perform so well above the rest of the competition out there and so consistently?
I mean, honestly, I can't really answer that question. Every time it comes around for the championship, I just happen to play good, even though I could have the most tragic week before that. So the planets align. I just win CRL. They call me Mr. CRL, so I can't really escape it anyway. Prophecy.
All right, well, you know, that's one of the nicknames. We've heard this one tossed around a lot. I need you to claim it. We can either keep it going or not. Are you the Thanos of CRL? That has been the title. I need you to claim it or not. We got to know if we're keeping this one.
I guess I'll have to take it. I'll take it.
All right, Arju. You broke my heart, okay? You broke my heart.
I'm really sorry.
You went from one sense to another, but I'm happy that despite that, you've continued to carry on your legacy. My only question is to you is, would you like some Capri pizza to celebrate?
No, no. That might be one of the reasons, that this move happened.
No
the Captain
way.
Pizza, get as far away from me as you can.
Why would you even invite? You knew he wasn't gonna. Bro is Italian. Why would he ever like your Canadian slop? Like that pizza is not even pizza to him.
Canadian slop is the right way to put it, by the way.
Yo, oh gosh, guys,
That is
relax.
gross. I am
Ouch.
so sorry, Canadian slop.
You're from New York. You should be defending good pizza here.
I am, but the actual phrase Canadian slop just sounds disgusting.
I hope you know,
Like, if you
Windsor
apply it to
pizza is
anything, it
supposed
just-
to be the best pizza, from what I've heard.
No, it's not.
You are not clay. All right, we're doing this later.
Anyway.
More important people on the show. Look, congratulations on the win, man. You went pretty much 6 games with Fisher. Talk to me about what you were thinking and going through those games. If you have any parting shots for your opponents as you walk away in winner's circle, now's the time.
I mean, no, not really. Like, we went to the finals. We knew it was about to... We didn't expect Fisher to get to the finals, to be fair. I think they were like... I don't know, they were like kind of just winning everything today. I didn't expect them to play as good as they did, but I think like after we kind of locked in, it was way easier for us, like midway for the series. But shout out to Fisher for the series.
Well, it's been great to hear from you and the rest of the team. The floor is yours for any final shout outs or words of encouragement or thoughts you have for the entire semester. Take it away.
I mean, obviously, shout out to my team. Shout out to Andrew and Dan, the directors, for getting me here. Shout out to my family as well for supporting me. And just, it's been a great semester, so thank all of you.
Well, thank you, Arju, and thank you for the rest of Maryville for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck on catching your flight.
Thank you.
Come back soon.
Oh my gosh, this pizza is terrible. Why'd you guys tell me this? Oh my lord.
Did you search up the place? Did you find out what it looks like?
I totally did. I'm sorry.
Oh man, we'll talk about that on another day, but we got to talk about the day that we have had, the series that we saw. And I mean, Seb, we'll talk more about pizza later, but we had a dessert that was served pretty well throughout this grand final. We had the main course earlier on throughout all the series, but this is everything that we could have hoped for in terms of a grand final.
I mean, I think it delivered on all fronts because we got to see Fisher just continuously get better and better. It just, unfortunately, every team has their ceiling or every team runs out of gas. And Maryville, I want to point out to everyone that, in our early preamble before the season started, that when we were talking about Maryville, my main criticism was that you cannot just implant a RLCS team in here and expect it to do well. And although they were somewhat inconsistent at times, they got the job done. They weren't perfect, but it was enough to the point where they could just break down every single team in front of them. And with that, I recant my criticism. Apparently, you can just put an RLCS team in CRL and it'll just work.
Congratulations to Shuffles Kittens, or as we call them here, Maryville, as they are your champions for spring 2026. Arju, Relating Wave, and Speed with their coach Shuffleverse on the background. They are the victors for now, and we'll see if they can continue their reign in future seasons in the potential future here as well. But talking about, everything that's gone down so far during these grand finals, during the competition today, Bass, it's been a great journey for this team and the rest of the rosters who played all the way through league play to make it here.
Again, this is the most competitive season of CRL we have ever had. We have talked about this a lot, but I think it speaks volumes that not only do we not have either of our finalists from the last semester, but we kind of came into today, and obviously a couple of us were thinking Maryville were going to take this one, but we really didn't have any guarantee, and we didn't really know if they were going to make it there. And I don't think that at any point today did we really know what the matchup was going to be for that grand final up until we arrived at that point. This is what CRL is meant to be, man. I saw people in chat talking about, man, it's been a while since I've looked at CRL. I kind of stopped looking after Northwood just dominated semester after semester. Guess what? Those days are long dead. That will never happen again at this point. There's too much investment.
No, Bass, don't say that. Don't say that.
Don't
say that. Don't say that. We might not get Northwood, but we might get Maryville. That's the point.
They can win 3 semesters in a row, and I still don't care. I just don't want Northwood going 16-0 again like they used to every semester.
I want Maryville going 16-0.
Man.
I mean, that's kind of fun. I don't know.
We could see something like that happen. But let's look back at, league play, all of the, LCQs, the points. We'll go through all of that, how we got here. Basically, this was the most competitive league play we have ever seen. As you were talking about it, Bass, we used to see one team kind of be at the top, then a couple be somewhat close afterwards, and then kind of falling through from there. But we basically had 7 teams that were one series win away from each other at the top. That just goes to show the difference between the teams that are out there at this level, the parity that we see between them. But Maryville, of course, proved Novanta that they were the best above the rest, even during the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll get to them in a second, but you're right. There's so many surprises in the standings. Remember the hot start from an Indiana Tech, shocking everyone on stream. And sometimes we had expectations kind of overachieve or underachieve. But you're absolutely right. Not to say they ran the table, but Maryville made it basically beyond doubt. That goal differential is pretty much a small symbol of how they played on that pitch. But I remember that last day of league play, we're doing calculations and permutations for days to see who's going to be the last ones to go there. Like, you're right, Rod. I mean, we say it on paper, we say it on stream that it's one of the best and most engaging CRL seasons of all time, but we can prove it mathematically.
I mean, even in other leagues, we saw teams like Syracuse who made it into CRL for the first time, getting a championship victory over teams like Northwood, who was the second squad. So it just goes to show, you know, how competitive this semester was. Akron Gold being better than Akron Blue, which was technically the B team for this roster. Ball State have gotten themselves a championship in the background as well, outside of CRL, over top competitors, and just so much to look forward to in the future of Collegiate Rocket League for all these rosters and other ones. I mean, even looking at the LCQ bracket here to see, you know, Fisher's run from that all the way into the actual bracket itself. They played so many matches to make it to those grand finals. But even shout out to the open teams: St. Clair Gold, Oklahoma Christian, George Mason, LCU, Bruton Parker, Davenport Red, Columbia, and even Tigres, a team from Mexico, made it there as well. I mean, we can't not forget about these rosters who gave it their all, and even the ones who didn't get enough points to make it into the LCQ. Biggest of shout outs to all of the teams who participated here as well, Seb. But I mean, seeing that Baylor and Fisher run through this bracket was pretty electric.
I mean, throughout the course of this LCQ, we knew that it was going to be a mix of every possible good team that didn't make top 4. We knew that, you know, Baylor and Fisher just barely didn't make top 4 because of certain reasons. Same with St. Clair, all of whom could have been and were in some ways top 4 literally all the time. And of course, as much as I would love to see St. Clair, you know, get to the final and do the work that they needed to, it was a monumental collapse. Regardless, it was clear that the LCQ teams delivered and were able to deliver on many fronts. And if we keep going with this format where we do have an LCQ, it's not as if in years past we're just going to see the LCQ teams lose first. Every one of these teams who came out of the LCQ, who competed for top spots in the LCQ, were clearly well above the rest and were able to compete with the best.
Well, we got to see, you know, those best teams, Baylor and Fisher, move on into that playoff bracket that we had this past weekend, including today, and looking at, you know, our final results here as well. I mean, favorite series that comes to mind for you, Bass? Any specifics out here?
I feel like you have to say West Virginia versus Fisher. I think that was just such a nail-biter of a series that it's very difficult. I think the second one I would throw in here as well would actually be the Northwood versus West Virginia one, just because I think we got to see West Virginia at their fullest form, and we got to see Northwood for, again, the first time in a minute really get pushed to the brink. I think oftentimes we still do talk about, you know, Northwood's domination time. It's still weird to see them 0-2 here for the second semester in a row, by the way.
Second semester in a row that we've seen, unfortunately, on their side. I feel like Northwood have a bit of a rebuilding to do as well for their end. I mean, hockey graduating is a big thing. Shout out to him. There's a couple of graduates across the board. I think West Virginia might have one too on their side as well.
Yes, Matt is graduating. Devo's taking over.
Yeah.
Devo from M80, if you guys don't know.
Oh, that's huge as well. So like big pickups already happening on the back end for these rosters. And that's the thing about Collegiate Rocket League, right? Some things stay the same, some things change with rosters, but you still have, you know, the great schools trying to make their runs throughout the brackets. So I feel like a team like Baylor, you know, they're just getting started, right? They just started the program. They're just trying to see how far they can make it. And even getting into this spring championship bracket from the LCQ, Novanta, is a big boon for a school like that.
Yo, absolutely. Let's talk about that monster run they had this semester, right? Like, that's the way you put everyone on notice when you have something that's budding, something that's changing. Look, you and I and everyone on this panel knows that sometimes esports orgs, even in schools, can be very, very difficult to maintain. But when you build and you have a following and you do the results that happen here, only good things come from that. So props to them.
Well, let's talk about our final thoughts for the day today, gentlemen. The weekend, the semester, the season here for Collegiate Rocket League is over. It's bittersweet to be here. Shout out to Chixa, of course. She also had to catch a flight earlier as well, but she was great to hear her insight. And Taco yesterday on the back end there as well. So, Novata, final thoughts from you before we close the show for the semester.
Look, every time I get them to do this whole closing thoughts things, I say, oh, CRL's great. But next semester, I gotta see, man. I want to put like a 1v1 situation between West Virginia and Ball State and have their own separate cup. One of them have to break through that glass. Someone has to. Somebody. I'm going for Virginia, though. But yeah, I want to see how they're going to do head-to-head next semester. That's the first storyline I'm going to check out. But it's been a great ride, fellas. Always a good time hanging with Champ League and Chixa. Always making sure that CRL gets a little bit of shine. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, Navanta, for being here throughout all of it, too. Shout out our also talent manager, Kendo, on the background for helping us get involved with this stuff, too. But Seb, I mean, any final thoughts from you? I know it's a little bit bittersweet, as we've seen throughout the semester, but Arju's still on top, and there's so much to look forward to in the future.
That's what I mean is CRL is continuously growing, right? The scene is developing so quickly, and there's so many things that's going around it. In the past 2 weeks alone, we've had like 2 lands plus a bunch of tournaments and so many stuff that's going on at the same time. There's so much to play for if you're in collegiate, and it's continuously developing by bringing in players and seeing players develop. We're gonna have even better teams next year. I know Canada has a new powerhouse in Brock University that's gonna be coming up, and I'm so excited. I think that we are in some of the best positions through format, through players, and amount of personality and hype that's going through. It's only getting better from here, and it's a privilege to be able to cast this every single time.
Well, it's been a privilege to be here with you, Seb, as well. Bass, why don't you round us out with your final thoughts for the semester?
My final thoughts is just going to be basically a list at this point. I do want to give a shout out, as we were talking about. A handful of our players are graduating this semester, and a couple of them are going to be some pretty important names in the history of Collegiate Rocket League. First one I'm going to give a shout out to is Wova from Ball State. Obviously, he was not on the main roster this season, but he was an incredible talent through his time at Ball State, won multiple championships for the organization and the university. He's a very talented player, so a shout out to him. I do also want to give a shout out to Helix from Concord. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he is also graduating this semester. Again, maybe not one of the more impactful over his career, but he obviously won a CRL championship. He's definitely a guy that we got to give a shout out to as well. I also want to give obviously a shout out to our Northwood guys, and probably the greatest CRL player of all time. Shout out to Hockey, man. If you guys have not seen, Hockey is retiring. He just finished off with a LAN win. This guy deserves all the flowers. If you do not follow him on socials, I encourage you to go at least check them out and give him a hey, thanks for your time, man. Truly, just like one of the goats of Collegiate Rocket League. Really good dude as well. So a massive shout out to him and the Northwood program.
Oh, Jonathan as well.
I was about to actually say that. That was the other one I was going to mention, was over at Akron. Jonathan is actually going to be graduating as well. I'll state this much, man. I'm happy we at least got to see the Jonathan and Patty duo once. Those guys played together in high school. They were recruited under the same class to Akron University. So, massive shout out to both of those guys. Really, really huge. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. Oh, yeah. And the last but not least here is going to be Matt from WVU. WVU's in good hands, man, with Devo coming in. That's not a bad player to replace him with, but a massive shout out to Matt, man. He was part of that inaugural WVU team. He really has been such an incredible player to watch and grow, and an individual as well. So a massive shout out to all of our seniors that are graduating this semester. We encourage you guys to, don't be strangers. Stick around this space. We'd love to have you guys still interact with the Collegiate Rocket League scene, and good luck to you as you venture off into the real world.
Good luck to all the incoming freshmen, to all these other rosters. There's so much opportunity to, get scholarship coverage for playing Rocket League in general. Definitely reach out to any of the colleges that you've seen compete in this. Look up on Liquipedia playing in some of the matchups. There's always these schools that are recruiting, and if you're at least decent enough and have played in RLCS in some capacity, that gives you a bit of an edge as well. So there's so much opportunity in the future for upcoming students to get involved in Collegiate Rocket League. So now's the best time because it's the most competitive it has ever been. And there's so many other leagues outside of just CRL that you can participate in, even if you aren't quite at that level just yet. I mean, we saw CCC going on this weekend. We saw, Players Collegiate League. We saw NACE. We saw NECC coming up, ECAC. There's so many different leagues. I think SEL and NEL, and then there's multiple other ones that I could mention here. CCS as well. Shout out to all of those leagues that are out there too. Cam is also graduating. We got to mention that too. He's been around for such a long time, which is kind of crazy to think about. I mean,
West.
One of the West GOATs that we saw, Davenport, they made a decent run. One of the 4 teams who have taken a victory against Maryville this semester. Cam was on that roster for
Also,
Davenport. Cannot forget that.
The one blip in Lion Blaze's streak. He would have had so many more, but that one Columbia team with him and JD ended that streak and was the biggest upset we've probably seen throughout the course of CRL.
Biggest of shout outs to him. I mean, I don't think CRL would be the same without Cam being involved as well. All the ups and downs. It's been great to cast him throughout his career, but I'm sure there's many more that we might be thinking of, and we'll probably post on socials later on. You can follow us all down below to keep up with the action, but there is RLCS on the horizon. The Paris Major is coming up pretty soon, so make sure you keep tuned in to all the action on RL Esports on socials. We'll see you in the future with more Collegiate Rocket League.
choices till we bleed. And when all love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. The future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.